till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you, I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot.
get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This round I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tune.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the odds and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got a franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up, been TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tune.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. don't need no help. I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak. I like to build things, empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion. We need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Good morning, everybody. Well, good day. It's not actually morning anymore, but you are watching Challengers EMEA, and that's for certain. And in today's agenda, we've got ourselves a team that will make it into the grand finals and will potentially saying goodbye to yet another. My name is Pavlos, and I'll be your host for the action for today. And I'm joined by MP, who, for as of this moment, we still don't know what it stands for. Is it Mighty Prankster? Is it Muddy and Pink? Is it Mika Pika? What is it, man?
You'll get to know it one day. Well, for the Finnish viewers, if there is any right now, it stands for Maitopyörä. And for the English viewers, you probably don't know what the translation is, but it's either milk wheel or milk bike. There's a deeper lore behind that, but yeah, I'm just happy to be here. I kind of strayed away from that Maitopyörä because it's a little bit harder, but MP, it sounds cool. Nope.
Love that. Okay, so the Finnish people in chat will probably try and give us the update on that. But look, I know there are definitely people in chat that have tuned in, ready to watch VCT EMEA, right? But no, there's Ascension. It's been going. This is Challengers EMEA, a fight for Ascension at least, and it's been going on for a little while. So let's go into that, explain a little bit coming into this one, right? What is this all about? What is this fight for Ascension? And basically, what it is, you want to make it into VCT EMEA. That's what you're gonna do. It's the tier 2 scene. It's your gateway to that next level. And in order for you to get to Ascension, you need to get basically Ascension points. And you get those by competing well and doing well, winning your own regional leagues, and then playing the tournaments like Challengers EMEA, like the tournament we have today, and doing well in them. And regarding on what place you get as many points, isn't that right? MP?
Yeah. Absolutely, and these upper bracket teams, they have already secured 4 points in this playoff stage. Obviously, fourth place is gonna get that 3 points, so that's gonna be in the first match. Third place is gonna get 4 points, second place 5 points, and first place 9 points. So it is really incredibly important that you are in that first place if you want to take on this some of these teams. Obviously, academy teams, they cannot qualify the Ascension, BBL Pacific. They are an affiliate team, so they can absolutely gain those points. The current standings in top 3 is BBL Pacific, Focus, and Enterprise Esports. And if those names sound kind of familiar,
True.
It's because they are. They are obviously 3 out of our 4 playoff teams, so they have gathered wide amount of points. BBL Pacific in the top with 17, and Focus just 11 points. That's 6 points behind. So incredibly important for Focus to maybe get that first seed here or win the whole Challengers EMEA stage 2.
For sure. Every game matters from here on out. We're in playoffs, and every game will get you some extra juicy Ascension points to potentially complete the dream. Get yourselves into VCT EMEA. But this is not where this tournament has started. We had a lot of action so far, and yesterday is where playoffs began, right? We already got to see these teams battle against each other, where we've had teams move across into the upper bracket, continue in that trajectory, but also drop to that lower level. And look, we had a Northeast team to finally beat a DAC team for the first time this tournament, with the likes of Enterprise taking down Focus. But we also got to see BBL Pacific showing that they are simply a level above the rest of the field, taking down Koi Phoenix.
The domination was incredible from BBL Pacific. The systematic way that they actually approached these duels were just tremendous. They were always having one player taking that first contact, that initial duel, having all of the attention focused on that guy, and then there was another player supporting, so there was no chance Movistar Koi Phoenix had in that matchup. Obviously, that second matchup was closer one, but in the end, Enterprise Esports, who quite didn't make it first time around in Challengers, are now in the upper bracket against BBL Pacific, and that matchup is gonna be really, really interesting as well.
Indeed. 2 excellent matches in store for us today. And look, we get things started off obviously with that, interesting game of potentially having, a team getting eliminated. Focus obviously being here before, and Koi Phoenix definitely exceeding expectations so far in the tournament, in the year as a whole, right? So it's the second, of course, year in this Challengers. Most of the team, at least the core, it's the second year in this Challengers scene, right? And they've already won their regional league and now entering themselves into the playoffs of Challengers EMEA. That's already a big feat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the second match that we have coming up as well, that is so important. Obviously, if the final is gonna be weighted, so if you win this match, you're gonna get 2 bans. For Enterprise Esports, I think that's more important. I feel like BBL Pacific, they have more well-rounded map pool, so if Enterprise Esports would get those 2 bans, they would be able to ban their kind of permaban map already out of the way. That's gonna be the Icebox and maybe target ban against BBL Pacific. But if BBL Pacific get to that grand final first, that's gonna be a dangerous feat. For Enterprise Esports, I think there was some discussion yesterday. Dome wasn't really buying all of this BBL Pacific stuff. He was like, I'm not quite sure. He kind of shared the thoughts about the BBL Pacific in an interview, and I think we have that interview to show you.
Tomorrow you're going to be playing against BBL Pacific. They knocked you out of the group stage last time around, so there's obviously a little bit of history going on there. How are you feeling about that game? They look good today, but you're looking well prepared as well.
I mean, I think they have to thank Loita for winning the last time. Like, we had them in the pocket, as you can say. They should just be happy that he pulled 12 kills in 3 rounds. And yeah, I think they're a bunch of yappers. They're not that good.
Whoa, there we go.
What?
Yeah, definitely a statement there from Toma. Definitely something to say. But look, it sounded a lot like we had them in the first half, not going to lie. But let me tell you, the matches that they did lose ended up being quite one-sided. So look, they're going to have to back that up with actions today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's not technically wrong in terms of Loita winning that match. Obviously, back-to-back 4Ks. That is incredible. Not a lot of players can do that. And Loita is one of those players that can. So that's going to be interesting for our second match, but we still have our first match in hand. Koi Phoenix versus Focus. I think this is gonna be interesting, not only because it's elimination match, but there's some underlying stuff here for Focus as well. Them not quite making it last time around, obviously dropped out in this exact same position in playoffs. So something to work on definitely for Focus.
Oh yeah, it's a big match. It's our elimination match, and one of these two teams will be saying their goodbyes after this series. And like you said, Focus have been here before, but let's go through the conversation of these teams individually. As we did say, MP, we have some new viewers around, right? People from that VCT EMEA scene that might not know what is going on with our teams in challenges in this tier 2 scene. So yeah, let's have a look at Koi Phoenix. Obviously, they have come in from the Spanish region. They were able to make their way here this time around. They weren't quite able to get there last time, and it seems like they've already exceeded expectations this year, right? You know, for a lot of these players, it's their second season playing in challenges as a whole, and to be able to win your regional challenges league and get into the playoffs of Challengers EMEA straight away once you've done that, it feels that they're on a roll and there's not much pressure on them that much this game.
Yeah, and what you said, win their regional league. Not only win that, but win it 3-0 in that best of 5 against UCAM, who has a talented roster. This Movistar Koi, they have just kind of slowly climbed higher and higher, and especially Guardy. You talk about a lot of these players are on their second year of regional leagues. Guardy is that player that has been there for a long time. He's kind of climbed higher and higher, obviously qualifying for the Spanish VCL back in stage 2 of the inaugural season of VCLs, then went on to win the Spanish league, then to get Ascension as well. Not quite finding success there, but I think he's kind of looking to pass that hurdle of not finding interregional success.
Sure, but at the same time, they've had to battle with a bit of a sub last minute, right? You have Monster, who throughout the season has led you to a victory regionally, now being promoted to the new roster. You've had to bring someone to fill in those shoes, and that was Globex. And not only has he filled those shoes, but he's ripped right through them. He has been spectacular.
Definitely. I mean, we talked to Pika in the interview, and the sentiment that Pika kind of gave us that the integration of Globex was really easy on the team, since it was mostly between him and Yaba, the coach of this Movistar Koi Phoenix roster. They had only like couple days to practice, so Globex had to absorb a lot of information, and he has found a lot of success on the server. I imagine the integration was helped by Globex joining his old teammate, obviously from Chippy Chapas, Zach Kappa. Globex, he kind of has played mainly this Omen, as you see on the screen, but we kind of did see the Astra gameplay as well, and for me, it kind of showed really good signs. It's not Globex just being that one agent main. Obviously, he kind of spammed duelist in MENA. I think it was Neon and Phoenix. So he has history of duelist role as well. But it's interesting to see that he can flex on different roles in terms of that, having that control role for himself.
For sure, and it didn't quite show on the graphic, but when it comes to impact, when it comes to performance, he is #1 in the league, right? He's #1 right up there with everybody else, and look, it's impressive coming into a squad, slotting in so nicely. It's definitely allowed Koi Phoenix to take on the rest of the competition and make it into playoffs so far, but they're not up against any easy competitors today. They've got Focus, who, like we previously mentioned, have been in this position before. They've managed to make the top 4 in the previous Challengers EMEA, but in the lower bracket, the first match of it, they failed to meet expectation. They failed to take down Mandatory and saw themselves go home. Well, not entirely empty-handed, but not getting to the upper echelons of play. You want to get into that lower bracket final. You want to get into the final, and last time they didn't get to do that. And this time, they're not only coming into this tournament as a first seed anymore, right? They're coming in as a second seed, as CGN was able to take them down in that grand final.
Yeah, but they for sure had a really I would say devastating performance previously in Challengers, and I think you bring a good point there. They are not the first seed here, they are the second seed. Obviously this is Focus roster. They are strong. They have so much experience alongside this team. And to me, it seemed like Focus actually had really good ideas and set plays yesterday in Split especially. Also, I think they were able to deny Yash quite a bit, which was a really big part for Enterprise Esports game plan. And they kind of had a clear game plan in those op angles. Mystic, for example, he had a spectacular performance yesterday. Kind of single-handedly winning multiple rounds as well, getting multiple multi-kills, I think 17 to be exact. That's right. I think the second player who had almost as close as multi-kills as Mystic was Keyless with 14. And a lot of those Mystic multi-kills were 3Ks. Also, 7-0 in entries. 5 of those came from Split. That Omen was incredible. And when I talk about the set plays, that was one of the key part of those set plays. But there's still one player that when we talk about Focus, we really have to take a look at, and that's Lewis. Obviously the front line of Focus, having been under the organization for almost 3.5 years. He's captain of the ship, the IGL of the roster as well, and literally when you think about Focus, you think about Lewis.
Indeed you do. He's been the consistent factor for this team, for this organization for a good while. And look, consistency is actually a good thing, right? Because look, Focus, sure, we made the case that this is where they dropped last time around, but they are still one of the 2 teams that made it into the playoffs back-to-back splits, right? They and BBL Pacific are the only teams to do that. Sure, BBL Pacific went ahead and won the previous split, but still Focus are, you know, saying that we are still the top 4 in this region. We are still amongst the conversation for the next in line. And your boy Lewis, you know, he keeps on bringing it on. He's been through the highs and lows of this roster, and hopefully he can be in the highs as they try and get a win against the competition here. Now, look, obviously, this hasn't been an easy way into this into this situation, right? And there are some learnings that they'd had to go through. And I feel like Lewis himself in an interview got to say that they might actually be in a better position than they were last time around, that their hopes are actually greater.
Yeah, we kind of talked about, is the pressure higher here? And Lewis came with the sentiment that they are not a pressure team. In big games, they are there every single time. They obviously had some issues in Split 1. That's why they couldn't go through with playoffs. But they're way more prepared this time. For me, that kind of showed yesterday. It wasn't quite enough to win against Enterprise Esports, but against this Movistar Koi Phoenix roster, it could be enough. And we talk about this pressure versus no pressure, kind of Koi Phoenix obviously exceeding expectations. Maybe they do not have that much pressure. Focus, for us, it seemed like they maybe have more pressure on their shoulders, but when we take a look at the Lewis quote, it seems like that's something non-argument for Focus.
Yeah, 100%. Heading into the veto now, we already get to see a couple of bans. Pearl, Icebox, not in there. And, you know, it's kind of normal if you consider that Pearl has definitely not played on that Focus side of the equation. We get to see some picks. The standard Lotus coming out from Focus. They found success on it, not only, you know, against the match against Enterprise, the only map they were able to take off of them in the playoffs, but also take down another Northeast team, Zero Tenacity, early on. Haven as well will be the pickup for Koi Phoenix, and looking for the decider. It looks like we'll be jumping in on Ascent here.
Ancient, yeah, Ascent.
Different game.
Yeah, a little bit different game. I was actually thinking that Movistar Koi Phoenix would go for Ascent or maybe a split, but they're kind of switching it up, going for Haven. Obviously Haven is a great map for them. It is something that they do like to play. They have really good record there as well. Ascent is a very comfortable map for them as well. It's kind of 50-50 in terms of if we go to that decider map. I think for Focus, they have some great experience from there. They have a great composition in terms of having that double sentinel, but to me it's really interesting. We're kind of going back to the roots of Ascent, Haven. Now Lotus seems to be the new Haven, new golden road for a lot of these teams. They really like to play this map, so this is something that we see quite often.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, well, we already get a little bit of an idea of what these teams like to approach, especially on that first map, Lotus, right? So the expectations are there. The VOD reviews are also there, and we know that Koi Phoenix are good on the prep side of things. They are quite prep heavy overall. And look, if you have like an organization that has a team in VCT EMEA, there are constant pracs and are great on the meta game. What are your expectations coming into it? Obviously, there is a bit of an odd comp here, you know, non-traditional for others, like getting that Euro pick in there. You know, oh, we are seeing actually the Taylor switch coming in. No, I'm actually looking at focus overall. I got surprised. Never mind. But yeah, is there one comp you actually favor than the other?
So I do really like the Teho comp. It allows you to play more aggressive on the defensive side because you can open up that door all the time, that broken door, obviously, between A and B. And fight through that. I think it gives you a lot more pressure in terms of having that rubble fight. So I do heavily lean on the side of focus in terms of that composition. But then again, Movistar Koi Phoenix, they have Sova, so additional information if you have to fight against Xas's operator, which is really prominent as well. This Yoru, it is something that seems to be really strong in almost every map. A lot of these teams, they like to pick it. It's really good, especially in that A rubble fight for both of the sides, attacking and defending. But I do kind of have to lean on the focus side.
Okay, okay. So who is the Mr. Impact Man for this one, right? Who is being set up in a good position here to do a lot of the heavy hitting? Who do we have to have our eyes on if we're looking at this match, do you reckon?
I think Mystic had a great Lotus yesterday, so I'm definitely looking at Mystic. Easy answer would be Xas. Obviously, Operator was incredible. We kind of highlighted that yesterday as well. The flicks are pretty much hospital flicks. I think he has to get his wrist checked after those. But Mystic, I do think that's going to be the deciding factor. Incredible performance yesterday, like I highlighted. A lot of multi-kills, a lot of entries. Sure, those were mostly on split, but almost flawless performance from him.
I don't know, this is a basic question and something that you will expect in a moment like this, but this is playoffs. This is really with stakes on the line here. So if someone is, you know, slightly favored than the other, who would it be in your eyes? Who's the one that has to do the heavy lifting here?
I'll say focus is favored. Koi Phoenix, they have to focus on their sides. But before we focus on this, on their sides on this map, we have to throw it to Haza and Kyra to cast this game.
That we do. Looking forward to this one, guys. It's playoffs, as you've already mentioned, and it's elimination day for one of these teams as well. VCT Academy team versus the old guard in many senses. And if we are to see a passing of the torch, then it's going to require quite the battle.
Yeah, it will be. It's for Focus now to try and show improvement from last split, Hazza, and for Koi Phoenix to trailblaze. Let's be honest, this is their first time in a Challengers EMEA split, so I'm excited to see who comes out on top and can reach our top 3.
Yeah, if Koi Phoenix dare to dream again, then they will have to beat one of EMEA's best. It was a close series last night between Focus and Enterprise. And in terms of what they'll be trying to do here, it's exactly what you said. Establishing themselves as an authority within playoffs, claiming their first win in an EMEA event so far this year in this stage of competition. Starting out on the defensive Lotus, it's their map pick, a flip-flop from the previous series, but a map that they've been damn good on so far.
Well, they have. Koi just being very straightforward so far, getting rid of the Cypher cam. I mean, you look towards the trap, that's towards the A side, and Focus gambling on this just going to be a straight hit.
Yeah, the read looks to be pretty solid. Lewis clearing out B main as well, and with that space gutted, there's a flank coming in. Pressure on Koi Phoenix to take some site control, and it comes through the kills. 2 picked up, but Lewis one back. Ooh. Stationed in Sandy's going to get a third for his efforts. All of a sudden, Koi Phoenix have fallen foul to the Focus flank. Collapsed upon in an instant. The pistol goes their way.
Something that Focus were really good at yesterday was their pistol rounds, it has to be said. It was when we got onto the rifle buys that they started to fall away and had to make comebacks, which, let's be honest, they were actually decent at. Lewis does so well on the flank through B main, and then on top of that, Focus do well to play off of one another. A lot more reserved than Koi, the makers of their own demise there.
It's a recurring narrative, one which we picked up on yesterday in these stressful situations. Are Koi Phoenix just going to melt under the heat, or do we get anything more from them? Zus starting off the round with a kill through his sniper. That's something we're going to expect to see a lot. There's already a plan created with the C site hit.
Ghost coming through. Aloe doing well to deal with that. Hello! Nice little highlight for him. Antico converted, and I mean, with little to no effort needed to be used.
Very, very clean, and with it just that Ghost gone, it's a strong bonus, and the kind of stuff I'm talking about for Koi Fenix. Wanting to break the ice nice and early, denying the focus bonus here. And in rounds where they are moving into a site hit, when they have a little bit of control, are they going to take that extra initiative? Within the chaos, who is it that stands up and makes that call? Is it Pika? Is it someone else? There's a lot of experience in this team to rely upon, just not in these latter inter-regional playoff stages.
Aloe being pushed back. A Sentinel with a mighty fine experience. Not so much when it comes to the inter-regional competition as of late, though, has it?
No, it has been a while for him, as it has for quite a lot of the players in this server. We do have some who, of course, like Mystic, for example, were in that first Ascension final 2023. Some from the event last year as well. Zus, of course. In terms of this round, it's drones trading information outside of A. Bit of a stagnation behind the smoke, soon to dissipate. And as it does, it's Zus on the line. What are Koi going to do to remove him from play? That's going to be a question I want answered throughout this series.
Yeah, I've not been too impressed with how Koi have been mid-rounding so far as Zach tries to create a pressure pocket towards A, but it seems to be well read by Focus, and Aloe's calling for support.
Well, he's the only player here, and so finding that kill, Koi Fenix have the site, and it's exactly what I was saying before. From this position, do they take that extra step, or are they relying on this being a solid post?
Players are going quick here, flash out. Koi seeming to deal with it pretty well, but Zus is outlaw. Guess what? So does the Sheriff. Now we look towards Mystic on the flank, but he has got a judge. It will have to be his Ghost instead that gets the work done at long range. And when you look at Globex being so low, there was a chance. It has gone very, very quickly though. And Zus wants to grab onto one of these rifles that's close to CT. He won't be given a chance. Nice response back by Koi.
That's exactly what they needed, and on the perfect round as well. Just feigning that there would be some A presence and then pulling back quite nicely. I think you said that he hadn't mid-rounded it too effectively, but I have to disagree here. VALORANT does give up the game just a little bit with that peek in front of his cage. But yeah, it's stuff like this, being aware of the flank, making sure that they're fighting together towards CT side, which we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because Focus were actually reading into the play and beginning to rotate towards C even after the pressure Zach was creating. But as for this round, Dimensional Drift in, clearing out all the way up towards A Rubble. Or A Rubble, up towards A site, I should say. But Koi doesn't look as if they are, well, they are going to pivot in. Apologies.
Yeah, no, they're just fully scaling towards the site. It's a slightly slower approach. Zus coming back in with the op, but a full belt on Hoodie, ready for this retake.
There it is, Globex up fast to answer the Focus's push. Instead, though, it goes as successful as it possibly can. The two players on site try to hold on in formation, and that's as clean as it possibly could be once again. This time from Focus, a flawless round.
Yeah, and this was a much more straightforward approach from Koi. Pace change out of the round win. And Kara, you know, I love to play devil's advocate, right? And get on your nerves, but I agree with the point that you did raise, right? The mid-round is where a lot of these rounds between the two teams are going to be decided. When you're talking of an IGL of Lewis's quality, someone who has been put through his paces the last couple of years, now you can consider him someone who has spent more time on that role than the duelist when he made his debut, or just an initiator player. So up against Pika in his second Challengers stage, I have to say, yeah, it's a serious test as to what he can do here. And even just the difference between the Sova and the Teho as well.
Halo's stuck in the corner with no way out. You would prefer Mystic here because he would have the TPs, but Halo trying to play around, supported by Hoodie's breach. That was the first flash gone, and well, Mystic's found that kill. No more flashes on the breach. This is just going to have to be heads-up gunfights as the players start to make their way through. The breach utility was good to try and catch out the Cypher. Mystic gets away with one.
Silence.
Oh, but Valorant isn't though. Pika from way downtown off the backboard finds that one. It's brought the ult up online,
Right here.
but is there a clause to take this up? It's a 3 versus 2 on the site.
Is a Mystic slow? I mean, a Stinger at close range would be good, but it's trying to cross Hoodie first, and as the players do, Hoodie makes his mark. Mystic tries to activate, but ends up getting killed. Ollie Zero with his Sheriff. He's got a couple of his own. He even made Lewis consider using his own ultimate.
Yeah, Lewis has plenty of utility to
I like
deny
that.
here. Those salvos should be coming up as well, and he will invest it.
Oh, but Guardi's playing on the front foot, had to reload, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Lewis against Olizera. Both have rifles.
Still waiting for those salvos, so this is likely just going to be a dry gunfight, and Olizera wins it. 3 kills from him. Again, he steps up to make the play for Koi Fenix.
That they do, and they've also picked up the attack side operator as well. So I'm wondering, yep, Zach is going to be the one to pick that up. And this is where, like, for me, Focus really start to make me doubt the credentials in this tournament when they let rounds like this slip, because when we watch like a BBL Pacific or an Enterprise, they don't let these fine margins go the way of their opponents.
It's a huge eco round win. I mean, it has immediately restored finance and put something under Koi Fenix here. The question is, can it be repeatable? Because the point that you're mentioning as well is they have such good individuals. You see it there from Zus tagging out Zach Kappa.
Yeah, the second point to make to that about the impact of that last round is look at the economy of the defenders. If they lose this, they're back to an eco buy.
Zach has been heard TPing away from A as the door opens up, so Lewis does recollect some information. Towards C, you've got to get past Mystic and all of this Cypher utility as well. It's just a trap and a cam, but an early heads up which Focus will be receiving. And as they catch wind of the telegraphed play, Koi are heading into a site which is with rotations arriving, so they actually cancel.
Yeah, this is just going to be a lockdown plate, but it's a fake and Focus. Oh, I think they've actually cancelled it. Sorry, wanting to scale towards A. Unsure of where Koi's mind's at the moment as they start to pull back.
Yeah, I think they've just sort of realized if we're going to commit this lockdown, let's get bodies behind it. My concern is there won't be too much time left when the dust settles, and actually it's the Rolling Thunder to ignite the play.
Yeah, I mean, conflicting thoughts, and as you say, the time won't be too great. Realistically, Focus can try and fight this, flood through, and with those first 2 picks, they've done everything that they needed to do when they come back in for this retake.
Yeah, and they have numbers now as well, so Koi have to fight forwards.
That they do. Olizera being the player to do it. Zach is dropping off, and so is Pika as well. Remember that Hunter's Fury can be played for post and Focus. Well, if they take their time, it's going to allow for the value of that Hunter's Fury. Information gained by the Peak, and Lewis and Hoodie come by. Pika's ultimate has been wasted, and well, it looks like the lockdown will as well, as Pika so far back cannot deny the defuse, and Focus grab their 4th.
And at the cost of 3 ultimates from Movistar Koi Fenix as well. So incredibly costly. And just as quickly as we were, you know, giving them credit for winning their eco, their half buy, and coming into this one with what looked to be like a decent plan. Again, we go back to the mid-round. Finally, they settle on this idea of just throwing everything but the kitchen sink at that C site. And now Yabba has come into this timeout, calling it, saying, guys, what's going on? We're panicking.
Yeah, and I think that's the key word here. There is sheer panic coming through from Koi, and they didn't need to, right? Like, I just think that they're getting caught in two minds of what they want to do rather than being straightforward like they were at the beginning. I think they're trying to play this like heavy macro game when sometimes you don't necessarily need to, especially when you have an ultimate like the lockdown that can just clear the site for you.
Yeah, that makes it all the more concerning when you're seeing the Rolling Thunder thrown in with the lockdown there as well. Just, yeah, multiple ideas going on at once.
And it's not even that, Hazza, right? It's also the fact that they use the Rolling Thunder and then still lose 2 picks while they're trying to come in on the lockdown.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Goes back to what I was saying before. When things start to get stressful, who is it on the Koi side which is pulling them in the right direction? Is it Olizera with his kill impact? Is it someone else? That's what we'll need to see answered in the next few rounds, as Focus have started to build up a lead on this defender's side. Zus is up, working magic. And desperate play being levied towards B, but just a ruse. It drags Focus in. Mystic using his ult to clear out sand. As Koi are now reinvestigating the A side of the map.
They are. I mean, Globex is trying to hold on to B main. There's always a chance that Koi could late pivot back through Hobbit Door. And I don't hate the B site because of how close range it is and how many stingers we're seeing on Koi's hands.
They have started to condition this dark cover, the smoke that you're seeing in front of Valorant. As he doesn't spot any player presence behind it, the question begs, is an execution coming in? Mystic clearing out the other extremity gives them the confirmation that they need. Focus now starting to work their way towards the A site, littered with Koi Phoenix players and very soon bodies perhaps.
30 seconds left.
The spike has been dropped outside of tree and we're at a stalemate with 25 seconds.
That we are, one gun down, and remember, Stinger's still on the site, so at close range, this is going to be so good for Koi.
Zus finding that next kill as well. There is no second layer. Koi boxed into the site. It's the former teammates reunited under the blue and purple banner. Zach and Globex. Paranoia landing onto each and every one of them. Valorant spots them lined up and knocked down for a Focus 5th. Comfortable stuff coming back into the retake. At the very least, Koi getting a plant, but you want to start to see them build on that in the following rounds.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a much more Focus-like round. I always compare them back to the 2023 roster, just maybe nostalgia doing that, where they were so much more efficient in dealing with rounds like this. But on top of that, this is a much higher caliber that they are playing against. That's the other thing we have to consider. This is Challengers EMEA, the best of our region in Tier 2 playing against one another.
Yeah, man, nostalgia is one hell of a drug, but that 2023 play-ins campaign does get consistently referenced. Of course, it was the last inter-regional series win for this Focus organization, with Lewis at the helm there. It's Zus first shown the door by Zach's attack side op. Not often you see him lose that head-to-head, but it's a great way to start the round.
And it is. Mystic instead has decided to pick it up as well and hold on to the... Oh, I thought he was going to hold on to the operator. Decides to go back, pick up the rifle and get away. This is going to end C here, and I mean, you would expect it to, with no way of stopping the players getting in for Focus.
Koi accelerating, but look how quickly Focus have reacted. Ult of their own coming back through. It's from Hoodie and Zach, the only one left on site itself. Flushed out from the bend into Valorant, his open arms, happy to claim further kills. Headshots ripped off the dome. Focus sending a 6th round home, and with some serious ease, it feels.
Where was this Focus from yesterday? I understand that Lotus went a lot more their way and they seemed a lot more comfortable when it came to it in the series. But overall, they look absolutely excellent here. And well, Koi back towards another eco. Even though we've had that timeout, we've not seen much of a difference in the way these rounds have fell.
Wax on, wax off. Koi Phoenix in and out of good and bad buys. They just can't get the money under control. So us turning the A door, this should be the cue that he's trying to make something happen here. It's a combo play for Koi to get into B. They've tried to go for a pacier look, but Mystics caught them halfway through the play. And well, Globe is going to get one. Focus are just thinning out the numbers. This eco has barely made a dent. It's stopped before it could really be set in motion.
I mean, yeah, this is fantastic stuff and exactly what you would expect of a tier 2 team that has been built to win Ascension, not even just compete, right? And a Koi Phoenix roster, which at the end of the day is an academy team. They're here to be developed, they're here to find out what it's like to play against a team like Focus. And well, this is definitely a learning experience at best.
And there's a couple of different ways at looking at this matchup. Either Koi Phoenix challenging players which have experience in the partnered era of VCT, Iron sharpening Iron, trying to improve, and a Focus that maybe feels that pressure, or one which, you know, relies on said experience and just knocks it out the park. And I think that's what we're already starting to see here. You can see the quick rotations over towards A. Zach with a bit of info, but TP's into Zus.
And Lewis is just holding on to Tree himself. He only is good for one though. Aldo did see one player towards the front. That's played in Zus. Trade City at the minute, but Focus still find themselves at an advantage.
Yeah, just a man in front as it stands. Spike going down, but you've got to look at Olazera and how much further he can push the envelope. So many rounds won through his impact, but he might be late to the party here if Guardi can't hold them off.
Oh, and the dimensional drift comes through at the right time. Zus is away, Hoodie's hidden. And unfortunately, Olazera finds himself in a lock position, stunned up, and Hoodie clears. Now all up to the lone player at the back of site. It's Wardy to try and get something. He makes a good go of it, but Mystic's there to clean up, and well, you'd imagine Hoodie would have been sharp on the scene as well. That gap grows to 6, and Koi yet to have an answer.
Another A-site execute attempt. This is so frustrating for Zach, I imagine. He's had mixed results so far. Yesterday, only won a third of his first duels versus the ones that he lost, and took to socials to say, you know, I'm currently playing at the worst form of my life, you know, and that's where you want to see your teammates be able to pick up some slack, make sure that there's still a good energy within this Koi camp. These next couple rounds are so important at making sure they don't slip out of this map entirely.
100%, and it looks like they're slipping away from reality as Mystic looks to distort things, all in Focus's favour. They continue to brawl, but is it to be advised? Oh, if Zus's op is there, you can't help but feel it. We've ended up in a 2 versus 1, and Globex actually has the spike.
The fights go down in sand, and so Globex is the last one left. He has plenty of time at his disposal, but needs to beat Lewis on the B cross.
That he does. 1 versus 1. Lewis doesn't have his rifle out. He's just shoulder peeking this, doesn't want the fight. And now Globex feels maybe a little bit pinned in.
Lewis has let up on this game though. He's gone to join up with his teammate. The smart move in the 2 versus 1.
I think Lewis is calling for a high-low on the C main as well. Globex will have free run all the way to the A site.
He was the best player for Koi Phoenix yesterday against BBL Pacific. The new man in the side. 4 clutches so far this event, the most of anyone on his team. And has quite a bit of freedom to roam here now with the A site plant. It's a long rotation for Focus to try and make, and it looks like he's going to set up from grass. A standard position for this plant.
Well, the only thing that Globex has to go up against is the full belt of utility. The fact that there's still a drone to clear out all of sight will work so far against Globex here. And Lewis is even wanting to invest the ultimate here.
Knows that he can break the economy. Both initiators now on site. That full belt that you were talking about already starting to be invested. Globex needed a clean first shot, but Hoodie will finish him off with time to spare. The 2v1 played well by some of the coolest heads that Focus have. And unfortunately for Koi Fenix, things don't seem to be getting any better this half. A third round would be a saving grace. They need a whole lot more than that right now, though.
That they do. This seems like Mystic back to form, right? What we expect of him. I just straight away, although the one thing I don't agree with is us trying to go for that other peak. One thing that I always find about these tier 1 players when they drop to tier 2, that you see the gap in level, especially in moments like this, when Focus decide to go and turn on the style. It's everything but the kitchen sink for Koi here, as we go into the last round of the half.
Even then, Zus able to sidestep the Sun on C. Another round opening up in similar fashion. Lobex faking the TP. Focus maybe thinking about a re-engage here, but the ult has their hands tied. Mystic in the corner, but Olizera can't see him. He's blind. And out on A, the Brit will begin his long flank around. And he has time to play with as this lockdown's coming in.
What he does, this is going to be very tight in terms of timing though when we get that spike down. And it seems like Koi want to play on the front foot.
It's the way that you have to in this situation. Pika plucking one from the pack. That's his opposite number gone. Zac to capitalize from Alorante cornered. Great utility usage from Koi to set them up. But Hoodie immediately volleys back. A couple of kills. And with the Killjoy gone, Mystic's in play. Behind Focus as things stand. Zus got to hold up his end, and he does. 2-on-2 situation as Mystic continues to tighten the net. He's caught Pika, and with him dead, it's all on Guardi yet again. From the corner, looking for his first. Mystic peaks, but Zus trades it out. A brilliant performance from Focus in this first half, making this map pick of Lotus look like their own.
That's it, has it, and it is their own. It is home ground, home soil. Double digits found in the first half. It's a monumental effort, and it's not even just the rounds that they've won, it's the way in which they've won it. And when you think about them moving on towards their attack, considering how good the defensive read looked from Focus, I get even more scared for Koi. It might be a reset and go next, but we'll find that out on the next half.
The Focus Lotus seems to have reinvented itself. It was their only map win yesterday against Enterprise in the opening round of playoffs. But with 7 in a row towards the tail end of the half, they find double digits moving onto their attack.
There's one trap to support Mystic and holding on to A main, as we see Koi scale up pretty successfully. But support being called for here, as you can hear players trying to break through Hobbit door, and the re-engage coming through pretty shortly.
Lewis's drone has caught wind of at least 2 players. Pika suppressed. Focus pretty intent on taking this A space right now, and they do re-engage.
Squad not cleared though, that's the big issue. And when the players activate for Koi, they do so successfully. Spike dropped, focus quelled, and now they have to look elsewhere. And with the Killjoy turret still up on B, there's not many avenues you can go without meeting contact here.
Yeah, Olazera is going to continue to constrict as well, as you can see him moving in. Valorant, 2 quick clicks, 2 kills picked up. Is that enough post-mortem to allow us to deliver us a clutch here? It looks like Koi might have the idea, and they are ready to receive him.
Left.
No utility. Zus has to do this cleanly. First player up, it's Pika. He'll be able to get that one as cleanly as possible. And that's a really good start for Koi here.
Absolutely, and it looks as well like they're pretty well read up on some things that Focus was showing us from their Lotus macro from their attack side. I noticed against Enterprise how patient they were, usually spending the first 40 seconds towards spawn, waiting for any kind of aggression. Koi instead used this opportunity to take some of that free real estate on A, but they leave the players there, knowing that this is an area that Focus will want later into the round. So it's well handled from them. The question is, can they build on this? Do we get a healthy bonus round potentially to start some sort of a comeback? Oh,
Mystic and Lewis having a conversation there.
Yeah.
But I think that's time for maybe us to have a conversation about expectations between these two. We started it off ever so slightly, but I think just with the investment that Focus have given us here,
sure.
They again, like, it's those expectations of Ascension.
And I think this is what you're always going to expect from Focus. They have been very happy to double down on this investment they've made in Challengers. You're starting to see super teams die off, really. No one is wanting to pay big money for VCT players anymore. You're getting more academy rosters. Teams are pulling out, so it's nice to see from them. This round felt like a bit of a French timeout, you know, sort of waiting in spawn and talking over what they want to do in the next round. But into Olazera they go. That's 3 kills picked up for him, and looking like just 1 gun off the board for Koi Fenix. But to quickly put a bow on the conversation that we were having, Cairo, yeah, they are one of a dying breed, one of the last teams left, I think, in that respect. So how well they do in the second stage, and, you know, if they make at least 3rd place, is absolutely huge for the organization.
I would agree. And it puts them in such a strong position moving into stage 3, where there is a guaranteed Ascension slot given. As for now, only Olazera with no weapon. He's stuck on a pistol.
And I think that's one thing Koi slightly missed out on yesterday when they got trounced by BBL Pacific early. They didn't want to invest extra rifles into their bonus to give themselves half a chance. A bit more of a buffer on the rounds here. And very strong defensive positions to start. It's what I was talking about from the pistol round. Looking at Pika and Globex operating outside of A. Deep alarm bot Sand. And Zach Kappa playing behind it. But he has to be careful not to give away a pick here. And he's disciplined enough to do so.
Saw the shots, the tracers. There was only 1 rifle given away, but this alarm bot right here is massive. Early contact taken.
Focus might be thinking there's a trap play behind this, but the initiators are on the other side of the map. Still 2 bodies here to defend it, and Zach has landed his shots to open the round. Valorant through the middle does make a difference. Guardi caught in transition. Lots of retake utility lost on C, and a chance for Focus to move to post.
You see lots of retake utility lost, but it's also lots of stall. With Olazera gone, it gets a little bit more worried. That spike can go down.
Numbers back in favor of Focus in this C site post plant. Koi Fenix really feeling like they need a bonus, a foundation underneath them to chip away at the round count. And it's Zach Kappa right now giving it to them. Globex right off the back, and they have managed to rally together the remaining players. But he caught by the paranoia, backing up and still with support. But this is Zach's round. He's started to come alive. Mystic with the Hail Mary. It's the fake TP which gets caught out. Koi Fenix in for the defuse, out with a round. A big bonus in the bag.
That's is a big bonus. Focus every time I give them compliments or like start to think, oh, they're back, they're so back, bro, they just go and do something like this. I understand that they didn't have much of a chance in that second round, and the pistol round can be a bit of a coin flip, but this bonus round should be where they convince us again of their qualities, of which they don't. That post plant, even with a player advantage, they lose. And this is why we're going to see PNX actually bring out timeout.
This is the Focus heritage, Cairo. This is Challengers history right here. There always been a team which, when you do start to get excited, something happens out of left field. And while I think them losing that bonus isn't something we can be extremely critical of, their first investment, the rounds hereafter certainly will be. Right now it looks like Movistar Koi have a sincere read on what it is going on. I said before, they're taking strong positions outside of A. C-Site did look a little bit weak there. I think it's fair to mention, and that's probably what's being addressed on their behalf. And for Focus, I mean, Paynex, the coach yesterday, was very vocal, said they've already identified the issues with their game last time, that they started slow on Haven. It's this slow attack start right now, which looks like it could be a problem.
Standing ahead.
Something, like that's the thing, Focus have the capabilities of going fast if they want to, but as they try to come out of the A choke, Zach will get his first and nearly a second there, just missing out.
One shot kill on every single player on the Focus side. That Outlaw is going to be cutting through them cleanly, but up close. Oh, it's not where you want to really be doing the work with this gun. Guardi trying to help, but Mystic has a double. Pika plugging the gap. Only one player left. This is where Movistar Koi Phoenix needs to just group up, play together, and confirm a 6th round for themselves.
The spike should be able to go down here, as Zus has managed to get the Outlaw. Oh, nice TP away as he tapped the spike. It's a fake out, so he will confirm the spike plant here. And nobody, apart from Pika, is in within shooting distance. He gets it. Unfortunately, he won't be able to flick round in time and get all his error.
Yeah, it was close. Nice attempt from Zus. At the very least, Focus have a spike plant. And a little bit more information on what this A-site hold looks like. We haven't really seen them test this side of the map all too much. I mentioned it a couple of times. This is an area which they had gone a few times against Enterprise, something that Koi were thinking about. And this is, yeah, again, an area which they will need to place importance on in the next round.
I would agree. I would love Focus to just give us a pace change though, because even that round there, while it was a bit quicker, they're still walking out of chokes very, very slowly.
Placing alarm bot.
Now an op in play for Zach Kappa. Zus yet to buy one of his own, as we know. Trademark with the sniper in his hands, the signature. It's the dimensional drift here though, the stun off the back just to keep Guardi at arm's length. Doesn't want that fight just yet. Pika instead finding 2 tags on separate players but still no kill. Oh, and Focus then will use the situation to their advantage, pushing towards Hobbit. That's where the spike is. It goes into Pika. He gets one. Olizera still holding things down. A is where Focus will choose to end.
Oh, but look, is that Kappa? He's so close.
He's right over the top. But he's just about missed his timing. And with the cam checking position, Focus can now bring it down to a snail's pace. Olizera being closed upon in the stairwell. Alorante hanging around, and while Mystic will be dropped from his perch, it's just further support against the Portuguese. He's managed to pick up the first, and now it's inside the site where Zach needs to get back on the line.
Destroyed. Last player standing.
He's walking in slowly, and Mystic has him. A 1 versus 2 for Olizera. Not far from the impossible, and a little bit of a corner to stick this defuse. They're not dealing any damage to him. They've got to go swinging for the fences. Olizera looking to steal it, but Focus will get their 11th at the death. It was very close in the end, but further A-site success.
That is more success through the round Focus do well, and I think it comes down to these gunfights. Like, I don't think they're really out-calling Koi at the minute. It's just when it comes down to these like micro decisions between the two teams that it's being won out. At the same time, Focus win that round, but their economy state isn't in the best of spots. So this could be another chance for Koi to regain some ground back in their favour.
Huge gun round. Could signal a big swing in either direction for Koi to find their feet and get back in it. The Academy against the Old Guard, or Focus to just crack on down as this C site is under threat. Zach's top will find Lewis on the way back out, and at this stage in the round, losing the Teho is a massive loss for the DAC side.
Yeah, they didn't know that Zach was there because he TP'd early after the utility. That's a big 1v1 here.
So here's the steps, 2 sets of them. Globex goes down, and the kill leader continues to find value. Mystic, swift to join up with his teammate, clears out tree, door opens, spike on the way. Precious cargo to be placed on the A site. Again, Focus looking to finish here.
What does the post plan look like though? Because right now, Hoodie is playing so far back, and Koi are in position to retake here.
Yeah, it's because of the ultimates, the lockdown commands that respect, as the spike is planted on the other side of the default box towards tree. Able to get back into this position at a moment's notice, Focus, but the door is slow to turn around, and the Rolling Thunder is just going to sweep the rest of them under the rug. Big kill Olazera, and he'll double up for his efforts. The diffuse is happening while all of this is going on. Guardi pulled off it. Mystic given half a chance, but it is eventually taken away, and with time to spare, the ult point goes to Zach Kappa. For the ults they invested, they still have some left on the board. A 7th, which just keeps them in the game.
I think for me, the one trend that I'm starting to notice is when Focus create chaos, that's where Koi begin to suffer. But when you give Koi a second to think about what their plan is and what they want to do, it's spot on here. Olazera to take a timing off the peak of the Rolling Thunder is spot on. Focus lose out that round because of the plan of Koi.
It's just repetitions of what we saw in that BBL Pacific game as well. When things get tough, it felt like we saw Koi really struggle. It was the story of the first half. And now with Guardi tasked the sole custodian of this B site on Focus's eco, he would like support, and he gets it in the form of Zach, really heating up now into the late stages of Lotus.
Yeah, that spike on the ground and still to be ferried onto site, but look how ready Koi are.
Oh, Mystic stealing one away on the A site. Koi do still have Globex in a late position through grass, but it's every man for himself, and in these situations, Focus can thrive. It's the chaos we were talking about. The paranoia is going to land onto a couple of members, so Globex can help lay down some suppressive fire and a smoke to get this defuse in as well. Nice shot, Zus. Quick flick, but needs more than just that. Gonna get it. It's 2 from Zus, but time's ticking away. Guardi and Olazera will finish off the job. 8 now for Koi Fenix, and only a few more gun rounds in this if Focus don't buck up their ideas.
Yeah, I'd agree, but the one thing I want to draw your eyes to is, yeah, of course, we've seen it, right? Focus are on these eco cycles where they're finding themselves like gun round, eco round, but also they've been making Koi sweat every single time it comes down to these 2v1s, 1 versus 1s, and the defenders buy right now. Look at the money.
Still just about hanging in there on both sides. I mean, for Koi, even being able to reset on this map is huge. The loss to BBL, their first defeat since mid-April. That was versus UCAM. With 4 players in close proximity of A on this defender's side, Focus still not giving up, retaining this rubble control. You feel like a brawl is about to break out at a moment's notice, and it looks like Koi have put the onus on themselves.
Oh, Zot's caught out by the fake out. So is Mystic in terms of just Zach Kappa dealing the damage. And now Focus on teetering on another failure in a round as Lewis peeks out by himself, loses the rifle. And it's a flawless round from Koi. Focus, they've just fell away in the second half.
There were 4 players that didn't take a single point of damage on the Mad Koi Fenix side. And you know who one of them was? Zach Kappa, the guy who's walked out with a triple kill. This guy is on heat right now. And that's exactly what Koi needed, because as much as he's been struggling with his own personal performance, what a game to turn it around in. Again on Focus's map pick at the start of the series. They lost it yesterday on Haven to Enterprise. And a repeat doesn't feel too far away as it's Zach again, but finally dealt with.
Mystic's got the rifle and looking to retreat from here, although Zus and Alo take contact in B main. It seems as if Focus have got an idea about where they want to go, and it's C.
Oh, but with these light shields, little weaponry, they don't want to step through both nanos, and with Mystic committing to the full TP, Rolling Thunder invested as well. It's a hell of a lot of upfront from Focus, and they're thinking about more, but Lewis will have that decision made for him by Guardi. The head taking clean off, and Focus down to their last couple of players, stuck in the bend. Olazera, one more before the bell tolls. Zas, it's nice work from him, but nice just doesn't quite cut it, Cairo. Double digits for Koi Fenix now.
They're starting to now have a grasp on Focus's call-up. And I think, honestly, that second timeout right now would come really nice, because they're just making rash decisions. Like this one here, they feel as if they can win it on the eco round, but I feel as if those ultimates are ill-placed.
Moments of brilliance, but overshadowed by that bigger picture that we're talking about. Focus have been pretty damn good with their attack side so far. We know that the defense that this scoreline was built on, with only 1 round to their name so far, also comes through Zus, calling a lot of how they want to set up. He's getting the first pick on a quarter of rounds, but that can't just be on the defense. It has to be on the attack as well. It's not the late round where you want to see him succeeding the most. They've got some really strong combos to play into here with the Dimensional Drift, and Armageddon saved on behalf of Lewis.
Yeah, 100%. But the one thing I'll say is if that Armageddon is used early, that lockdown gets so much free real estate. I mean, Pika could have his Hunter's Fury as well. This is things that Focus will need to consider when they go into execute, and also when they go into post-plan.
Don't lift up. It's Zach's op that they will be facing on A yet again. Zus yet to bring out his own signature sniper. Turnaround in performance from him has been unbelievable so far. One of the more senior players in the side still, 22, celebrated his birthday just 6 days ago. Will Koi have any more here for themselves to get excited about? Zach is on the angle and he's found Zus. Huge pickup to kick off the round, but that's the one detached from the pack. The push is coming in on C, 4 players against 2.
No, there is. Globex, though, if they all run through at the same time, he's going to be able to at least get one. Here he is. And the trades go even. Still, again, have to know that advantage that Koi keep in their hands, and Focus need to look for something back in their favour.
Looks like Lewis is the one they're trying to play through to do so. He's so far forward, even with the salvos and his ult. Stun in hand, Mystic playing away from him, now looking at making a commitment. It's towards Waterfall so he can help fight the spawn side. Supported by the Paranoia, he'll still go down. And so it's on to Mystic, former Ascension grand finalist, to keep things level in this EMEA playoff game. peeking in one at a time, but trades are there for Koi Phoenix. The scoreline finds itself level, and with the view for Koi to take the lead right at the very end of the gauntlet, Cairo, what a turnaround this has been from our Spanish top seed.
And it's not only that, the turnaround's been great, the play's been great, but the mentality as well to believe round at a time. And the way that the whole team has come together here. Lewis so unlucky that he's caught having to bring his gun out, but that's because he's in such a committed position. Koi are doing really well to play amongst themselves, and Focus have decided to try and deny map point here by buying into this round.
Yeah, still going to be some money left, but looking at Alorante, for example, down to his last 800 creds. Mystic the one revealed, but nothing landing from Pika's ult this time.
This is just a fake, a ruse. Zeus forced into this spot, has the TP away, and he's going to be forced to use it as well.
Yeah, and look how much ground that has given up for Focus. They're effectively back to the spawn barrier and heading into Zach here. They have the drone from Lewis.
Locating targets.
They'll be able to clear him out. So a TP of his own. Again, we're at a stalemate.
Zach will be noted by the dimensional drift and forced back, and the lockdown to try and delay Focus in where they want to go here, and they don't have any space towards anywhere else on the map, so they're going to be forced into this one.
They're pushing to the corner. They're still trying to fight this Focus. The lockdown was denied. I believe it was the breach bomb plus the rockets that were able to take it out of play. But look at Lewis. He's stuck. He needs to try and get towards the plantable area, but there are already players on these lines.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a scrappy affair. Pick a lane and fight towards it. Globex has found Hoodie, and well, Focus answer back. It's still an advantage towards the dark side, but time is getting low. That spike needs to go down. Pika with the opportunity, but it's Globex instead who does the damage. Time low, and Focus even lower. It's now Koi. Take map point.
Match point.
Another clutch from Globex on his glorious return. A 1 versus 3 in effect. And it all just comes down to that tiny bit of micro. Lewis getting caught with the spike in the corner. Calling for the support of his team. Forced to plant so far into the open. And now Koi Phoenix have the lead. It is against the full buy though. But they are the team with the ults, the ones with the control. A 10-2 half, and Focus can only return a single round of their attack so far.
The worst part about this is the fact that Guardi has the ultimate of the Rolling Thunder, so they have the trump card in this round.
A space taken by Focus on a number of rounds. The difference this time is Zeus has support, and with Alorante spotted in B main, Zach can't hit his op shot this time, forced to fade away. We go into a B retake with so many ults. This is where it favors Koi.
Yeah, they're really good, Koi. I have been able to stall out. Ollie Zera finds Lewis once again, but Hoodie getting two of his own. We've seen Focus time and time again let go of an advantage. What can they do this time with plenty of bodies on the site to cover all entrances that Koi could take?
Another situation where Koi need to band together and play as a team. A couple isolated fights taken there. Could have just given the map up. It's a huge 1 versus 1 outside of A.
The timing's insane. Mistake nearly lets that one go. Focus on the site, won't let this round go, as it looks like we need all of regulation plus more as we head in towards overtime. 24 is not enough.
It's issues that I flagged up at the start of this match as well. Koi Phoenix there trying to make the play so quickly. You had Olazera coming back through the ult as well from Guardi. But just a couple of players, not the full force of the side, and that's what decides it. 10-2 half each and every way. We go into overtime with Koi back on their attack side. It didn't start the best for them. A lot of those rounds started with C control. Sand is where they'll head, and Focus have read into this.
Scanning ahead.
They have. It's going to be a brawl. And remember, Focus typically won this C-Mount fight time and time again.
Cover going out.
Whoever was defending typically won most of their engagements.
Yeah, true.
You've got Mystic here. Zus. Not so often that he was playing that one. Does TP out, looking to break away from the conditioning. The mental game's playing such a big factor this late on when you've seen 12 different setups from your opponent. Koi now moving towards the A side, but it's that slow scaling we were talking about before, and the slight variation from VALORANT is that trap inside of the smoke, which Koi were commonly placing. If they're not anticipating this, it could be huge to find a kill.
Well, they're going to fight through tree, and there's plenty of bodies on the line. The stun's perfect, and Lewis's rifle even better. That's 3 for him, and he has control of the spike. Ultimate set straight forward. Focus looking to win this one. Although Olizera, who has been the kill leader so far for Koi, could try and clutch this up against 3. He won't even get one. That is Focus to win the first round of overtime.
Switching sides. Match
And
point.
of course, in classic Focus fashion, when they only needed 3 rounds to close things out, coming into that second half, they'll achieve their first map point in overtime. The pressure put on Koi Fenix, Focus saying that they didn't feel like they were a pressure team. Lewis the one to make that statement. But now needing to improve on the attack by finding yet another round. They are heading in the right direction. It is only Olizera on C as things stand.
Taking our time. It looks like pretty much direct, especially since the TP and utility's been ready here.
Decent stall so far, plays Olizera in, he'll take Zus, so the point man removed. In terms of what's behind the rest of Focus here, well, Hoodie's managed to pick one up through the smoke, a shot in the dark, hit and hope, Hoodie with 2, but Olizera a second of his own. Still, the spike yet to go down, but Focus looking intent on making this play towards the spawn side. Their first in command, Lewis, to lead that line. And with the spike down in the corner this time, Olizera has got himself one more. It has to be Lewis, but Globex has retaliated. 13 all. Play will continue in this first map of the elimination game.
That it will. I mean, again, Focus just fumble the bag when it comes to a post plan. I'm wondering if the analyst desk can maybe count up that, because they'll have the graphic, because it's absolutely insane how many times we've seen the spike go down. They're not having problems with that. It's just holding on to finish out a round.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Naturally, we hit our first technical detour as we're 26 rounds deep, the 27th waiting to be played. Our second round of OT. Cairo, in terms of what you've seen from both of the teams so far, your expectations for them, especially in this tournament, would you say that Focus have fulfilled it, or are they still falling short?
They're still falling short for me, because it should be as clear-cut as it possibly should between Enterprise, Focus and BBL Pacific, in my opinion. I mean, Focus, we think of last year, and that was the team that everyone thought was going to be the ones to reach Ascension even after the Dark rebuild. So yeah, like they are falling mighty short of their expectation. I mean, realistically, right? I understand that Lewis and Zus are considered tier 2 players because they've played here for the past couple of years, but I mean, I guess, and Aloe, but Mystic Hoodie was in tier 1 last year. I think to an extent, Aloe's been linked with tier 1, so is Lewis, Zus to an extent. In my opinion, this should be like a tier 1.5 roster, and I feel as if they look tier 2.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. This tournament is all about consolidating that position in the points table. Yeah, they will be guaranteed second place in the current rankings, provided Enterprise aren't the ones that hoist the trophy of the second stage. It is Koi Fenix that will be calling this first OT timeout, an extra 60-second intermission that we're going to get from them. And in their perspective, right, I think that promotion comes closer to home. We said it yesterday as well. Already seen Monster move up from the roster, which won 3-0 in Spain, to their team to play in Stage 2.
And I think for me, like, talking about that, like the fact that Koi have lost players, right, I would say that this tournament has been a massive success for them, especially in terms of bedding in a player like Globex, right, and also like going one further and talking about this is an academy team that are looking to develop and understand that, like Guardi, Olizera, maybe Zach Kappa to an extent are all players that have had tier 2 experience, but most importantly, Olizera and Guardia are these like kind of more experienced players that have been here and done it before.
Yeah, of course you remember back to Olizera's GTZ campaign in that same play-ins tournament, eliminated by Lewis's Focus on their road to the final. Currently leading the way with 30 kills right now. Zach, another player with an uptick in form for this map so far. As the B play is being made, Koi caught in the crossfires. Now Mystic tries to TP out, but he's caught by his counterpart. A big pick from Globex. The C site is open, but they're not going to be able to make it there without getting past Hoodie and Valorant, which they have done so. Dispatching them both, man advantage for Koi.
Now look at Zus coming in from Hobbit. He has the timing if he can peek out. It's played in Lewis. It's into 2 versus 1 with the spike denied. And Pika now has to stand up tall. Up against Zus! Which he will. Koi get the advantage in the second round of overtime.
Pika stealing Focus Thunder with a monumental clutch. We say it many times in games like this. Who's playing the occasion and who's going to stand up and be counted? The captain has done it here, responding to his critics after a poor performance against Pacific yesterday, dragging them through and putting Koi in a position to close for the second time in this game.
Focus need to find a way to get around here, as on the attack it has been woefully poor. Both teams have. Koi managed to do it in the last round. Hey, who says that Focus can't do it here? Olizera is on stairs though, and that's the player that has been haunting Focus so far in this game.
As have his alarm bots, signposting Koi Fenix control, typically towards C. As soon as Lewis drones out though, information will be relayed that there's a change in the Killjoy setup, something which Focus are yet to see in their 27 rounds of play so far. And immediately start to see the reaction. Players moving over, grouping up towards this right-hand side where they are. And yeah, Alarante's not going to path B main either, so it's where they'll finish. Olizera takes the peak anyway. It's a huge pick to find.
And it is. Alarm bot activated. I mean, Spike could go down on B if that's where they want to go, but Focus instead are starting to probe the backlines.
There's no main control, so it feels like it has to be A. Unless Zus can find a way through here. Zach has his back turn, he has no idea. Right up behind him, Zus to open things up, but Pika's still alive on the site, and there isn't enough time. 4 seconds or less. It's going to go on the opposite side, but Pika standing steadfast, holding on, as Olizera will finish it off. More than 30 kills from him, but a Koi Fenix performance to be proud of. Bouncing back from the BBL game with an overtime win against Focus. Their map pick, may I add. Cairo this was not what we were expecting, especially after those opening 12 rounds.
I have to agree, Hazard, because those opening 12, I was like, well, Focus are back. This is them. They're finally competing to the ceiling that we expect of them. But as they move on towards the attack, I did not expect that, because Focus have always done well, being able to mid-round, pull through the map. But Koi got their game plan spot on, and their mentality was absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, there's back-breaking moments in there towards the end of that game. Pika restoring confidence in his team with a clutch which sent them on their way. We're going to be heading into that next map now of Haven, where Focus have a strong record, but I can only say Koi Fenix's record is even stronger, so it's an uphill struggle if they want to see themselves inside the top 3 and walk away with their first playoff win this calendar year. It's the Academy in front. We'll be heading over to the analysts to break down what they think.
I mean, you described it perfectly there, Hazard. Honestly, a bit of a backbreaker moment, and honestly, it finished in a way in which it started, right? Olizera kind of was the reason, you know, this comeback started to come on its way, with a lot of people, you know, following him on the way back. You know, Zach Kappa, Globex also chiming in after all that. And by the end, the war of attrition ended with Olizera clutching up.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have it correctly. Individuals stepping up to the plate. You kind of highlighted Olizera literally throughout the whole map. Then it was Globex with that 4K in round 23. Pika on round 27 with that 4K. Incredible performance from the IGL as well. At the start, it looked terrible for Koi. 10 or 2 and 10 rather. Focus were just winning the map, but in the end it's actually Movistar Koi Fenix who takes the map pick of Focus. That Lotus gets down, not easily, but with a fight, with a strong fight from Movistar Koi Fenix.
I guess there are a lot of ways we could kind of approach this, right, MP? But on the one end, one of the approaches is, what on earth happened to the attack, man? Why was it so damn hard for both of these teams to get anything going on their attacking side?
Yeah, and I'll let you, or I'll show you why it was so hard, especially for Movistar Koi. I have a round to show. I think it all came down from being kind of indecisive for the side of Movistar Koi in that first attack. Let's play out this round. Individual, the first contact is great for Movistar Koi. They obviously go with the contact, get the mount control instantly. Look at the ultimates that are coming through in this round. Olizera obviously having a lockdown here. Guardi in a moment right here will get that Rolling Thunder online as well. Pika having Hunter's Fury. So a round that should be fairly easy. But what Movistar Koi Fenix do, they are not gonna go for the obvious play of lockdown. They kind of want to make the numbers even on the map. Looking at here on the map, they go for a fake towards A side, trying to have a Euro fake out there, trying to pull some players towards that A side. But the fake is so weak. It only pulls Hoodie for a second. Lewis instantly knows that there's no one going towards A and pulling up the numbers actually towards that C side. And look at how quick the rotation is coming from Focus. Now lockdown goes down. Look at all of the players that Focus have here. 5 players, lockdown goes down, Rolling Thunder goes down, Hunter's Fury was invested in that round as well, and Movistar Koi, they ended up losing because Focus already had numbers there. They were able to find 2 picks, then go for that retake, and in the end, just absolutely dominate that half. That actually ended up putting Movistar Koi to a timeout as well. Yaba kind of talked to his teammates. They couldn't, or rather his players, they couldn't quite come back from there, but I think the halftime talk was good enough.
Indeed, that's kind of crazy. I'm still scratching my head how that went about, but there are some minutes for these players to kind of regather themselves, regather their thoughts, their strengths, you know, clear their mind. They've got a few minutes to jump into Haven, and like it was accurately said by the casters, this sure is Movistar Koi's pick, but at the same time, Focus have got a good trend on it. It's not impossible for them to get this pick, but to get this map going their way and force it to a decider. But then again, after what was a bit of a backbreaker, there's a lot to do.
Yeah, absolutely, but the lot to do is gonna be on Haven, and that we're gonna see after this break.
Hello everyone, you're watching Challengers EMEA, and currently between Movistar Koi Phoenix against Focus, it seems that Movistar Koi Phoenix have got the upper hand. They've just taken over their opponents as map pick, and it wasn't close, but those halves were very one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 10-2 on both of the halves, it is very one-sided. Now we go on to Haven, which Focus, they have a decent track record, but when we take a look at the inter-regional tournaments that we have had this year, the Challengers Stage 1 and Stage 2, they have only one win against these inter-regional teams. That was against Dynasty in the first Haven that they played ever on Stage 1. After that, they've lost against Eternal Fire, against Mandatory, and yesterday against Enterprise Esports. Can they kind of shift that narrative against this Movistar Koi Phoenix? Or are Movistar Koi Phoenix just going to dominate this?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I've got another question for you though, right? Let's take it a level further backwards, right? Because it's two different ideologies heading into this one in regards to their composition, how they want to approach it. Which one do you like the most in one way? And what are these teams trying to achieve with the agents they have at hand?
So yesterday I was really highlighting this Focus composition. I love the Viper. I love how you can utilize the Viper in a short, kind of input one of your players in there, have that player lurking around there. But I don't think Focus did that any good. Yeah, sure, it was brilliantly done from Enterprise Esports that they kind of shut down those things, but as well. But I think Focus, they just need to take it instantly. They need to take that control, have that pressure made initially on the first half, and from that they can maybe leave that Viper wall open there without any players and actually have pressure on that A short. I do love the composition though. I think it's a shift from the traditional, but I don't think they just played it well yesterday.
Okay, so decisiveness, aggression, confidence is the elements we want to see from Focus coming into this one, and a reset from what happened in the previous one, as it felt like the comeback came out of nowhere. They got caught pounds down, and now they need to find their way back in the game, buckle themselves up for a good one. Our casters are ready and waiting as well. It's Hazard and Cairo that will be taking you through the action, and this is looking like an interesting one. So let's see how this one goes. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, Focus have plenty of work to do here on Haven. We heard it from their coach yesterday that they started slow, and that was the reason for their demise against Enterprise. But if that repeats here, it's a exit from the playoff stage without a series win, as it was in the first stage. And when we talk of these expectations, that's where you've got to start meeting them. Koi already have a map under their belt. They're going to be feeling confident as an academy team. Yet again, we just reiterate that for them, any point further than this is already a success.
Yeah, exactly. For Koi, these points don't matter. It is literally just playing Valorant to get better at it, improving yourself against the best and putting yourself in a shop window for future, right? Because some of these guys are VCT eligible or eligible for maybe an Ascension shop window, as we know some Spanish sides like to do. So with that being said, moving into this match here, the one thing I would like to note is Focus. They spoke a lot about mentality and coming back into it after their Ascent win against Carmine Core Blue Stars. So can they do it right here and come back into what has been their most important series so far in their Ascension run-in?
That's what we're here to find out. Haven starting off for Focus on the defense. It was their map pick yesterday, stolen away by Enterprise. What improvements have been made? Something to think about heading into the later stages of this playoff as well. Every team in the competition very strong on Haven, so whoever ends up winning it, definitely going to be feeling better about their chances later down the line. But for now, it's Koi taking the A site, given away by Zust. That mid-pro activity comes to nothing from Focus.
No, it does. Koi get a full free site to try and play from. Mystic has been aggressive. That is a characteristic of him. It's the spam instead who strikes the first blow onto Koi, and while it continues on to be Focus traffic as Loose swings out wide. Zera with the spam through the smoke gets two back in his favour, but Focus are still ahead when it comes to player count. All up to Waldy, and Zera now as the spike finally begins to be tapped on, and well, lots of damage to come through, and the players are being hemorrhaged. It's all up to that breach, which will be found, and Focus once again find another pistol.
They've been pretty good at chipping away with these pistol rounds, Focus. It's exactly how Lotus started. A 10-2 half, which they built up from their defender's side. And in terms of what they do well here, they have that Viper Orb for the retake. It just stops Olizera, well, from seeing anyone. It didn't stop him from killing 2 players. But the point still stands. They have a set way of how they want to try and play this with the double controller, with Zus on the Neon as well. But you can see Zach's bought into the Outlaw here. So Koi offering us something on this eco. It's not a true eco. It's Olizera that's bought it for him.
Yeah, it's something that a few teams have done, and there's plenty of bodies that are available to be found. That's not one of them.
Come at the king, you best not miss.
That's exactly it.
Sus on 2 points of health, but the regen shield puts him up to 27. Still Killjoy set up on B though. And Lewis collecting necessary information. A lobby is clear. Focus are going to be so quick to respond to any kind of presence from Koi, and you can already see it behind the smokes. A spike plant here for the attack would be huge, and I think they might be able to get it.
It looks like that, but at the same time, Koi are taking a fair old time to get it down, and those Killjoy mollies are actually cooking the players a little bit, so coming in, this should be like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, there's still 3 players that Pika can one-shot with this Outlaw, but it's not going to be able to happen for him. Zus, even from Death's Door, getting yet another, and Hoodie finding 3 on the round. A flawless one for Focus, by the skin of their teeth, albeit. But I don't think they're going to mind too much. For Koi also getting a plant in. There are positives to take for both sides here.
There definitely is, but I think there's more negatives for Koi than what it actually seems like, because they've donated an Outlaw to Focus, which they have picked up, and on top of that, I mean, it was flawless, right? So no weapons lost. This bonus round looks a lot more scarier than what was thought. In fact, Focus haven't picked up that Outlaw, even though I thought that was the case. But you get the idea it was going for.
Yeah, well,
plenty of weaponry on the side of Focus here.
Koi have lost a gun. That's the real conversation being had here. Olizera only has a Sheriff. Again, Koi's macro built off of the Omen. Globex placing his smoke towards A long, but Lewis's drone has re-cleared all of that space. And so Focus will disengage. They have the Viper wall up for a late A retake. They can stack bodies towards C. If Koi walk into it, it's dangerous. And I think they've started to make that realization here as well.
This is something that Koi are now starting to show us in terms of how slow they can be. On Lotus, it was pretty straightforward, right, when you think about it. Focus being really good at reading in towards this, and 3 bodies on the A site is going to be an issue for Koi, because one of them is the Viper.
With both Focus having 2 players on short, throwing either side of this wall. The Decay is going to continue to chip away at them and be a problem, fighting through into the Spectres. Lewis still going to be able to chunk down Pika. It's damage from Zach Kappa, 2 quick headshots, 3 on 3. Valorant the only one here, but he's removed, and Olizera gets on with the Sheriff too. It's all fallen apart for Focus when everything looked great for them, and with little time left for the plant, Hoodie is dispensed of with time to spare. The spike goes in, the round is won, and Koi Phoenix have done just enough.
They have. They've got over the line, and 3 rifles over the line as well to know, even though we were coming into this round a little bit worried for them. Focus did everything right but hit their shots. I feel as if that's something that Focus do quite often, is fall over their own feet. Which is actually quite spectacular when you consider how good that defensive side was and thriving in the chaos.
Next gun round for both teams, and Koi are resting on their laurels. Rinse and repeat with this same long smoke on A. The difference is this time there's a play to come out behind it. Lewis has collected some information, but Koi are accelerating towards this site hit.
Blocking sight.
They are. And now Lewis caught in no man's land realistically. Mystic is the one that's found. Lewis still holds on. And there's support here for him. Spike once again dropped. And it's allowed Aloe out of CT. Anjus, the player's doing well on focus to hold on towards A. That Spike being denied. Olizera, player who's been demonic in Lotus, will not get the chance in the early rounds of Haven. As Focus get another.
Aloe even got a kill with a molly there as well. Globex just walked back into it. I don't know if we have a replay of it. I know our production are always on Hate Watch and looking for different cruel ways to picture players making mistakes. The bigger talking point to be had here, though, is how Focus are able to flood back into the site. That's what you're expecting from the Neon. And with this double controller setup as well, yeah, he just doesn't know where to go. Nowhere is safe, it seems. I want to see Koi Fenix a little bit quicker on the pop, ultimately, because, again, it's what we were saying before. Too slow in taking that site once they get spotted.
100%, and it's allowing Focus to get into position this time a lot quicker as the players try and hit in towards B. Globex at least finds VALORANT.
Olizera on a classic, really struggling to chew through that turret. Hoodie behind with a Vandal is the next player out. 3 versus 3 situation, but Mystic is so far estranged from the rest. Big 1v1 outside of Garage, and Guardi wins it. He gets out unscathed, and now Koi Fenix are in a great position, especially with that ult available.
The ult is available, but most importantly, it's the belts of utility. Big bits they can come back in, re-engage, Paranoia, and Flashpoint, and even a reveal for Pika.
But Mystic is still alive, and with those smokes available, Koi's positioning in long maybe feels like a little bit of an oversight. There's a one-way smoke placed on top of the spike, but Mystic has another of these. Those rockets into the corner making things difficult, and the defuse starting to get worked on. Mystic looking to hold this over the line. Koi, you can't make those kinds of mistakes in these big playoff matches. We saw it coming from a mile away, yet that post plant just wasn't set up correctly for the situation.
No, it wasn't. That's a schoolboy error. That's something that you don't do. Well, everybody learns that early on when you start to play competitively. You've got to know exactly what utility your opponents have or what ultimates, right? That's always got to be at the back of your mind when you head into post. And on top of that, you've got to consider how much time Koi had to set up that post plan. And interestingly enough, it isn't Koi who time out after that, it's Focus.
Focus, though, in some ways, they should have been beat on that round. 1 down in the man count, and more importantly, preparations needing to be made for the following rounds, because that ultimately dictates whether this half is a success or not for them. We found ourselves at a similar place in that first quarter of Lotus, when Koi Fenix were on the back foot, right? The first half actually went shockingly for them in the end, but they're presented a unique opportunity here. They have a full house of ultimates, Focus some of their own. Cairo, talk me through some of the big interactions that we're going to see between these.
I mean, there's so many, right? Like, I think for me, the biggest ones, obviously, like, you can see, like, Globex using his TP to maybe get some more information. I mean, the lockdown can get denied by Pika if it comes through. The fact that there's 8 on the line, and I mean realistically the 2 biggest ones is on the 2 initiators, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
If we see those initiators go down, that's going to be a real big worry.
Eyes immediately gravitating towards that lockdown, but it's Hoodie's sight which is being hit, and through the garage spam, he's been able to pick up 1 already with the Guardian. Does he potentially want in on further kills here? Doesn't look likely. Garage was cleared by Lewis's ult. Pika trying to do the same in the space outside of it, because Focus flanking back through here. Koi have to move on to the offensive. If they want to give themselves half a chance to win this round, that's exactly what they'll go for. Paranoia in, but it's Hoodie to greet them. One more kill picked up from him. Zach Kappa responding with 2 of his own, and now breaking for a 2-on-2. Zus bringing in some extra supportive fire. It's the overdrive which will win it for them. Plenty of investment made from both sides. It's Focus that come out the better.
And on top of that, the fact that we're now starting to see a little bit of money being built up on Focus's banks, the overdrive won't be that much of a loss compared to that of the Hunter's Fury, right? We were speaking about the Initiators having the biggest ultimates, and they needed to find impact, which they did not.
One enemy remaining.
Garage control as well. So important, something which Koi Fenix have been without in a number of these rounds, as Zus is just making sure his thoughts are known to the IGL on the other side as the round is over. 5-1 right now, but Koi still with a buy beneath them and still with 4 ultimates.
Through the lobby they go, able to just walk by the salvos.
The biggest issue in hitting this A site so far for Koi has just been the immediate flood and how much stall these controllers have had. The ult goes in, can they hold their ground?
That's the question. Lewis has done so well on this A site, time and time again, as he finds his second. Mystic on the edge of the smoke. He's just seen the barrel of the Cypher of Olizera and wins out that. We're actually going to get the lockdown invested as well, as the players try to escape to CT. Hoodie has it under lock and key. And Focus spreading their ultimates well and getting value.
Happy to go ult for ult here. We see the lockdown invested, but Guardi had already placed the Rolling Thunder. That's both of those Initiator ultimates you were talking about, and no return. Pika is getting closer to having his back up almost immediately. It's important to mention, but I have to say the problem lies in these A hits right now. They look fairly one-dimensional, and Focus have fantastic positioning and really effective trades. Lewis doing a lot of the work by himself, but all it does is enable the rest of his team.
He's a distraction, in essence, a very dangerous one, let's be honest. But with that being said, he's allowing players to flood out of CT. We saw that round, early on. The micro aspect of how Focus are playing together is excellent. Koi need to consider that, and again, we always have to touch on the economy, take a snapshot of it just before we go back into a round. And this buy for Koi will probably have rifles in the mix, but it will also have sheriffs.
And maybe the Blade Storm of Zach as well. But to add one final point onto what you were saying about how Focus have played, this was mentioned in the series against Zero Tenacity, how Lewis sometimes just has to do his job, set up other players around him. And with this team having played more best of threes than any other of our playoff participants, you start to see things come together for them here on Haven. Koi have sort of treaded thinly. They have brought the Blade Storm out. There's a rifle in there, but a couple of stingers. This could get dangerous with only Lewis here for the time being on A.
Yeah, it's a big 1 versus 1 on long as well, depending where Olizera goes. But the fact that Lewis can play him behind the wall would have been a big chance for them. And with that being said, they're going to get the neural theft in. So it's a 4 versus 4 with information for the attack to work with. How does this retake look?
It has to be Zus. Has to be the one with all the util to help bring them back in.
Seems to be the case. It's Hoodie's first in, and as the players go through, they're just putting their heads into the chopping block, and well, it's a clean cut by Koi. This is looking like a save call, as we're seeing Zus run to the other side of the map. Mystic though, will he even be able to escape? He's seen the head of Globex. Zach Kappa, well, he has no rifle in his pocket. Sorry, I thought he had no rifle in his pocket. Mystic still keeps the damage good overall, but Koi will get that second round.
Mystic taking it all away. equivalent exchange, 2 players standing on either side, and Koi Fenix getting their second round. Focus are never really playing for the retake here most of the time. They really want to lean into these site holds where possible. I highlighted Zus because he was the only player with meaningful utility coming back into that retake. And when he has to throw that fast lane over the top outside of A and still holding on to his stun, it's difficult to make things happen. Very diligent from Koi to go and clear Lewis in that position. Zach bringing out the orb.
Yeah. And Lewis is the first one to fall prey to it.
Huge. How many rounds did you see Lewis be the one holding on to the A site? And with him gone now as he was in the previous, that's your chance if you're Koi.
Here.
Does seem to be the case, but the Viper's Pit vacated, Fumes dropped, but it has allowed for Hoodie to drop a deep alarm bot into B.
And the turret is yet to be removed either on Garage. That's the mid control that Valorant will be playing off of right now, but Zach's op has 2 kills, 2 clean ones that have paved the way towards a B site plant. Koi Fenix haven't finished here in a long time. It's coming with a real sense of safety.
Spike planted.
But it has. Focus in the meantime, work on the extremities to come back into this. So, do they? I don't know. I think this could be another save call.
That's what it's looking like, shaping up to be. You look at the money on Focus and it almost dictates it. Final few players are in one of 2 minds right now. Either they're listening for footsteps or Lewis is having his pre-round chat with the players and setting them up in what needs to improve, because, well, right now it does seem like holding on to A was a little bit of an issue for him personally. And this threat of Zach Kappa's op, which now left unchecked, has already just picked up 2 kills and won them the round. Hoodie will be without his gun. The deficit continues to get chipped away at 3 rounds now for Koi, and that's 2 in a row.
I wonder why Alo decided to drop the Viper's Pit. Did they think it was going to be the A hit? I'm unsure. I felt as if that was a massive component to the map because of the space it allowed Focus to hold on to.
It did feel that way. It was Hoodie's utility doing the heavy lifting before. He's going to be walking down into the Cubby C long this time. Koi actually looking like an instant reaction towards B, but Focus have accounted for this. That util dump in A lobby was to try and generate this response. They have them exactly where they want them.
This Viper's wall is going to be hard to get through. Pika only sees Lewis, and well, that's allowed Zus onto the back of site. Now he has a rifle in his hands, and we know how good he could possibly be. Still time in the round though, and Koi will decide that, well, B doesn't look like the right option, and will decide to look elsewhere.
All of the Koicitos watching on the Spanish stream right now will be thanking God that they didn't head to the B site, because Focus put the pressure on outside A. It's exactly what they wanted. Hoodie with a Bucky. Surely no more than just one, but this guy is on a tear.
Surely not. But we've seen crazier things come through as Hoodie holds on. The players are walking in. First one found, second as well. Big stuff from Hoodie. He can't quite make it 3, but Zus elsewhere has got one of his own. And with that being said, it looks like Koi want to try and head towards A. The delay was good on the C side.
Yeah, in a snap, Pika has a decision to make. Potential for them to head back C through Garage, but no, B's where they're going to finish, and with the recon in, Focus know where this one is headed. They can bring it to post, and there's an ult to fall back on, but you need to get aggressive when you're a man down, and that's what Pika will do.
Back to a 2v2, both players for Focus and C lane. Can when they fire out, Valorant fires 2 back. Focus finally confirm an advantage for the second half, and that's a brilliant way to win out a thrifty round.
Yeah, and for Koi Fenix, their hands were tied, and Focus had them exactly where they wanted them. I mean, of course, the classic commentator's curse sets Hoodie up to find his double there. He could have even picked up a third, and with those kills, there's just no catalyst to take the C site anymore. I'm wondering if Focus are going to go for a similar kind of play here. Because that's the call that would have been made during the freeze time, during the end of round, to get Zus back on A, and this time, he has his op.
That's exactly what you want. Known for it, especially on his time on Mouse. Every time I've doubted the man, he always found value. And Koi once again start through mid, feigning pressure through the garage doors. Hoodie tries to fire back, but no value found.
Something to make note of is that Zach also has an operator in this round, so it is a slower pace from Koi Phoenix, but against this double controller comp, you're really going to struggle to find those openings. You can see he's thrown it over to Olizera. He still has his dash, updraft, both smokes, ready to go ahead and dive into this C site.
Oh, but Hoodie played in by Mystic's distraction. The utility once again dumped onto site. And the players of Focus are here. They're hiding behind the Viper's wall. Oh, the Willis revealed. Aloe, he's done so well. Big pop-up from him. And Pika has to try and clutch up against 3. It does so. Oh, he puts it into the realms of possibility. But Zus quietly and surely deals with that. Focus extend the lead.
Just want to see the ramifications. Pika doing a lot of damage on the way out. Players going to need drops here on the Focus side at the very least. But as I said before, the op playing into this comp, going to struggle. And on the site hits, this is a quick backside flood. Focus have 3 bodies there at the drop of a hat. And been very reactive to how Koi are playing so far. The 4th round is a must, and Focus hold all the power in terms of ults in this 12th round.
And it's 2 massive ultimates as well. It's not as if it's just like an overdrive or whatever, which could come online. It's the fact that you've got the lockdown and the Armageddon, which are both so good for clearing space, I think most importantly.
First couple of maps in these Veto repeats for Focus from yesterday. You can see the improvements to the defense just looking so strong. Koi heading towards Garage again. It's Lewis there. Focus is first in command with his ult and salvos, ready to stop this push. But he's got to do it now because it's heading his way.
He does, he needs to use it. But instead opts for C long, and as he tries to escape out Garage, he gets caught, and I think as well, Mystic could be caught here as well, as they wait for the chance to pop out into backside. Focus fire back, and they fire back emphatically. They're going to gain an extreme advantage if they're able to do it, and it looks like they are. Pika runs for the hills, but I think you've got to remember is there's no more rounds in this half. He had to stand up, and instead he couldn't. We'll be focused on 9 as we head into the second half.
Will Focus be able to convert from this position though, Cairo? It's 1 less round than they walked into this position on Lotus from their defender's side, back onto the attack. All really starts with the pistol in my eyes. Koi Phoenix have done it once. Could they possibly do it again?
Enemy remaining.
On map number 1, Focus let go of a 10-2 lead. It's even less this time with 9-3, but do they have the goods to get this over the line, or will it be another Koi comeback to finish out this series?
Doesn't feel too far out of the realms of possibility, but yeah, we chalk it up as such because Koi Fenix have been the surprise package of this event so far. The Spanish #1 seed, but in a crop of young academy teams which have burst onto the EMEA stage, you never know what could be around the corner. Deposit of Globex in mid to start off their defender's side. Focus have the lurk wall A. But to that counter on one extremity, there is a cam from Olizera on C long. So it's a complete stalemate right now.
That it is, and Koi know that they can take this extra space because of Focus's slow starts. But remember, it's all up to Globex here, and he's not cleared. He will be seen. He wins out the first duel. Can he get 2? He can. But with those smokes gone, it can't help but feel that would be a big component to a later part of the round if the spike goes down.
Classic Focus. The first 40 seconds on this attack side were just spent waiting for an overextension, and now that they've found Globex, the reaction looked like it was towards C from both teams. But in this late stage, Lewis has the salvos back up, and they're going to split it through Garage instead, but Koi have this red.
They do. Time is getting low, excruciatingly. As the players of Koi move off the site, the utility will give this away. And this will be a full 4-on-4 retake.
A quick retake.
That's it. Well, out they go, the smoke, and it's Koi winning the fights. Zach Kappa, a player who has popped up in this series when he's needed, and does so once again on the defense side.
I mean, this round has me caught in two minds because Koi made the right read. They're towards the C site, but when there's 10 seconds or so left, just stick to it. Do you know what I mean? You're gonna have to make that rotation anyway if it's somewhere else. Take those positions on the site. I think that's actually what caught Focus off guard because they thought it was free, and then immediately 4 or 5 players bursting out of that smoke. Worked out for them in the end. Have to see if that's what they want to try and replicate on these next few rounds.
Yeah, this is exactly how Lotus went. And you can imagine that Koi will probably have their tails up now, right? Guys, we can do this. We did it on Lotus. That was 10-2. This is 9-3. A quicker pace to the round for Focus as they try and hit in towards A. But Gualdi, well, he has everything that he needs to hold on.
And he has teammates by his side now as well. Just strengthening the A site. Mystic first in a set of players to move Garage, but there is a stinger here.
Globex only able to get 1 though, so something to work with. The other point for me right now is the fact that there is a retake cam towards C as Mystic tries to push the boundaries of what is possible for him.
That's why you see Koi Fenix giving all of this respect. And the one thing on my mind right now is if they make it through the round, how clean can it be? They won their bonus on Lotus, on that defender's side, but it was only because there were, 4 or 5 players left alive on the anti-eco. There are here, but you've still got to get past Alorante and Mystic. A terrifying 2 in these clutch situations.
Well, it has been. Mystic caught out. That was the one with the upgrade, and well, Alo's feeling the damage through the utility and well through Olizera's stinger. Very well played and very professional from Koi.
Yeah, that's the next box ticked on the checklist for Koi Fenix. If they want to have a good bonus round, it comes through keeping a hold of a lot of this weaponry which they invested. 2 Bulldogs, Marshall, Zach Kappa, Olizera with a stinger. I'm wondering if we get any more, though, because I guess the difference here from that BBL Pacific game to what we saw on Lotus is that they're not a team that wants to buy up extra rifles. What you see is what you get. In this situation, it was a well-engineered retake.
Yes, this should do.
It will be a Bulldog bought up instead. Oh, sorry. I thought I saw a Bulldog. No, it's no purchases at all.
We get Bucky right at the end. That's what Olizera's going to play with on Sewers.
It's like me on a Friday night, woohoo!
Hey. And shout out to the 2 people in chat who knew that that was the name of a Scottish drink. Just keeping the people educated.
Yeah. Hoodie, looking to keep focus away as he moves through mid and is gaining a lot of real estate for it. And realistically, when you look at the B site, it's pretty much clear, with the exception of being guarded towards A-Link, but he's starting to get more interested with the more utility that's invested by Focus.
Ooh. And all of this a fake on B from Focus. They tap the plant, they're looking for a reaction, but Koi haven't overly read into this. They are cognizant of the fact that players could be there, but Focus have lost a bit of utility in the process. And don't look any closer towards what I believe to be an A-site execute, as Lewis is going to be trying to fake C. Oh, and he's managed to pull over every single player, so this is very well executed.
The one thing I will note is that Koi have been very good at their retakes, and Lewis right now, on his luck, could get caught off because Koi cognizant that they need to re-clear this space, but Lewis, prime position, players don't check him, and he's going to get 2 for it, but does donate a rifle back to the defenders.
Yeah, it's an excellently mid-rounded setup from Lewis. He reaps his reward, but it's the rifles into the retake for Koi.
Zach, well, with plenty to stall him out, will be forced out. There's even the Viper's Orb, which Zus will be using to try and cross over, or at least play close. No, he is crossed. This is going to be another corner, which we're going to have to see Koi try and check. They won't. And well, it's up to Guardi, who has been good, but he's not good enough here. Focus will hit double digits.
It's an excellently played round from Focus. I felt like the drone investment and, you know, the wall into B, well, it was a little bit, but actually it just sets up Lewis to take that position for himself. Koi Fenix are playing on the sites, but they completely overconsider his position there. And for that reason exactly, they end up losing the round. Big purchase coming through though, up in the hands of Zach Kappa. He's not going to be in the right place at the right time to start the round at the very least. C is where Focus look to be headed.
Well, has Zera been adventurous with his shots through the smoke? Hasn't seen anything with the cam. This is just going to be an explosion from Focus, considering how far those players up are on C long.
Just intensifying their efforts towards the site here. A stun, Zus in the corner taken down. Olazera with support by his side. Focus trying to respond in kind, and they do so. 2-on-2 situation, and Koi Fenix not in a position to flood back out just yet.
No, they're not, and they have to use Zach Kappa's op as well, which is why we're seeing Pika look elsewhere on the map.
The Toxins are buying a lot of time for Focus, but they haven't yet used it to get that spike plant. They're still hunting to try and find a kill here to give them numbers. Moving into post, but it's allowed the Koi players to couple up. And inside the smoke, Zach wants to try and disrespect this. Not yet spotted, but when he's revealed, it's onto Pika. 1v1 versus Hoodie.
He's been seen.
Gets back to default, but Pika still in play with both shocks. Yet to dip into his Archer's bow just yet. Hoodie still on the line, but it's Pika to send them through to help save Koi Fenix again. Captain fantastic, dependable as ever. That's round number 6. And a huge opportunity to stay in Haven.
I'm glad you put it the way that you did, Hazza. He is Captain Fantastic, and most importantly, he was extremely dependable and has been throughout this series. A very big clutch at the end of Lotus to push them on towards, I believe it was map point off the top of my head, but it was very, very big, and continues his performance on towards this map. Focus once again are teetering on the edge of economic ruin, a comeback, and Koi looking ever so diligent, resilient.
Koi still need to have that money conversation. It's a tough one, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Zach Kappa, the only player with financial freedom and an op to boot. Focus have put as many rifles into this round as they can without breaking the bank themselves. But an 11th here could be enough to quash Koi entirely.
It could. Remember, Zus will have the ultimate in the next round, which is most important, so it doesn't really matter what he does.
Oh.
Big kill!
Hoodie without a single air for caution. Sheriff in his hand knows this round's a throwaway unless I get involved. He picks up the kill. And it's a B-site plant. With Mystic finding the next towards C-Link, Focus have space. They can start to roam, to grow as they go, but Olazera responds. Their Super Sentinel has done just enough to bring the man count back around.
But even bigger, he's got the information for the retake.
They're not going to know about Zus until he's already right the way down their throats with this rifle, continuing to bark. The bite comes through Zach. Bladestorm's back in the hands, shifting out, but it's Olazera again, unaccounted for. He slays them where they stand. Koi Phoenix, a troubled round, all things considered. Coming into this, they were the ones with the authority in terms of guns, and they're going to keep them.
But they also, it feels like those are the ones with superstars at the minute, because the players are showing up and being counted. Zach, that's ridiculous. But Olazera being able to retake mid all by himself, that is criminal.
Running on such high confidence right now. It's typically the attack sides where we fabled him for his impact, but on the defense, equally so. Zach looking to take the peak out mid, crack the whip, set Focus straight into the turret he goes, and that's all he's gonna get. But it's early information of this slow pace default.
Pika reclearing towards long has seen 2 players at the very least, and well, that's why we're seeing the support called for. And well, that's 3 now because of the tail drone. So you know that the majority of Focus's numbers are towards here. Zach and Globex are kept elsewhere on the map just to hold on to control for the defense.
Focus very quickly responding to that first sighting of Zach's operator, and he has not yet repositioned it, so it's the A site and the Cypher util which is gonna hold, or have to hold here, as Focus are making a play similar to that of Enterprise. Initial contact, freeze, and now the re-hit with this lockdown.
Do Koi have what it takes to destroy?
Oh, brilliant.
They certainly do. This is massive, and now they can hold on towards sight, and look at the time.
Oh, Hoodie's found a kill on A. Is this enough to entice Focus back? No, it's just scorched earth. He's going to try and take as many players down as he can, and that's freed up space towards Link as well. The plant still goes in central to the site, and so Zach trying to get ahead of this is caught with Globex by his side. Focus have found the round which they so desperately needed. Olazera without half a chance to give this a go. He knows that it is done. And Focus will be getting their 11th, just 2 away now from taking us to another decider.
With 50 credits in his pocket, wants nothing to do with it, and Focus don't have the money to chase, so it will just be a handshake between the two. And for me, it's Hoodie that's won that round, all on his own, come down to the impact on the A site. And the players trying to flood back in from C-Link, take players off guard, Mystic stands Overwatch. It will be 11, the gap regained to 4. How long can Koi hold on to this and keep it competitive?
That's the question that we're all wondering right now, is Hoodie taking players offline on A, doing his job, someone who has fulfilled every role available to him, unlike any other player in the tournament, and putting up numbers like this on the Killjoy, being such a key part of how that round was played, from his turret spotting out Zach at the start, to being the one that followed up the A play. Look at the ults for Focus. They're in a position of such control right now in the end game. It's up to them to confirm this map win and push us to a decider for the 3rd successive series they've played in the competition.
and it always comes down to crunch time for Focus. So I think for the most part, for me, like, just to bring it back to the conversation about them overall, is like, sure, there are issues here, but it's not something out of the realms of possibility. I feel as if they're like on about like 70-80% strength of this roster. As for Koi, I mean, I don't even know where to put them in terms of like how they're being able to play this well. I'm thoroughly impressed by their performance so far. They're first, by the way, in Challengers EMEA.
That goes there.
Yeah, and as we said before, VCT teams, it's time to start picking up academies, because every single one of them up until this point have made an EMEA stage. Quite quick to this though, in through mid to start off the investment. It's Zach at the front, but he will fall. Pika also left on a stinger. He's the only man between Focus and an A plant right now. He's got to try and do something, but barely has the gun to hold on to this space. And as Zus strafes out, he's gone. Globex in behind to be the difference maker, but they've already passed him by. The opportunity feels like it's gone for Koi. Focus approaching 12 rapidly, and the numbers are falling one at a time in favor of the dark side. Globex, the glimmer of hope. Paranoia to try and take himself back in. First of those kills is picked up. Just the one in it for now. Both him and Guardi trying to combine to make sure this isn't a GG, but it's Hoodie instead that has looked to have pushed the boat out. Guardi with his ult, but that's best saved for another round. Borrowed time for Koi Phoenix. Focus have map point.
That they do, and it's not through an overtime. They've been able to get it themselves. And with that investment, what we see from Koi in the next round is a big question mark. It's crazy because at 10-7, you're thinking to yourself, are Focus letting this one slip once again? The doubt begins to creep in. But at this point, you can't help but feel Focus have everything in their locker to finish this one off.
3 ults either side. You'd argue that Koi do have the better of them, at least in terms of controlling space. 4 players on A to start the round. But it's another slow piece from Focus and Valorant. Well, he's dodged the dart. He's so far ahead. But Globex is going to get him.
That he is.
First kill, Phoenix.
For the time being, we've seen Focus fight back from deficits before, but this trap at the front of site is going to be very good for activating the Hunter's Fury. Although, in terms of value, it isn't really found.
Yeah, just the one tag onto Lewis. And his life, well, it's been thrown into concern here. Jeopardy even. Zach round the back, and with Pika laying it up, there you have it. Koi Phoenix immediately responding. The silver lining for Focus will be that no ults were invested on their behalf, but we're starting to get to a matter of a few rounds now.
Flawless round to answer back will, I mean, be big for Koi. In terms of the money in the pocket, sure, they don't have any room for error in terms of losing rounds, but I mean, they can at least get rounds close, send it forward, right, and not feel the repercussions and rounds following if they do win it out. But these are all conditionals. Focus go back to a default.
Look at this, 3-player stack from Koi on C, constantly shifting the setup. Zach the one to move himself into the cubby. Guardi taking the angle head on. Couple of players on deep blinds here.
Stun there though to buy players out, and well, Guardi's been forced out. Anyone backside feels a bit uncomfortable, but look at that timing from Mystic, looking to try and stick his ultimate. Doesn't go for it, but has pulled players across from Koi. We are still 4-4.
And this is what Koi would have been looking for with the setup. 3-player C and the Cypher setup A. Hasn't quite got the response they were looking for. Focus ending in the middle of the map. Having a look towards A-Link, but it is the front site plant.
Now Zus is taking up that space, the Rolling Thunder to try and gain more delay, but Zus, stuck in no man's land, commits to a spray and found out. Advantage towards the defense.
And Koi still have plenty of util on those bounce, but Lewis! 3 shots back, 3 kills! All on Zac now to stop this from going to the decider. He's wrapped around and just missed out on Mystic. The salvos to the spike may just have ruined his efforts. He knows about one of these players, but it's the rest that he's got to find. Focus will not falter with a first half lead this time. Haven goes their way, and this series goes the distance.
That it does, and I think like if you're thinking about Focus right now, they'll be feeling a bit hard done by because they should have had this series wrapped up by now. If you think about how Lotus went, but with that being said, Ascent is last, and Focus have had problems here.
They have. It is their most played map domestically, so plenty of repetitions at the very least. A record which has improved for Koi Phoenix as well. So that coming through a composition change. Plenty of ideas, plenty of things to think about for both teams, I think, heading into this last one here. And also, plenty to hear from our analysts. We'll be heading over to them before the break.
Focus deny history repeating itself here, MP. They deny being taken down on a lead that they had, and they also, at least for now, deny being taken down in 4th place in Challengers EMEA. Well, it got close towards the end. It got dicey. We all got scared.
Yeah, and individual prowess. I think that's what, in the end, kind of took Focus all the way across, whether it was Hoodie finding those double entries. There was multiple rounds that actually Focus were able to find those double entries, round 17, 18 and 19 in a row, where they kind of secured that 12th round, at least overtime, and Lewis in the end coming clutch, that frontman of Focus, making sure that the history doesn't repeat, at least this map.
100%, man. 100%. Like you said, a lot of standout performances. It was a bit of a step up from a couple of individuals, but Hoodie was kind of the name of the game there. I feel like it was a big pivotal moment with a double kill, with a Bucky, and it really took, his opponents by surprise there. There was a chance, obviously, that Koi Phoenix could have potentially drawn things back, but I felt like that was a bit of the interrupting situation, right? A bit of the denial started to, come its way there.
Yeah, and Hoodie, you highlighted as well, 7 entries in that game as a Sentinel, and 0 entry duels lost actually. That is a crazy statistic when you have your Sentinel not only finding entries on the defensive side, but multiple rounds back to back finding entries in the attacking side. That lurking Sentinel, obviously pain in Koi Phoenix's back right there, not quite getting that comeback all the way around. Focus, I think they improved their playstyle today. I think they kind of pressured that A short a little bit better than they did yesterday, but in the end, I think what gave them this map was them being able to start on the defensive side. Obviously, Ascent is coming up next. That's like going back to the basics, right?
It kind of is. The caster did preface that there's a little bit of a struggle here on Ascent, and if you look at current streak of form here for Koi Phoenix, it is looking pretty good, right? Entering in this tournament, sure, they played it once, but it went really successfully in their way. But we'll have to wait and see how Ascent goes, right? After all, it is the final map, it is the decider, and look, a lot of pressure is exerted on these players. Yeah, you've got an academy team on the one hand that are already here for the experience, here to get themselves as much knowledge as possible, but you've got a team like Focus that wants to take it that extra step, that wants to make sure they get a little bit better than 4 and contend for more Ascension points to see if they can make it far into this tournament. But for now, folks, a break incoming. We'll be back after a short one. Ascent will be on your screens soon.
your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Focus take down Koi's Academy team to bring things to a 1-1 standing in maps. MP, that pace they brought in, the new sort of performance they've been able to bring in. What kind of aspects from their gameplay do you think they can bring to this next match to give them the best chances of winning the third map of this series, Ascent?
I mean, Ascent, obviously, like I said, it's back down to basics. Mid-rounding is going to be crucially important, especially on the attacking side. Lewis is one of the most brilliant IGLs, especially in this Challengers EMEA tournament and his own region, to do those mid-round calls, play around that mid area, kind of fake towards the A and end up on B. I think we saw that already on Haven, that they had that fake towards B, then transitioning towards C, and in the end actually going A, and that worked tremendously. I really like to see more of those, because Movistar Koi Phoenix, I think they struggled in terms of that mid-rounding, especially when we go to Lotus, that round that I highlighted. There was kind of issues in terms of making that call, in terms of having that confidence to make the final call to push to side.
Okay, that sets an interesting tone for this one, right? There are some weaknesses and also strengths from, you know, the contrasting sides that might be pivotal in the Ascent, the mid rounds overall. We know what compositions these teams will likely play, right? They've already shown what they like to do on this tournament. They've both won in Challengers EMEA a map already on Ascent. So looking at the potential compositions here, you know, the likes of the Deathlock on the one end, the strengths it can provide, the KO, the Killjoy provided next to the Teo on the other. How contrasting are these comps, and you know, what strengths could they bring to the table to potentially give the edge to one team rather than the other?
So obviously, yeah, double Sentinel composition for the side of Focus. That's going to be really heavy on the defensive side. But they actually did brilliantly on the attacking side against Carmichael Blue Stars as well. What I love Focus play... Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Hold up.
Scratch the conversation.
Yeah.
Switch up. Waylay coming in for Movistar Koi Phoenix.
Okay. I do like this pick. I mean, I guess it kind of shows Jack Kappa not being too comfortable with the Jet or finding more value with the Waylay. Waylay is really a strong agent in Ascent, especially when you have this really narrow sidelines, then you can use the ultimate. Also, the combination of Waylay, Breach, Teho brings a lot of value in terms of having defensive side setups, but also on the attacking side. What I don't like about Waylay, I think it restricts you more than Jet and Yoru in terms of that operator power. And Zach Kappa, I would like to see more of that operator coming through from him. It's interesting to see whether he's actually going to go for it. Obviously, I do think he's going to go for the operator, but you cannot go too aggressive with the Waylay because it's a short time on that refrag.
Sure. Do you think this is off the back of a weak performance coming in from Zach Kappa potentially in the matchup there, or is it something that they did to counter focus here?
Yeah, I do think it's the not so good performance, 8-17 performance in that previous map against ULF Esports, but it's yet to be seen. Our casters are ready to cast this last map of this series. Hazan Cairo, take it away.
It's a slight deviation that we're going to get from Zach Kappa here, going back to the Waylay. Of course, those who watched Koi Fenix in the Spanish League will know that this was their original composition that they were playing. Swapped over to the Jet for that ULF game, which they ended up winning. Now they go back to it, Cairo, and up against Double Sentinel, I feel like this makes sense.
Yeah, I would agree. There's the semi-finals of the Spain playoffs for Stage 2 was the last time that we seen it, and it did end up with a 13th 2 scoreline for Dynasty, so obviously not the best of maps, but more comfortability for Koi in what they're bringing out here. Remember, have to reiterate, Focus had to make a comeback on Ascent against KC Blue Stars to keep their EMEA challengers alive. We'll go back to that troubled map as this third map begins in the series.
Let's see if Koi can succeed where KC failed over 3 maps. It's the same decider, as we've already said. Waylay in the comp. The Refract is going to be great at getting in there and then dismissing away, baiting out some utility, but there's a trap set up in market. Mystic has the paranoia. Hoodie around the corner, ready to play in off of this. There's Util thrown to his position of smoke to cut off Mystic, but still he's a conduit for a kill. Zach gets his 2 though, and there's only 1 player left on this side.
It's Lewis as well, who's been good for it. Zach Kappa's dodging and dashing has proved well. And well, Focus have won every first pistol so far this series. Koi are in position to do it here.
Been put through the tenderizer. Zach down to 9, Olazera 40 points of health. Both targets which Zus can instantly delete with this Sheriff, and so he's going to give it half a go through the boathouse. Or switch, I guess.
100%. Couple players low, 1 player in main. That's a late win condition for Koi. Got a little bit worrying for a moment. But instead, Globex will come in for that late win. So Koi will get the first pistol round for the first time this series.
Yeah, and it's a great way to start out this attack as well. We've seen them start in this position every single map so far, and not really be able to deliver those instant results. So, they've been the first team to time out in every map up until this point. They haven't won any pistols, like you say. And on Ascent against Double Senti, you'd be thinking to yourself, this is, such a requirement, a necessary way in. However, Focus are better on the attack with this comp. So, still something to think about. How much of a lead can they build?
I guess at the same time, Deadlock has been viewed as a pseudo-initiator. Players are walking into a stacked short here.
So Kappa does have the Refract. He'll be looking to try and take as much space as possible, but it's fine when Zus goes down to his Marshal. Hands of Zach Kappa, that's 2 kills.
Ooh, lovely.
Third from the hip, nicely done. Little bit of flair to find Fenix their second round, perhaps. Still 2 Focus players in close proximity, though. And they've both been dealt with by Pika. So a flawless second round from Koi Fenix means we go into another one of their bonuses with some serious potential.
Yeah, there is serious potential. I found that interesting there, the interaction between the Refract for the Waylay, can't bust through the door, so went up through heaven. Yeah, really nice shots from Zach. That's maybe one to keep your eye on, because that could maybe allow Zach to come in for a late flank, depending on how the rounds go.
Yeah, that's something I want to know really in general with this Waylay though. How much preparation is there? You know, does he have the Hinder lineup? Is he ready to be dashing into market as we've seen players do before? How deep does that strat book go, as it has been a little while since we've seen them run this composition? Yeah. But already priority towards building that ult, so ideas about how they want to attack this bonus round at the very least.
And what we've seen from Koi in the meantime is they're using the Killjoy mollies, not in post, but to go and destroy the Cypher utility of Focus to try and stop that control that the Cypher would allow.
Shadows traveling.
Already having a look towards B. Turret placed just on the edge of its radius. Olazera making the lurk through middle, so Focus stationed here to deal with it. But it's the A main fight about to break out, and Zach taking a quick look, spotting two players. Koi waiting for their chance to re-engage.
They're not going to go for it. I mean, Zus was stuck in white with no way out, especially with that breach utility, but Focus now have to hold on to B, and it's Lewis and Valorant to hold it down.
Yeah, Zach doesn't have any of his gap closed though, so it's a slow scale into the site, and this has posed an issue for Koi Fenix before. Alorante at the backside, Lewis by his side. The two players from last year trying to link up again, but it's the new boys on the block from VCT to Challengers EMEA, Hoodie and Mystic combining to put Focus on the board.
Yeah, and it's a good round to find here. And I think, like, in terms of the protocols on the site and what the players call to each other, maybe it was just a heads-up plan, which, like, let's go and hold on towards backside, let's play off one another. And it's not only that, Aloe takes the early peek, but Lewis holding on to that space creates a delay and hesitation from Koi, which allows the flood back in. And, well, the other thing to know is Zach Kappa actually has his ultimate.
With Zach investing the dashes towards A main last time and Koi not taking the space, it did make the late round a bit of a difficulty. Zus without his op is still potent at long range.
Ooh, big kill.
There you go. That's Zach taken out and the ult offline.
That is it. Executes maybe a little bit less powerful. Guardi moving up, and it's a 1v1 versus Lewis, which both of them miss out on. Zus in the meantime is made work on towards the B side, and well, I think Koi are just going to position straight into a retake, or into a take here.
The hands are tied from this position. It's similar to the previous round. Two players holding on towards backside and Focus with time to rotate.
Yeah, it's simple. Well, Globex finding Zus, but as they try to challenge CT, a shotgun lies in wait, and Koi open up the B site with a scalpel. It's Mystic to come back through, Phantom in hand. You've got to look at the breach being so low. Guardi essentially is just a util dummy, even just to take space. Speaker looks to hold the crossfire with the breach to peek out, and instead Guardi is the one that gets the kill, even though he's so low.
And so Movistar Koi will extend their advantage for the Phoenix against Focus on this final map. And they keep the ult as well. Sure, Zach goes down here as Zus takes a really nice timing off of Lewis's utility. But they're starting to read into how these holds look, like what the protocols are, that real key focus on defender spawn and the flood from that position. You're up against double senties. You're expecting at least one on both sides. You have to make those deep clears.
That's it. You're forcing players out of Boathouse, but this is a very quick round, as we typically associate this with the Vision Strikers play. Zus hindered and forced out, and he's got so much utility sent his way. It'll be an easy pickup and a rifle lost.
Back-to-back rounds that Zach is running this Outlaw. On a round such as this, where Focus brought in 2 rifles, the only Vandal currently lost in mid, it's what you expect. A main space taken away, but this is the anticipated reaction. Koi Fenix now looking towards B, where Hoodie stands between them with his own ult, should he find reason to use it.
That is the question. He's actually caught a couple of players because the circumference went through the wall. Still has its area of effect. And again, Focus put priority on holding on towards backside B. And Zach just essentially a drone to go and get the information. The players coming in now, and VALORANT has a Guardian, finds the first, but the rest of the players trying to get out, get caught out. Koi doing well. And your boy Lewis, the captain, has to try and hold on all by himself. The right clicks are hitting, but they're not getting the kills. Value, in terms of the ultimate being used, and Koi, I deal with that methodically.
As you should in that situation. They learned their mistake from round number 3, and the 2 successive follow-up rounds have been a perfect demonstration of how to counter what we've seen from Focus. I'm liking this waylay, really, from Zach. It's just giving them so much information at tackling what otherwise would be very difficult setups to try and breach. Still ults with them. The same can be said for Focus, but just doesn't feel that impactful right now. No.
Can't use that yet. Placing alarm bot.
And Zach is doing absolutely everything which he struggled to yesterday. As we mentioned before, only 33% of rounds was he picking up a first blood. Or 33% of attempts, I should say. If it was the other way round, it would be brilliant. But now looking towards B, Focus have numbers, but that's not really been the issue so far. It's the stopping power. Great use of the mesh. To feel like one of the first times we've seen Hoodie be able to use that utility as Zach goes in. He's not going to drop back this time. The rest of Koi Phoenix have to follow up what he started. Hoodie's still hanging around in this smoke on HP. Low, in fact, but still alive. VALORANT getting 2 from it. Well, Globex tries to clutch this out. It's going to have to be elsewhere. Into the spy cam on the A site.
Spike planted.
Cover going out.
And only 5 bullets between 2 players for Globex. He has to be so clean. There isn't even a moment for him to invest his own near sight. It comes down to the gun in his hands. Can Koi Phoenix hold on through their new player, the stand-in for the tournament, the one who now needs to step up, and behind the trap, it's gone overlooked. Inside the smoke, the defuse gets to half, and as he steps in to VALORANT's lair, he repossesses it for himself. Aloe, second round on the board for Focus. Close, but they get that B defense at last.
Spike down B. 1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I think like Koi were the makers of their own demise, just because that you see Koi trying to fight through the both smokes towards CT there, and I feel as if, like, for the most part, I'm trying to like think about it in this perspective in terms of percentage of gunfights, right? Like, you want to use your utility to put them in your favour, whereas Koi were just giving the gunfights to Focus.
It's slight technical break out of the timeout, and it's the Koi Phoenix timeout, correct? So it's them now 3 maps in a row at about a similar scoreline, but usually flipped against them, that want to be proactive with this pause usage. Yabba again calling it. Someone who you know, has sort of been playing catch up to the focus of old when we now see him commanding, calling the shots on the other side of the server. His first gig as a coach was with Team Queso. He was there in Spain for a few years. He's a local talent in that regard. Last interregional event, or first interregional event, sorry, that he went to with them was the same play-ins event that Focus ended up qualifying to the Ascension main event with. And if you track the sort of development of him as a coach on one side in comparison to where Focus find themselves, it feels like he's the one on the upward trend.
Would have to agree. This round, though, looks like a very quick A-pop with all the players outside of A from Koi. As they look to take that A main quickly and, well, investing this lockdown. You're immediately seeing Olizera drop to the back of the pack. I was wondering, is he going to go for a lurk?
They have the salvos towards heaven. They can plug the gaps that the lockdown leaves. One player detained, that's Zus in tree. And Zach looking to follow this up with a little bit more aggression. The spam lands onto Mystic. Huge kill to slow down this retake.
That it is. Hoodie's going to pick up the rifle instead. And, well, Koi have that advantage when the retake comes in.
Stun layered by Pika. Stun back up for Guardi with the nano placed. But this is all that Koi's got. Beyond this, no extra utility. You look on the Focus side though, and the tools aren't really there either. It's been a war of attrition, which Koi are happy to play, because when the guns come out, they're winning the duels. Only Zus remaining. And as he tries to face the music, it's flooded at his direction. Heading out of there with a whimper. Focus not able to build on that round win, so Koi Phoenix will get up to 5.
That they will, and on top of that, after the pause, is Koi Phoenix back to the way that things were going.
Be right back.
Normality as it seems to be on Ascent. Focus once again struggling on their defense with 2 Sentinels that are meant to hold down and anchor things away. Now we see the defense, which typically when they're at a losing streak, go on towards eco rounds. Only Zus, the one with a rifle in hand.
He'll be looking to tie things together through mid again. Salvo's sent out, and Zach would have spotted the cross there towards B, so knowing there's at least an additional player on the left-hand side. But that is very quickly checked out as Zus is in position again. And Focus are looking towards this area of the map to create something on this round.
I was wondering, did Olizera try and destroy the info dart, or was he just letting himself be revealed to see if there was a reaction on A main? I don't know if I'm just overthinking that, but peeking an info dart with like... Well, I looked on Killable.
Focus are stronger on this A side through Mystic and Alorante on short. Zach Kappa again, similar position to he was before Mystic.
Oh.
Diving in with the TP, it's how he likes to play. Only has a classic but walks away with 1. Alorante, can he do any more? Doesn't look like it. Very swiftly kicked out of the round as Mad Koi Phoenix look to place their feet on the A site again. Lewis does get the next of the classic kills with a quick right click. But that looks like it's as far as this Focus A site defense is going to go. Already Olizera was hung up in the heavens waiting for Hoodie to make his reprisal. This Outlaw can only take out Globex with 1 shot.
No escape.
That nade is going to catch Olizera though. Information found. They're trying to use the salvos to stop him getting out. But it will be 6 confirmed. And with that being said, this Ascent has always been more of a defender-sided map, right? Double Sentinel with the mistakes Focus are making, you understand that, hey, listen, this could be a massive opportunity missed. It's not going well at all. Big round to come up here, because if they lose this, back onto an eco round, you could be staring down the barrel of 8-2 down, and maybe even more.
Seeing Zus with the op out as well. has to try and pave a way back into the game here for Focus. We know that they're good on that attack side, as we said before. It's the slight caveat, but by the same margin, you've got to leave yourself with half a chance. And this round is absolutely everything to stop Koi Fenix from building up a real advantage into that second half.
But Pazza, wait a second, because Focus were beginning to gamble towards A, but now the bodies move back to B. This could be at least a 3-on-5 at the bare minimum as the side take comes through.
As soon as that breach flash is heard, that's the information. Lewis sending his ult into the pack of players, finding tags on a couple of them. Polizera, one back in the conversation, still deliberating who has control here. As Lewis is trying to play in front, he's found the corner towards Logs. Strong first kill, but needs support, and VALORANT can help him. Finally forced into the open by the breach bomb. Aloe still in play, 3 kills for him, and Mystic closing for business. Focus do survive that round, but there is plenty of casualties. Both teams cut very fine for money right now as things stand.
Yeah, they are. It's a round where Focus survive by the skin of their teeth. And it's a real issue because they're going to be, again, we'd already seen the buy just before we went into replays. There's a shotgun in the mix from Hoodie, and he'll have to play up close on a main. And if Koi go elsewhere from A, it's going to be an issue.
But it was all about that mid-fight. The big exchange between Zus and Zach. His Outlaw is gone, and no one else feels as if they're willing to behold it. It's Zus instead that will steal the limelight here. Both defense and attack for Koi Fenix gone. Their Duelist and Sentinel removed. How much more can this band of players in A main possibly do?
Look at Hoodie.
Can they do anything?
Yeah, I mean, he's already up close. Most. Oh, Mystic gives one back, though. It's still a 2v4.
Hoodie with the judge here knows that as soon as that TP cuts across, he's out of range. This is Zus's territory instead. A 3rd kill for him. Another feather in the cap as the tailwind is activated. He's light on his feet and ready to receive the next. Pika does pick up the ult orb. So the decision has to be made for him here. Save the gun, which his team desperately needs.
30 seconds left.
Or challenge for a spike plant, maybe go down swinging and have that Armageddon available. He has to make the more mature decision in this situation, though. So he is going to be sitting back and watching those last 15 seconds or so expire. Focus back within 2 rounds, and Koi Fenix, as soon as they took those first couple of shots, that was it. Round was over.
I agree wholeheartedly, and it's Zus's op that has demanded attention now, and the way that Koi interacts with mid is going to be completely different, because from that round just seen, it was very dry, trying to ego Zus's operator, which he'd never want to do, and now he reigns control, reigns supreme. It's going to have a massive impact on round's future. And how it seems to be is that Koi will just go for a straightforward hit onto A.
8 operator kills in the series against Enterprise, but Zus isn't going to be here with the task at hand. The A execute, one of serious pace. Koi Fenix on the switch up. Ultimate used from Globex in towards Wine just to try and fake that he'd gone a little deeper, but Hoodie's already heard this. He's playing up close. Zach trying to catch him out, but Hoodie will not have the wall pulled over his eyes. The ult comes in to tether one more, and as VALORANT finds the final kill, Globex will be going down after time. 5 for Focus, a 1-round game just before the half.
A massive recovery so far, even if it goes 7-5 towards Koi. As we've already mentioned previously, it all comes down to that attack side, which Focus notoriously on Ascent are actually good at with double Sentinel.
Diving like that straight into a Sentinel setup just very quickly to mention feels crazy. Like, I got the idea from Koi Phoenix, and something else I noticed on the replay as well is that Zach actually tried to use his refract when he realized that he couldn't shoot Hoodie. So just the micro details there making a whole lot of difference.
Not only that, when you come into this next round, the buy is going to be missing 3 rifles at the most. I mean, maybe Pika could go light and buy a Bulldog, but it depends what you're most comfortable with. There is combinations to be had here, and if we see Koi able to pick up 1 orb, and maybe depending on where the spike plant goes, they could have 4 ultimates in this round, and I think that will be the real decider, and what Yaba will be talking about as the difference maker in this last round.
That goes there.
The Focus with their own ults can't dictate the play, the pacing of it at the very least. But just looking at the scorecard, both Sentinels towards the top side for the defense, and Zus starting to pick things back up with this operator. A scary prospect for Koi Phoenix, leading by 5 rounds to 2. And now staring at Focus with 5 rounds of their own, coming into the last one of the half. Drone in mid to kick things off. All it will do is locate that first Cypher trap, but there is plenty more Sentinel utility yet to be uncovered.
It's also identified where the op is not. It's not in mid, and Globex is going to hold on to that. Now, Koi need to be careful of the mains. I mean, Zus is towards B, but he is still an unknown for the attack side.
And look at Olazera's position in spawn as well. It looks random, but the reason why he's there is because it keeps the turret online. As long as Zus sees that the turret is up, he will know about this execution. Finally, the call is given. Focus looking to respond in main, and Hoodie, this mesh is going to reinforce.
Yeah, Zus
They're backed into the corner, they're stuck.
Yeah, they are, and if they go back, Zus is already taking that mid space, so Lockdown having to be invested. That was one of the ultimates that was lying in pocket. And well, here we go. Ultimates invested heavily. Focus are forced out of the site.
The only one left is from Zach. Further delay perhaps required here. Looking to invest it, and he will. 2 players coming in on the flank in the meantime. The help can't arrive quickly enough, but Focus seem to have dealt with this threat. Aloe getting some. Koi Phoenix fighting back through tree.
They are. Main space taken.
Oh, heaven.
It's the Sheriff instead that gets the value and the knife. 3 versus 2 towards Koi. And prime position to send this one home as the players on the dark side try to get out from main. Time is getting low, and Koi have everything they need to send this home. Advantage for the next half as Koi move on to the defense.
Just 2 rounds in it on our 3rd and final map. Another decider for Focus. Will it end in heartbreak? Or are they going to turn things around and win their first ever EMEA stage playoff game? That's what we'll find out very soon. Only 2 rounds separating the teams at half time. Not something that we've come used to in this series. Focus leading for the majority of it, but now Koi Fenix the ones that find themselves in front on that home straight. Defense starting off with Zach aggressive early, and it pays off for him. First kill up. Oh, Pika off the back of it. Immediate util play to kick off the pistol. Back-to-back wins in their opening rounds with the side switch. And that puts them on 8, Cairo, in a flawless fashion.
It feels rehearsed. The way the utility came in, the way the players were able to win out that main fight here. I mean, it comes through the support of the other players, the hinder, combined with the TO mollies. Everything about it was just spot on. And Koi now start their half off perfectly.
So many names to watch out for in Challengers. Stars which at times had faded, but picked up and put into the Fenix project. We have seen a fantastic second stage from them so far. At the very least, guaranteeing themselves a spot in the bronze medal places, the top 3 if they were to win this one. And taking away precious ascension points from Focus and all the rest in the process. You have to think, while it is a long campaign for each and every one of these teams in trying to make it to VCT, every little helps. And on this round, Focus have nothing to their name.
They don't, but they have map space, and they're starting to push towards CT, explore, push the issue. And Zach's the only one holding on to it. As he peeks out, he just misses out on Mystic, showing his presence, forces Focus into hitting this B site. And it's just Guardi with the Bulldog and 4 targets to try and hit, and he's only able to get 1.
Doing a thing.
Yes. That's the real upgrade, the Bulldog. Oh, Zach is wicked quick. Finds Mystic, 3-on-3, still a tenable position, but look at the site. Focus have battened down the hatches. All of the util is there.
What? How is that hit? Zach Kappa through the box. Remember, still has the refact. Tap of the spike, players forced out, and Zus needs to hit these shots. He now knows where both players are, but nothing is being hit, and that's going to be 9.
Zach once again. The way which he has combated his own personal struggles throughout this tournament, this stage, have been so pleasant to watch. This series, do or die, really stepping up for the rest of his team on an anti-eco as well, where Focus came in with nothing. They made it look difficult. They get away with the plant. It's all eyes on the next. Koi Fenix have won a few pistols. They've done well on their defender's side bonuses. They've won at least 1 so far. Could they possibly bag another through these 2 rifles?
I mean, that's where you would hope, if you're one of the Spanish fans, that of which there are many. Focus start this round off like they typically do, much slower, taking their time to explore the space. And Koi are backfilling it. Look at A main.
Yep. And B main as well. Olizera also pushed up, playing off the turret. Focus will take mid control as a reaction, but look, they forced control of the orb, and so Zach moves 1 step closer towards his convergent paths, the Waylay ultimate. Spike
I have
retrieved it the second time of asking from Tiles, and it is the A side of the map that Focus want to play into.
This is where the majority of players are for Koi. So when they do hit Go Focus, they've got a mighty stack to try and face up against. Instead, Zach, look at this. The timing's insane. He's found himself in wine.
How many can he possibly get? Committed to this position. Zach with his first. Saturate going in. A little space to dash away. And the salvos have finished off Mystic too. A fantastic site defense from Fenix. And the door closing means that Pika has his back covered. Still need to be looking at Lewis. A potential flank coming in from Heaven. And still Koi are not aware of this, but time is running low. Lewis out of options. Pika picking him off with a pistol. It's going to end flawlessly Unfortunately, not a single player goes down on the defense. And so Koi Fenix moved to double digits with Zus the only one left.
And it's pistols, so they're going hunting. Upgrades have been found, but Olizera's the one to pick it up. It's not only double digits and an almost flawless round, but it's a complete rout of any buy that Focus had.
Once again, seeing that util combo to take a main control, but the confidence in which Koi move into this area of the map makes you feel like they're the VCT veterans rather than the academy players hoping to graduate to the big stage later this year.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
The way they took the orb, put it onto Zach, Pika already has the Armageddon. It's Sheriffs that Focus will bring to this round, but yeah, you've got to wonder how many more ults will there be in the next. Well, Zach has to earn his.
Yeah, Olizera looking to earn his living, but I mean, you can never count out a Focus Sheriff. This is somewhat doable.
Oh, no.
And with that third kill, it gets a lot more worrying. I think that, I mean, if Koi want to win this, they'll probably have to invest ultimates.
Focus and Pistols, a story as old as the team itself. Pika has the Armageddon, Globex a full belt, as you say. But how much more cadence do you want to give to this? Credit! Oh, Pika peeking solo going down to Zus. It's only Globex.
I mean, it has been good for kills here and there, multi-kills, but won't even find it. A thrifty round for Focus, which will give them life on this attack.
Consistently referencing that KC game, Focus making a comeback from down at a round count of 4, 5-9. This was 5-10. But they have started to make moves in the right direction, and it comes through things like ecos, quick slip of the conscience. Olizera is so committed solo in B main there. It's risky play, it doesn't pay off, and you can see he's changed the setup this round. He's not going to do that again.
No. Pika looking to use the ultimate and force players to maybe come out of main. They're waiting for the contact to be taken, and then it's go.
Still diligently waiting for the turret to receive. He will. Lewis gets out, but the rest of the team has to fan forwards. Into Olizera they go in the site setup. Stun back from Pika. They are supported, but now it's just the captain left in backside. The rest of the forces waiting to arrive. The spike has been dropped in transition by Zach, and the ult will follow it through as Hoodie will be looking to do the same. But 4-on-3, Focus with numbers towards the site and a chance now to plant.
Yeah, the threat of the ultimate was enough to delay, but if Mystic gets caught here, it's so big for Koi.
TP's out, has time and information. Second teleport, Mystic even further under the archway. A difficult clear for Fenix to make, and it looks like only Guardi will be in position to go searching. Zach will trade him out. That might just be where the story ends on this round. Koi Fenix don't have all that much money, so it's between the former Chippy Chappers to chap on that door and lock Focus in. Still going for this. Zach over the top, not advised.
Nah, it is not at all. I mean, you talk about not a lot of money, there was not a lot of time either. They gave it their best effort, Rifle giving up. And it seems as if Globex is prioritising getting that operator back, which Zach, throughout this series, has shown his prowess on. 3 rounds is all that is left between these two, and the way that things are going, I don't imagine it'll be 3 for long.
This mid clear of Mystic, he just makes such a problem of himself to get routed out of position. I like the boldness of this play from Zach. The operator is saved, so it doesn't feel like too much of an investment. You can see Globex onto the SMG. Focus with a full buy. Looking like they're going to be playing another one of these default rounds.
They will. I mean, nearly caught off guard by the set play from the Teo ultimate. So maybe that's where the slowness is starting to come in. Like, guys, let's not get caught off by anything silly here. This is a must-win round because they know if they win, they'll probably break the buy of the defense.
Yeah, that's where things get interesting. Saturate spotted, and that should indicate that Zach is here behind it. They know that the operator was likely saved. As the refract is enabled towards the stairwell, he's gone out into the open. Forced to give it up, but Focus ready for this execution at a moment's notice. Gathered up in B, all 5 players.
Zach playing on the anti-flash angle, but it's a paranoia that hits him instead, and that's a big problem, as both players are being forced further back, and still stall comes through. Focus are being delayed, but they have stall of their own. And well, you see here, Guardi's trying to play in front of the line, and Focus are going to keep on going. They've got a 1-player advantage to try and convert this round, and they still haven't found Olizera as he dances between the angles. As the players drop in, he himself will be the one to be felled. And at this point...
There was no rotation, Cairo. These last 2 players are really late. I mean, is this even worth giving a go if you're Koi? We said the money was broken. Yeah, they're going to have to concede it.
Yeah, and it's totally respectful, to be honest, because as Focus now start to hit 8, that's a fair few rounds in a row that they're getting, and Koi need to stabilise in one way or another. So I'm wondering, does that come through a timeout? Do they wait another round after they get by the dodgy economy state? They need to have a think about how things are going, because after those first couple initial rounds, the first 3, it's been on Focus.
These last 2 players being hunted down on Koi Fenix's behalf now. Both of them in hell, looking to get burned by Focus. Full focus on clearing it out. They do it. Pardon the pun, it's Valorant with 3. And that's 3 rounds in a row now that they've managed to pick up. And I have to say, the big thing for me there is look how much time Olizera buys, and look how idle those last 2 players on A were. They thought there was still potential for a fake. They weren't sold on it being a B play.
Yeah, and I think that's because of Focus's style of play, with how slow that they play through the round. Back towards mid we go, priority pushed. Zach sold on towards top mid. That's a 3-stack moving into this angle. I'd make that 5.
5 players from Koi. Yeah, and they're going to keep fighting this out of the frying pan into the flames. Having to double down. Finally, results starting to come through Olizera. And with Zach in support, his ult is online. Mystic 1 versus 3, well within his wheelhouse, and plenty of time to digest the situation.
I mean, Mystic's been good for this before, and Zach is low, so first found. And the last 2 players on Koi's side are disconnected. Olizera's called for Pika to get closer so they can play off one another, but Pika's distracted by short.
Mystic should just be looking for the A main orb here, potentially, because if he picks that up, that's going to be his ult to retrieve the spike. Thinking more about the jewels now, as that drone's already headed his way. The salvo's expended by Pika. Playing inside of Mystic's smoke, he has 1 more, a flash, TP if he wants it, but still yet to invest.
Cover going out.
Still has a flash, time getting low, needs to get a move on now, needs to take these fights. Well, we're getting first.
Pika's picked up, and there you go. Mystic has his ultimate in finding that first kill.
Look how quick Olizera
is. Chasing him down though. He knows the game at hand. The plant to be made with seconds to spare. Barely enough bullets to get in through that door. Mystic trying to play a game which he just doesn't have time for. Lockdown is in. Olizera spams him out. A cool clutch from the Portuguese star. And he'll keep Koi Fenix in their lead and extend it.
That's it, and that's the most important part, keeping them in the game. And the fact that they get to 11, they're within touching distance of map and series point to knock out Focus, which feels like a much better performance considering last split, but it still ends up in a whimper considering what we expect of this dark side. We go once again, and this could be a big swing round.
Absolutely could. And I don't know, Focus still have money beneath them. They should be good for at least one more buy. But for Koi, it's about taking series point here on Ascent right at the end of the gauntlet. And to the mid-fights, they're going to go into the wishing well. It's an Oasis. 3 picked up. No response from Focus. Still silent in this area of the map. And as capable as they have been, their credentials spelling it out for you, Valorant and Mystic have a lot of work on their hands.
Creeping over their teammates' bodies, Globex and Pika have the angles that they need, and I think they've got an idea this is going to be short.
Pika stuck on the other side of the door, waits for it to slam shut before he makes the cross. But now Koi Fenix have Focus outnumbered. Mystic dragging the attention, Valorant seeing if he can get in behind. It drops the classic to break the glass, but still playing this together. Looks like the best odds that Focus have to try and move the needle. But Pika's picked up Aloe, and it's Focus onto Mystic in a 1v5. Flawless, they will finish it. Fenix up to 12. This is it, Cairo. Just one more round required for a changing of the guard, the Academy side, to move on to top 3.
And do you know what's most important about that round, Taza? Yeah. There was about 3 players on Koi that were on about 100 to 300 credits. If they had lost that, the next round would have been suspect, but they answer their critics. And now Focus feel as if their hand is forced, and they're walking into a 3-stack.
Focus have never done it the easy way. From their play-ins win to their accession to ascension, the long road is how they like it. Pika collecting early information. This is a B play. It is 5 players, 10 toes down on each and every one of them. Oh, coming in, and oh, Zach's managed to refract away from it.
He has, but look at Zus, he's just taken the site. He's just ran by all the players, pathing supreme. And well, that spike can go down easily enough.
Valorante's committed here towards market beyond that mesh, so Focus want to fight this aggressive. Koi Fenix still thinking it's worth giving it a go. 3 players that could take the money hit if they're able to do some damage here.
100%. Playing together, the utility to come back in, Aloe being cleared, and well, Focus have dipped off, not giving them the support. At least there's a trade from Lewis in main, so that's known about, and a late win condition to work through. Focus, they might not even need it at all, as Hoodie and the rest of the gang decide to fall on down on Globex. It will be Focus to keep themselves alive.
Give me those.
It's just about getting through it, man. I have to say, this win for Koi Fenix could certainly rattle some cages. The era of the super teams seems well behind us right now. But a new squad of young talent is just 1 round away. Silencing so many which would have said this just wasn't possible. They had established talent building this roster, they just needed it to be nurtured. And under Yaba's guidance, again they will look. A timeout taken to figure out what is it going to take to get us on the board one final time.
I mean, 100%. But I mean, there is also money for Focus to make sure that they have rifles all the way to the end here. There's ultimates for Koi to push things in their favour.
Sure. And that's what you've got to be looking at. The convergent paths from Zach Kappa. We haven't seen this in a while, but how many times at the start of the half were they finding value from those combos with the Teho towards A main? Focus will be thinking about this, and it actually looks like it's the area of the map that they want to challenge first. It's not going to be Zach over there. He's looking to walk this operator up B main. Could potentially give them a much bigger rotate later in the round.
Early utility being used. I wonder if Pika in the back of his mind is thinking, I want that orb, I want my ultimate online, because that would be big combos that Koi would have for the retake. Convergent plus the Armageddon.
Sure. But we saw them go for it before, but that's when Pika had support. This time, he's by himself, has the drone, And he's going to need the stun, really, to slow this one down because it's come to a head. Hoodie's traded him, and Focus look bound to execute this ace side.
That they do. The stall used through the breach bomb. I mean, we're seeing the annihilation used. That's been wasted, and Spike going down. Focus looking to invest utility to delay the retake or any flood to come back through.
It's all of Hoodie's util that you're falling back on, but here is the ult from Koi Fenix. Built up over the last few, they'll go in a man down.
That they will. Mystic's the one caught. Your boy Lewis actually finding himself stunned up here as Globex isn't going to clear him. He's got his back to him, and well, Lewis is looking towards shot. Holds for VALORANT, and Hoodie getting one from hell. Focus reach double digits, and this one once again is going to get close.
We said Koi Fenix have to dare to dream and have to take a risk at some point if they want to win this game. You saw the ult invested, but it was a real slow pace that they re-hit the site. Hoodie had the sonic sensors placed. You're walking into double sentinel utility again. I have to remind, Zach's not going to have the op this time, but the judge, as Focus continue to play these rounds 4-1 with Alorante away from the pack.
Yeah, it's always funny, the Koi fandom, they have this term, it's like, oh my god, I'm beginning to believe again. I think it was popularised last year, but my god, you've always got to believe in the young guns, the Phoenix. They always seem to rise from the ashes, and Zach, unfortunately, is the one burned here. Zos, no way of getting health back. But Olizera, a way to find that judge.
Yeah, finders keepers. The space reinforced, and Olizera right now telling the rest of his team, gamble on A. That's about all we've got. 3 sheriffs. Pika has the ult if it gets cagey towards the late round. But Focus are going to thread the needle back in the direction of B. Main the only space that they might struggle to take. Mystic's going to be walking into Olizera there and requires the rest of his team to help out, and they will.
Yeah, identified them. And if as they try and crunch in, it'll be easily dealt with. That judge at range does not find the value, and it's now 3 sheriffs to try and find a way back in.
Koi Fenix will just be seeing how many Focus players they can pick up on the way out. And most importantly, get Guardi some kind of kill involvement. He's one off the Rolling Thunder. That's the biggest thing for them looking forwards. Focus not really close to any ults right now. Something on the back of your mind at this point in time.
Well, Pika is the one to get the first kill involvement as they find Zus out. Players still looking for a way back in. These sheriffs obviously have to make a go of it, and in a 3 versus 4, you don't hate it. Mystic about to be cleared in main, although not found out. The rest of the sheriffs will. And well, as they try and get onto site, Focus finish out the round. We are within 1. 24 rounds of regulation is what's required. And well, there's no other way to decide this series, it seems.
I don't think you'd have it any other way either. Focus have fought valiantly to stay in this, down at a margin of 5 rounds, as they have been so many times throughout this tournament. But the first that we really see it in this series, Lotus, they led, failed to convert it and bring that map home of their own selection into Haven. Another 9-3 half. One worse than they did on the previous, but still a laboured affair, and here, not the first and maybe not the last time we're going to see a Koi Fenix map point. This one for the series, they've built up some important ultimates. The end of the round there gives Guardi the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, from looking at these player positions before the barrier, it seems as if it's just going to be the same setup from the defense again.
The only thing about that last round, though, is you remember that they committed Olizera in front of B main. He was easily cleared out in the end. Not easily, I mean, it was a little bit of a scrap in the end. But most importantly for me, it's about getting Zach onto the deep lane, and then you can commit towards either the A side or commit more bodies to mid.
Pika thinking about using this ult almost immediately. I mean, with how the space is, any player caught there shouldn't be able to escape. They would have to push into Globex. But Focus play this so slow. They don't want to risk losing out on this opportunity to take home an EMEA stage win in the playoffs. They went out in straight sets the first time of asking. The second, they've brought it right down to the wire. But as this round drags on, it's only going to favor Koi Fenix and these ults, which they continue to hang on to.
Ooh, lucky
and that's a warning for Pika.
That is. Lucky to escape with his life, and Pika is a really important component in the round because of his ultimate. Zus had a rifle deposited back, and Pika's been a bit early here in terms of committing his. You'd rather keep that for a retake, but instead that's not the case. Focus can go where they want.
Oh, they're going to invest both ults to this mid-fight, but the uptake is so slow. Zero capitalization, and we get down to crunch time. Focus need to work on the execute. It's through Zus that they're going to start to move on in. It's only Olizera really here. Needs Zach to hold on to main, and he's done it this time. Zach is back. The Cabra has arrived. Llega la Cabra as time is running out. Koi Fenix to bring it over the line. Olizera, the one to hammer it home. There's no time left. They've done it. And with that, the Koicitos can get excited again. While it won't be the darkest day in DAC just yet, I have to say, Cairo, with the wait to go to playoffs, carrying on to take a win in this stage of composition against an academy team as well, I have to say, it's just so frustrating.
I would have to 100% agree, Hazza, because we've said it many times throughout this series about the expectations of Focus from their own region, from everyone else. This is a team built to win Ascension or even make the grand final. They haven't even shown us that they're capable of reaching an EMEA Challengers grand final yet, or even just a win. The simplest of things. It's a very frustrating evening for Focus. And well, I mean, we look towards EMEA Challengers 3 for their improvement next time round.
It's a conversation that you and I both had. Focus succeeding in this competition is for the betterment of the scene as a whole, I think. You know, teams with big investment doing well, returning on that. I mean, sure, the expectation is that they qualify to these events and make playoffs. They've been able to do that twice in a row, but still searching that ever-elusive win. And for Koi Fenix, they can be very happy with how they performed. At the very least now, they've guaranteed themselves an appearance in that lower final in a best of 5 to test what it is that their map pool is going to look like. And any steps further from here, I say, is an improvement on what has already been a stage to remember for them. We're going to head over to the analysts now to break it all down and hopefully hear from some of the players as well on what is a very well-deserved victory for Koi.
Movistar Koi Fenix, the first seed of Spain, make it to the top 3 of Challengers EMEA and deny Focus the chance to improve the score of the previous split. MP, that's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. At the end of that last round, it felt like the Armageddon, the Rolling Thunder, it came through a bit too early. But no, it was all in a plan of Pika. That was delay enough to win out that last round. And that came so close. But in the end, it's Koi Fenix to take it out. What an impressive run from this academy team. And I think Cairo highlighted this multiple times that this is an academy team. They cannot go to Ascension. They cannot go to VCT. They are here for experience, but they are absolutely exceeding all of the expectations that we had from them.
They're here to deny spots from others, man.
Yes.
They're here to prove themselves as individuals. These could potentially be the stars of the future. And let me tell you, they've shown that they definitely can be, right? We've already seen Monster be promoted to the main roster, right? And so many of these players have showed up that, you know, maybe we see some more mid-split changes.
Could definitely be. I think that's one of the most brilliant ways that these academy teams works. You can promote one of your academy players to the main roster if needed, and we'll seen that already. Obviously, we have an interview with a player that came for Monster's promotion slot. And Pavlos, I think you have a few questions before I join.
Yeah, I do. Globex, welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations on your win. I just want to hear it from your perspective, man. How did that game go in your eyes?
Honestly, my heart is still beating. Like, I'm not gonna lie, all of the games were so close. Like, especially the first one, we started off 2-10. I think I was going like 0-9. I was like, my heart was beating. I was so nervous, obviously, but yeah, we actually managed to come back it, making the 15-13. I mean, after that, our confidence just shot up because we got map 1, we only need to win one more map and we got the series. But yeah. I mean, yeah.
Absolutely. And I mean, the one map that Lotus, that you kind of opened up there, obviously it was a rough map in terms of the individual for you, but then you came in with an incredibly important round with that 4K, basically just winning out that map. How does it feel to be such an important piece of this roster?
I mean, honestly, when I got that 1v4 clutch, I was like, wait, I'm actually doing something now. Let's go. I actually had an impact in the game. So that made me really happy. And of course, I'm such a big confidence player that it just, it helped me so much. But yeah.
I mean, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Obviously, you are new to the team, your integration to your team. We kind of had the interview with Pika and he said that you did most of the work with Yaba. So I kind of want to hear it from your perspective. How much have you learned in such a short time, and how were you able to pull off this move in stepping in the shoes of Monster, who is an incredible player as well?
Honestly, there was so much I had to learn. I had to learn all of the game strategy and stuff, some of the strats to do. Even now, even in the games, sometimes I'm like, oh wait, I remember he taught me one thing a week ago, and I was like, okay, let me do it, but there's so much still that I have to learn, so I think it'll be hard still from here. But
yeah, it's kind of like back to school, right? Like studying for a test. There's so much to learn, I imagine. But yeah, a final question from me as well. Don't want to keep too much of your time here. Talk to me about the pre-match plans, right? Coming into this series against Focus. Okay, sure, without revealing too much, I'm sure you don't run into to show your strat book, but in what ways were you hoping to counter Focus today?
I mean, honestly, just the basic VOD reviewing the enemy team, seeing what they do and stuff, and trying to play mind games, seeing what they will and won't do. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, great to have you on the broadcast. Welcome to Challengers EMEA overall, but also best of luck for your next fight. Best of 5 required for you to potentially make it into the grand final. Any one of the teams that you'd rather face here? EP, BBL Pacific? Which one?
Honestly, BBL Pacific was so good that I want to rematch and try to get revenge on them, hopefully. Yeah.
Love that. Again, thanks for joining us, man, and best of luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Congrats.
All right, that was a insightful interview. Like you said, there was a lot required for him to learn in a matter of a week to be ready for this tournament.
He's been filling those shoes of Monster, or how you said, he kind of ripped through those shoes already. And it is amazing what he has been able to do in the Challengers EMEA tournament already. He hasn't even gotten to play in his own region quite yet, and he's making waves here, which to me is insanely strong showing from Globex. And I mean, maybe there could be another roster move coming soon. I don't want to jump into any conclusions, but Globex would definitely be one of those players that are in my sights in terms of if I'm a VCT team.
Well, there is a round that you requested to break down here, MP, and I imagine it is round 20, I hear?
Yeah, and I think this was a brilliant round showing of how the mid-rounding of the defensive side actually works for the Movistar Koi Phoenix. They give out this mid space early on. They kind of don't give any pressure for Focus at the start, but then they absolutely trap this mid with full-on utility. Go find all of those 3 picks, and VALORANT and Mystic are like, what just happened? Our whole team is dead. They are left in mid without any support, and that was a beautiful play from Movistar Koi Phoenix. When we talk about Focus, I already highlighted their split, these set plays, but I would love seeing that Koi Phoenix actually had those in store as well.
Indeed, indeed. A triple mapper, right? Nearly overtime on 2 of the maps, right? We had it on the first one and a third one to potentially make us go there as well. And look, this was a close endeavor. By all means, Focus did give us a good fight. They were a really strong contender, but there were some moments from this Movistar Koi Fenix team that just showed maturity, right? As if they were the most experienced team.
Yeah, and to me, Zach Kappa, especially on that last map, I wouldn't even title that maturity, but confidence going through with that Marshall, finding a lot of picks and fighting against a player like Sus, who isn't easy to fight against, especially when he has an operator. Zach Kappa, it felt like he didn't have any fear. Sure, he lost quite a lot of entry duels in that Ascent, but I think that's already brilliant when you have Waylay who's pushing in, who has 16 entry duels in 24 rounds. That, to me, is everything your duelist needs to do.
Sure. Well, the next match of today, folks, is one for the upper bracket. The one match that would determine whether it's going to be Enterprise or it's going to be BBL Pacific to make themselves the first team to make it into the grand final, right? Get themselves that first ticket, which gives them 2 bans, which is massive, by the way, and could potentially give them the maximum amount of points when it comes to Ascension points here in Challengers EMEA Split 2. Things have only just gotten started, and let's see if Enterprise have what it takes to finally be a team to take down BBL Pacific. We'll be finding out shortly, right after this.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
time for the upper bracket final, the match that will give one of these next teams a ticket to that last match into the top two of competition here at Challengers EMEA. It's between BBL Pacific versus Enterprise Esports. Some would describe this as a rivalry that hasn't even started.
I think you're right there, especially when we listened to Domo's interview and he was giving some harsh words there to BBL Pacific. It felt like there's some history behind them, but it has only been one game. Obviously, Domo saying that BBL Pacific, they need to thank Loita for winning that game. Obviously, 3-4Ks during that Haven was incredible, but this is a different time. This is a different BBL Pacific. Sure, Enterprise Esports, they have improved as well. They have a new coach of Alex, but I still think BBL Pacific, they are a step ahead.
They are. Every match they've played so far has illustrated they are just miles apart from the rest of the field, right? You take into consideration the last match that they played against a team that we just saw win, by the way, Movistar Koi Phoenix, and it was still a complete, disaster for the opposing side, right? They couldn't get a grasp over this game. And the thing is, BBL Pacific are so smart in so many different ways, right? Their macro is impressive, but the pace in which they play, right, is the troubling part. And the fact that they can switch from that pace so many times is so hard to deal with. So these guys, since last year, sure, we've had a change this year. Sure, like you said, we've had that extra addition has kind of upgraded this team in a way. BBL Pacific have just been on a completely different level, and it's up to all the other teams to try and catch up.
Yeah, and I love the addition of Larok being able to play that Neon. I think it was wonderful seeing against Koi Phoenix. And I think you highlighted it perfectly. BBL Pacific, they are incredible. They are on another level. And maturity, I think, is what comes in that. Obviously, their age in terms of maturity is 19.8 average age.
Yeah.
Which, in terms of when we talk maturity, it doesn't really make sense, but it shows on the server. They play Valorant so well. All of the duels that they take are one of the best duels that they could ever make. Like I said, one of the players takes the first contact, kind of brings the attention to him, and then there's another player to play off of that contact. On the other side, we have Enterprise Esports.
Indeed. As much as we can talk about BBL Pacific for days, I think we could do the same thing for Enterprise, right? A lot of big names on this team, a lot of expectations on their shoulders from the first split as well, but they did end up not really doing too well regionally, so had bad seeding, and therefore ended up in the same group as BBL Pacific and couldn't make it out. And even though we had a match that was close there and so on and so forth, a couple of the BBL Pacific players said maybe Enterprise would have been, the biggest contender to them if they did make it out into playoffs. But of course, only one from per group can make it. They would have potentially been the kryptonite. But we haven't had that chance yet, but now we do, right? Now we do. We've got world champ material as well as top tier players to try and make this work. But MP, let's look at a little bit of the specifics. The answers for both of these teams, and it feels like it's down to the Sentinels lately, right? Both Kreven and Killers seem to be the biggest difference makers of their squads.
Absolutely. Kreven has been a crucial part of this team, and we even heard it from Rose during the first stage that the roster move has doubled their strength. He is the best Sentinel in Turkey. Rose said that, quote unquote. And Kreven's info from the other side of the map is so good that Rose can fully rely on it in his IGLing. Kreven finds the timings well and knows exactly when to lurk around. For Killes, I think he has had the best performance of his life throughout this tournament and throughout the season. I think he's on the best form, obviously putting up numbers, finding really confident plays on the server. I think maybe previously in Ascent he was maybe overshadowed by seeing it getting a lot of plays, a lot of praise as well, but he's been a monster on the server now.
I'll tell you what, he wasn't that overshadowed because he got the most clutches of that series, 6 in total, where 3 of them were 1v3. So you're right in saying Killers is in a good form, maybe world champion form again, Killers. We'll see. It is a little bit of a different tournament, right? You're not quite competing against the best of the teams in the world, but best teams in EMEA for sure, especially from their regional leagues. We've jumped into the veto though. Let's start that discussion. Enterprise going for that Haven pick first. and obviously coming out with a ban of Pearl and Ascent, BBL Pacific jumping in with the Lotus. I feel like we're going for each team's strength so far, right? No real counters to be shown yet.
Yeah, and what I love from this map video is that BBL Pacific, I think they have the advantage. Previously, that these teams were put against each other. Fracture was still in pool, and that was the only map that actually Enterprise Esports were able to take 13 for sure. It's not in the pool anymore. So maybe that helps BBL Pacific even more. Haven Lotus split. It's a kind of classic already. Classic map over here.
Indeed, indeed. It is indeed a yak situation. The only map that Enterprise has been able to win, like you said, was on Fracture. But indeed, they'll have to rely Haven Lotus on Split to make that work. And it's hard to pick a good map against BBL Pacific when they win on basically every single one. They haven't dropped a single map this entire tournament. Sure, a few locally. Sure, in the grand finals of the previous iteration of Challengers EMEA. Sure, some regionally again before. But when it came to this stage, they have been on top.
Yeah, and Haven has been one of the better maps that they have. Only one loss throughout this whole year out of 18 games. Sure, on the other hand, for Enterprise Esports, they have a decent record as well, 77% win rate. Out of 13 games, they have won 10, and they haven't gotten a loss in a very long time in Haven. I think, if something, BBL Pacific could be one of those teams that they will take that win and put Enterprise Esports on their back foot. The previous loss Enterprise Esports actually had in Haven was against BBL Pacific, so could it be a repeat?
Could be. One real question, quick question as well, MP, before we throw this one over to the casters and get the game going. What is one thing Enterprise need to do correct here to make sure they have their best chances to beat BBL Pacific today? You know, are there some individual that need to step up? Is there a type of style they need to approach?
You can't have individual against BBL Pacific. You have to have team cohesion. You have to have that synergy. Duels have to be on point, and trades have to be on point.
Well, we are ready to throw this one over to the casters. Hazard and Cairo take this one away. It looks like it'll be a fun one.
Oh, don't you know it, Pavlos? We've got the rematch that everybody, at least on the Northeast contingent, was looking towards since that first stage of Challengers EMEA. The only team outside of Turkey to take a map away from your former champions, and now they sit against them in that upper bracket final.
This is the rematch of all rematches, right? Because I think this really decides if Enterprise are going to be the challengers that we expect them to be against BBL Pacific, or if it's going to be back to the drawing board, if they have another split to try and come back against it. It's like the challenger to the king goes away, comes back from exile, and let's see if they have the strength to put up against the best that Tier 2 has to offer.
Kicking things off on Haven, it's the same map which that group stage series ended off on last time. Enterprise on their attack side, not quite able to pull it together. It was a loiter masterclass as cited by Domer, and he's the first player to get tested here. Quick trade inside the smoke of position. Comeback reinforces it though, and the rest of Enterprise are nowhere to be seen. They are hot on the heels of A.
They are, but they're moving into Kreven's setup, and he's in short.
This camera watches both chokes, and as soon as that first player is spotted, oh, Kreven brought off the line, but right back in. Wins his fight onto Zeke, the stun in support. He gets the second as well. It's brilliant work from Kreven, and it has brought this execution down to a crawl, down to just Killers. Pavlos was referencing that clutch stat on the desk. Few 1v3s in there, but this a 1 versus 4, and up against the best that our region has to offer.
The thing about this is how BBL take note and slow things down, playing together. You can see Rose is holding on to the back lines in case Killes goes for
30 seconds left.
an entry through CT, but the pack is ready to go.
There's a stun prepared, and you can see comeback ready to activate from it. Killes wants a clean kill, but instead it's his death which will be received. BBL Pacific on the board first on Haven. Their defense picks up right where it left off from last stage against Enterprise.
That it does. The other thing to note is the fact that what everyone's been talking about, Doma's interview. Something I want to talk about, Hazza, is the fact that it could be a possibility that Enterprise have poked the bear. These are young kids that love to prove people wrong.
Yep.
They did it last year in Ascension. They've done it all throughout this year. That they are and confirmed to be the best. Enterprise, sometimes it's best to keep your mouth shut before you go up against the Kings.
I think Enterprise are always willing to engage in that battle though. Exchange verbals. They were shooting the Pacific bodies the last time these two faced, and Pacific players said that was the motivation they needed to launch the comeback, which they ended up converting. Taking a step back as Enterprise are just on Classics in this round as well, is that they're another returning face. BBL Pacific, of course, the only back-to-back champions which enter this tournament, but Enterprise, one of only 4 rosters which came in to both stages, and now they're one of only 2 that remain.
Loiter, who has been very good at holding his own from time to time, needs to be careful here. Because if he is found out... Oh, okay. No way. Just as simple as that. He's not even seen a single player yet, but he's found 3 kills. I was going to say he needs to be careful he doesn't get overrun. I mean, what am I saying? It's Loiter.
Yeah. So many times we get that reality check, and so many more, I hope. Watching Pacific play is always entertaining, and there you go. That's the start of that war of attrition that we're talking about. Not just what goes on inside the server, but those external factors which Enterprise want to try and play into. Starkey's recovered a rifle. Maybe in his best interests to go down here, as a Guardian isn't going to be the best choice for him. It's into Loiter. He's going to get 1, but Loiter's found 4, and that's BBL Pacific with a comfortable second.
BBL Pacific giving it back. 2 rifles lost, which is decent damage from Enterprise.
30 seconds left.
BBL just showing themselves as how good they can actually be when they need to turn on the style.
I need this.
I tell you what, this is a game that I would love to see in Ascension at the end of the year as well.
Yeah.
We've had the promise that it would be on LAN, and I want to see them shouting across the stage. Gone are the days where we're giving out banning orders for teabagging, man. Come on, I love it. I absolutely love it. And Comeback kicking off this round is looking to restore some order to A lobby. Enterprise playing very slow. It's that same strat book we've seen so many times. Slow pace, scaling towards a site. Although this time, they've only left Yash there.
Yeah, true. It's also Loiter, who's walked all the way up C and has a long line of sight. Needs to be careful because Zeke's on the other end.
Loiter backpedaling is gonna catch him. Zeke removed. And now Starkey left with the pack to try and mid-round this successfully. Yash is still out on A long, but he's been spotted right by the skin of Rose's teeth. The drone catching wind of him. Loiter emptying his utility belt to stop the C push coming in. Coming up to the 30-second mark, Enterprise have to make a commitment.
Well, they do, and it seems to be towards A, but remember, 3 players are sitting, well, 2 on site, 1 in close proximity.
Well, Yash has now given the game up. It's going to be a B finish instead.
30 seconds
We do
left.
hit 30 seconds, and finally Enterprise making their way through a choke point. In the belly of the beast, they're going to need a bit more space than just this. So much patience from Pacific at the same margin, giving respect to their opponents, and we move to this situation with the attackers a man down.
How does Enterprise bring this back? Because Pacific are ready to go very quickly.
Stun goes in, caught backside. Killes looking the wrong way, and Comeback will capitalize. 2 from the young gun. Doma trying his best to restore order, but Yash has to give up the ghost. The round is done. The bonus for BBL Pacific, and just like that, the retake is a success.
I mean, it's incredible to watch them play this game because every single time it's so impressive. I've seen on multiple threads, whether it be on Twitter, VLR, Reddit, all talking about would this team be able to go and fight for international spots if they were to play in EMEA. I would not be surprised if it was the case.
At the very least, a playoff team, right? You'd think that.
Yeah.
I mean, usually the Ascension candidate #1, whoever that is, year to year, whether it's Apex or Pacific, the conversation is held, and we're just going to have to shelve that one for now because Yash has put Comeback out of action. Another big bit of discourse going on the socials right now is how are BBL Pacific going to play without him? And we'll get a little bit of a look at that on this round.
I mean, I don't think this team is Team Comeback. There's 5 individuals in the server that pop up time and time again. Reclaim towards 8.
Take flight.
Pacific know that it shouldn't be towards here.
Yeah. Enterprise have caught brilliant timing though, because BBL Pacific, proactive reclear, took the mid space, and only then do Enterprise start to settle into it. In saying that, this looks like a potential... I was going to say C-fake with both initiators, but this is just Yash trying to go Scorched Earth policy, 10 points of health, see how much damage he can do on A, and fake it out.
Yeah, but if he goes, I think this just gives the game up. The players know that he's here, and he's been caught out, trying to get away. Does so successfully. It's only bought a bit of extra time, but remember, when this spike starts to go down, there's still a Cypher cam.
Now it gets the tag, has info on the players. How do Enterprise want to try and set this up? Loiter is still in action, so it has to be on the site. That's where they'll look to brawl. Still flashes on both Doma and Starkey.
As they come back in, Zeke is the first one to take contact, and Loiter has got 2. Still a deficit in which they need to work, and well, LaRock having to try and clutch will give away the round to Enterprise, so they get their first after 4.
And immediately responding to that bonus.
Yeah. I was going to say, Compact's immediately bought the op as well after that last round.
Yeah, that's another head-to-head that we want to look at between him and Yash. I think a lot of the conversation always stemming around Comeback being such a provider for BBL Pacific, the same way that you're seeing Loiter having a preferred opponent in Enterprise. We know how much he popped off last time and already 7 kills deep. But without that attack op, it's Rifles that have got to go heading into him.
And he's forced to play...
17-year-old sniper in hand behind the smoke.
It's the fact he's forced at close range at the minute, feeling the pressure. Rose is there to re-clear him back onto the angle if it's needed, but instead Comeback will just obviously peek out. Has the overdrive as well to fight out. And I found this interesting. Enterprise very happy to play as a 4, but it's Yash that's been the lot consistently throughout this map so far.
Another round where he finds himself detached. The question is, this time, do they recommit to this position? It doesn't look like it would be the case, as you did have Zeke floating around C long as well. But to the next lane they go, it's B this time, and as you say, Comeback's ult just allows him to sow chaos later into the round, and you go into B, it's a trash compactor. Things could get so messy. They're heading to his op instead, and Yash has him killed.
Yeah, and now the gap close comes in, right? Starkey's ulting in. We still have Yash's dash, and Rose just trying to look his way through and find an off angle.
BBL Pacific have 3 players on the site already though. Enterprise so slow on the uptake. 10 seconds or less once that spike plant comes through. They need to win these duels. And Rose is just going to hang on for Larok to ace it out. The 17-year-old sending them to a 4th. And Enterprise with a moment's hesitation opening the door to another defeat.
I mean, the thing is, Yash does so well to gain the advantage, but it's the uptake. I was expecting Yash to immediately dash into site and take the space for his own, but he didn't know if the site was free. It would have been a gamble, but a correct one. And sometimes against a team like Pacific, you need to take a gamble.
Larok already got revenge for his best friend Echo from ULF, who were dismissed in the group stage by Koi Phoenix. And here, it's to find the double over Enterprise, this time in a playoff stage. Damage already on Yash. He'll struggle to open up the round as he did on the previous. But there are 4 players in hot pursuit of this A site, up close, come back this time, and Rose right behind him. Standard procedure for BBL Pacific here. Enterprise would love a little bit more damage. It may just be hard pressed to find it. Larok has this one under wraps. That's now 5 for BBL Pacific as that lead continues to grow.
Enterprise just feel as if they're having their playbook read out by Pacific. Rose is licking his fingers and scrolling through the pages. All right, this is exactly where they're going to go. Let's stack this side and punish them. And it's not only that, right? Like, when you think of the past couple of matches, like the Focus versus Koi and going further back in this tournament, you see the players like panic and miss shots. I think I've only seen like 1 or 2 players miss like sprays. It's incredible how good these players are mechanically.
Yeah, a lot of that put down to the routine. Loiter, someone known for it, and with Larok by his side, just feels invincible. In and out of mid as quick as you like. Kreven trying to get some information here. He does, and Starkey is just so careless not to clear him. Zeke will be able to retaliate, but look, this is the gun round, and BBL Pacific are making it their own. Comeback's picked up another kill, and he's already waiting in window for killers. Zeke clearing with the drone. That is punishment, just about, but still cut very fine for what the situation is.
In the meantime, Rose gets his ultimate online, the Hunter's Fury. And Pacific are still one player to the good, but it is just one player to the good, that through Larok. And now the information comes through to Enterprise, and they can set up exactly what they want to do to get this spike down.
This round is a huge opportunity for Enterprise as well, because Pacific should have had this one dealt with. No questions asked. A slight overheat perhaps could cost them. Larok is low. He should be the first player in, looking to trade off him. Zeke and Killers divide and conquer. They've split up, given away the site as they know that ult should be coming in.
Should be, but it's not. BBL Pacific decide against it, and they'll get control of the spike early. Is this a mistake from Enterprise?
Or just an opportunity for Zeke. The defuse starts to get worked on. Killers has to cover this. Players lining up. If that spray combines, he could have had both. But instead, Enterprise walk away empty-handed. Nothing taken from the 2 versus 3. And that lead will continue to grow for their opponents.
And when does it stop? That's the question. Enterprise calling a timeout. This is when we'll get at least a stop and play. I don't even know, like, how do you stop Enterprise, how do you stop Pacific? That's the question. I mean, this is so nice to body block from Loiter. Yeah, the players on Pacific feel so well drilled, and for those at home that don't realise, the main core of this team have been together for what feels like nearly 2 years now, probably 2 years once we get past the Ascension mark. And that just shows you like how well drilled they're going to be, how well they're going to play off one another. It feels almost like, how would you put it, like psychological, right? Like the way they're able to play off one another. I think that's the wrong word. What am I thinking of? Psychic.
Yeah, I would hope so. A medium combining all of them.
I need this.
Their love for chai, perhaps. I saw from one of the vlogs that Larok is putting 8 sugars in his tea. Don't know what that's about, but whatever works for him, because right now, 11-1.
Brother, at that point, just get yourself a Coke.
That's what you'd think. But Alexar has spoken to his players, the new coach for this event for Enterprise. Already so much trust placed in him. Will he have read into comeback here with the Outlaw? You feel like they should have. But even if you do, what can you do to stop him? The answer is nothing here. It's a double entry with 2 bullets delivered. The round is almost reset.
Oh, that's not a reset at all. That's an avenue in which Enterprise can try and grow into something. But you think that for a moment, right? You think you've got peace, but BBL Pacific never give you that. And Comeback's looking to push the issue even more as he's all the way up A still. And Rose looking to join towards Larocque here.
Larocque is by himself for now, though, and yeah, Zeke's found him. That's a gun in his hands, potentially to be picked up. Still the spike plant to be accounted for. And Comeback, maintaining this flank, confident as ever.
Killers needs to be careful of Rose. He's picked up this position a few times. He is low, and well, Killers will have no health whatsoever. Zeke gets the trade out, has the spike in his pocket to get him into post. It will have to be a big round from the captain to send this one over.
Hesitant on the plant, but he gets it in. Both players from spawn, 2v1.
Yeah, wow, the stun's already there, mate.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. 4 on the round for Comeback, as is expected. I said captain, Zeke is actually Starkey, but I mean a player of his quality you would expect to be the captain, and he's just not shown it there.
Club captain in some ways. It was on him that this project was initially built. The previous in-game leader before Starkey came in, now taking a lot of the responsibilities. Zeke's own words, he saved my ass. So I think that's what we want to see now. Some well-called rounds to bring them back into it. They had the timeout with Alexar. That's now coming into this gun round. A coach who was active in APAC, much like Legia, another German taking his place. He said the other day how instantaneously this team trusted him to help them out. Could he have the remedy on this round?
Loiter has been forced off the angle, and BBL Pacific regressed their control on A, and I think Creven's even starting to move over, and you can see it, just the way that the team moved together. That's Larocque enforcing the A site as Creven picks up B.
Comeback is tagged and forced to bail from the situation. C-Long. Bino back on a fresh angle. BBL Pacific, they actually want to regroup Garage here and take a fight somewhere else. No, it's only Creven. Comeback still watching on to B, but that's the confidence that sets them up, and Creven's looking for a second.
He is. I mean, he can backfill into Garage, and that's big space to control if you're the defense. Spike goes down, and there's 5 bodies ready to flood back in for Pacific.
Both initiator ults, Enterprise needing to fight towards spawn, but instead they go traded through it. Hunter's Fury, no value for the attack, it's the defense instead, which converge on position. Enterprise cornered, stuck on the site. Kills back from Killers and Zeke. Only 1 player left, but Creven and Rose will clean up. Brought down to a fine Ash. It's 8-1 now in BBL Pacific's favor.
I mean, that's it. I don't know what else the Enterprise need to do here, because they're getting onto the sites and they're finding gaps in the play. But when it comes to these gunfights, it always feels as if Pacific are favoured, no matter what's taken, no matter even if you find them off guard. Most of these rounds are finishing with 3 or 4 players alive.
Enterprise do still have a couple of ults to bring to the table to offer us something to a round which could really do with a cash injection. Yash has already drawn his jet knives. So Creven once again solely responsible for this entire left-hand side, the B and C site. He got 2 headshots onto different players last time out. There's only Killers there for now.
Waiting for the players to peek in. That's a lovely flash to set it up. And again, it's more the team cohesion, just as well as the individuals.
Huge kill from Comeback.
Revealing area.
C site is going to be left fairly vacant here, so Enterprise should be able to find a way in. Creven would be a madman to try and send himself into the C backside here solo.
30 seconds left.
Yash still with Blades, and Enterprise with a little bit of room. Garage is left completely open. They want to take this duel head on.
That they do. A couple of blades fire away, and it's actually the Stinger that ends up picking up the kill with the utility fired back. Comeback with a Phantom in his hands. The retake gets underway. Yash's blades doing the work, but I mean, at the end of the day, whenever you think there's a chance, it gets snatched away. It's like taking candy from a baby, and it's the boys with the baby faces that are doing it.
Exactly that. 10 rounds played, majority of them with BBL Pacific. Converting their bonus, Enterprise responding once, and now 6 in a row to put them in this position. Individual exhibition, Yash putting it on display, but I mean, it's a hit and hope at this point in time. They need these last couple of rounds to make this look doable. This is Enterprise's pick. You go to Lotus next, a map which they only just seem to have figured out. The loser of this, the winner even, both teams going to a best of 5 to be played in the coming days. That map pool is so important, and being exposed like this on an undefeated selection for the attack so far is not a great place to be.
Yeah, you say it's an undefeated selection for Enterprise, right? But BBL Pacific have had 1 loss on it, and that was not even in Challengers EMEA. That was in the regular season for Turkey.
Yeah, back in stage 1.
Yeah, what's the run like? 17 wins out of 18?
It's 11, 12 maps in a row at this point. Looking to be another one here. Haven't taken a loss since that point in time. And now onto the C site. Yash making a mess, causing chaos. That's exactly what Enterprise need. BBL Pacific thrive in these positions though, not when they're making plays individualistic as what we've just seen. Enterprise finally starting to get a rein on things, but it's the last couple of rounds they're looking to rein in. A bare minimum right now.
There's no way he can clutch this, right?
You wouldn't think it to be possible. And with Yash having an op in his hands, not going to happen. Definitely something to think about for that defender's side. But like, this is the problem, Cairo. When you've only got 2 rounds, there's no room for error. You're not going to have enough time to build up an op. Either someone's without a gun in an important round that you need to win, saving up to try and get it in the next, or it's too many rounds that you're just not expecting.
Yeah, I would agree. My only kind of asterisk to the way that things have been going so far in this matchup is that Enterprise are much better on the defense, funnily enough, especially on Haven. So perhaps there's a comeback story there.
I was wondering, are they BBL Pacific good? Because Loiter calls for the utility, the stun dumped in the sewers, and it'll send Starkey downstream. Opening pick for the defense, helps out this A site hold as Enterprise have doubled down on it, this time with numbers.
Yash is up, looking to re-clear out. The drone takes the contact though, and well, off the back of it, breach out ripped. And Yash just flashed out. The utility always seems to be on point. And as the players try to come out the smoke, BBL Pacific just hold on. And they do so successfully, as they do every single time. And with Zeke with nowhere to go, but still down the barrel of double digits, BBL Pacific will end this round flawlessly.
Switching sides.
I don't know how many dominant halves on defender's side we're going to see today, Cairo, but BBL Pacific picking up another one of them, this on their opponent's map pick. The last map of the grand final domestically, and they seem to have brought similar form here. That one went down to the wire, not expecting the same, unless Enterprise can flip things around. We'll see if they can after the side swap. An undefeated map for both, but BBL Pacific making Haven their own here. Enterprise picking into it at the start of the Veto. This upper final counting for so much when you look at what those bans will be later down the line, should there be yet another rematch in the grand final. But for now, it's all on the pistol. And into the mid-fight, Doma has to dip.
Just to note, Hazza, the last time that we saw these two play on Haven, it was all defense rounds that either team won. Yash taking that early contact and running for the hills.
It has to be. You don't want to overexert yourself in these positions. And from this defender's side, should we get a few more rounds from Enterprise? What I want to know is, can Starkey deal with that BBL proactivity? Are they going to be looking to try and re-clear a lot of space? You're starting to see a little bit of it from Comeback. He checks B. But now it's a regroup and a re-hit of the A space.
I'm worried about Yash taking such a forward line here, because the utility always seems to hit.
It's not going to matter this time though. Rose right at the front, happy to be traded or at the very least get a kill, and he has over-delivered in that sense already. The rest following up behind him, and that's exactly what you expect. BBL Pacific 2 more kills, Enterprise down to their last couple. It's just a tap of the spike. They want further fights. Gonna get them. Starkey, quick trade, and Killers, nothing left to do. Both pistol rounds picked up by BBL, and now just a couple of rounds away from converting our opener.
That's it, and on top of that, an Antico where they are heavily favoured, and an Enterprise that are on defence. That's the other thing. If you were on the attack and you were this far down, you would think, you know what, you've got the spike down, we can maybe force here, but you'll be at the bare bones coming into this next round.
Really gonna see Zeke and the rest of his team forcing up here. I mean, he's got a Bucky, there are pistols, a Stinger. This is desperate from Enterprise, and you can see it in almost every move made. Yash punished by Loiter. One of only a couple players in this area right now, but the rest of the team are being called over. They're expecting further peaks to be taken.
That they are. I mean, you can see right now
take flight.
That Killers is trying to play off of Doma, who's found himself in a pocket, but I mean, with him trying to hide in the pocket, he doesn't seem like he'll be long for this world, and well, there's confirmation. His comeback gives him a love tap. Somehow Starkey's got the trade out, but he has taken a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, he bought up heavy shields. It's the only reason he's alive. Comeback firing another bullet into his midriff. But that health pool is just going to make things even worse. Enterprise have to clamber back to C. Killers caught in two minds. Does he want to go backside here, or does he wait for the rest of his team? It's the latter instead.
Spike going down.
Left.
Enterprise late to react to this as well, so the time's going to be low by the time they even get to the site, right?
By Killers putting up those cages, at the very least, he forced Loiter to invest the paranoia. Enterprise, damage control maybe, having to give this one last go. It's just such a terrible position to be in, whichever way you flip it, and time is running out.
Time ticking away, the last grains of sand drop in the hourglass, and maybe that's not just the time itself, maybe that's just Enterprise's time on the server as Zeke tries to get some damage into Pacific, but that spike's going to blow and Pacific will find themselves on map point.
For everything that Enterprise said coming into this series, it's almost like you want to say that this is an embarrassing showing on their map pick, but at the same time, it's BBL Pacific. They hold themselves to such high standards. We were hearing from Comeback after their regional win. The expectation, of course, is to be there at the end of the gauntlet with Ascension. It's this Pacific poker face that they're talking about. We just don't have anything to get excited about. No one else is on our level, and you're seeing it here.
I think that's the problem that Pacific have, right? It's not necessarily... I'll hold on to that point in a second, because they're just sending it straight to sea.
Boomer in Garage. 2 players spotted, and not a single one picked up. That was a Sheriff from Loiter as well. Still sold on this being the C site. Starkey caught in transition, and a time for a rotate. Yash will get here first, but he's only got a Bucky.
That's all he's got, but if he can get up close and personal, he can make it work as the Sheriff instead that he opts for, but comeback's already by him, and the bullets are just always hitting, do not seem to miss. Sometimes it always feels like there's going to be a Pacific kill no matter what, and Killez, with only a Sheriff, has to stop BBL Pacific winning this map, and he cannot.
Attackers win.
BBL Pacific have not missed a grand final so far since they were promoted from Premier, and it doesn't feel like that is going to end anytime soon. The first map, an absolute statement with a 13-2 win, Cairo. There is little else left to sort of dice this up, I think. Like what can you really say? Enterprise gave it a damn good go on a couple of those rounds, but you need that extra 10%, that way to win it. So some kind of X factor, whether it's a clutch from Killez or Starkey making a really well-called round, an eco, something like that to get them going. But there was really nothing to be seen. It's Pacific playing at their absolute best, and so to our analysts on the desk we will go to see which of the highlights they want to talk about most.
We have gathered here today to honor the memory of Enterprise Esports. They were No, this is just the first map, MP. This is just the first map. It's okay. We can chill. It's all right. We can take things step by step.
Can we?
It did feel like an execution, though, man.
Can
Let's be real. This is the most one-sided match BBL Pacific were able to bring to the tournament all tournament long. But isn't this where they were supposed to be tested the most?
Yeah, absolutely. Enterprise Esports were supposed to be the team that makes a dent to BBL Pacific. Doma even said it yesterday. They are a bunch of yappers. To me, it looked like they were a bunch of shooters, and they will take you on any duel you want to give them.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the rivalry to start, MP. I'm still waiting to see when this rivalry will actually take place, because I don't see it, man. This is just BBL Pacific doing their own thing. And look, I don't know how many things you can actually talk about here, apart from the fact that they were absolutely on a different level. You know, everything that they brought out, Enterprise couldn't really deal with. The moment you thought Enterprise had a chance in a round, the individual shun, right? Yeah. There was always that get out of jail free card. And I feel sorry for Enterprise, because like looking at it from the outside in, I couldn't find any answers. Could you?
No, and I don't think Enterprise Esports actually played badly. I don't think that at all. I think they played brilliantly, especially on those times where BBL Pacific kind of gave the side to Enterprise Esports. Enterprise Esports absolutely took that. They took the space, they played up front, not giving any extra space, like I would probably advise them to do if I would be their coach. And in the end, it always seemed BBL Pacific would always rise on top. There was multiple rounds where I think Enterprise actually looked good. Well, if we don't talk about like the last 3 rounds of that whole map, but I think they actually looked decent on that map. Of BBL Pacific, they're just a level above else. 13-2 obviously doesn't kind of correlate that. Okay, Enterprise Esports were decent here, but next map, Lotus.
Indeed. Lotus required up next, and look, considering Haven was Enterprise's map pick, there aren't many hopes in this one. Obviously, Lotus seems to be a bit of a safe ground as well. It's the map they've played the most this tournament as well. They've dabbled in a lot of, in a lot of the pool itself. They've played pretty much all of the available maps, but Lotus was the one they went to over and over again, and where they were able to deal with Enterprise's regional team as well, another in-region team, Pixel Lumina, and that went 13-6 as well. So it's hard to see where the positives lie for Enterprise, but I feel for this point, it's a bit of a mental barrier, because like you said, close Valorant was played, but it feels like the moment you get to think that you're not going to win the duel, or your good Valorant won't matter anyway, that's when I feel you lose the game. And that's what I feel happened with Enterprise towards the match overall. So they need that mental reset for them to actually deliver here, MP. And I hope that actually comes during this break.
Yeah.
depths of hell, maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear, now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face, I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the reason you dead, they'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again.
It feels we might be grasping at straws here, but Enterprise need to bounce back if they want to make sure they get this first ticket into the grand finals against what is probably the strongest team to have ever graced the Challengers EMEA stage, maybe even Ascension stage, as it is the most dominating really team. But look, coming into this tournament, Lotus is now being the map of choice, right? Coming into this game, and previously to the tournament, it felt like Enterprise didn't quite have Lotus recovered, but they did actually, playing into Challengers EMEA Split 2, have the only 13-0 we've had this tournament. So is this positive signs that they could actually take down potentially BBL Pacific here?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a definitely straw that we can grasp here. That 13-0 was incredible against UCAM. What Zeke said in that interview, that they have finally found some confidence in Lotus, with comfortability with this composition, and they feel like they can actually win this map against these teams. Sure, there's an opposing side where they played against Focus, they couldn't quite bring the same performance that they had against UCAM.
Sure.
That was kind of shown on the interview as well, that they started on the defensive side. That was hard to play. Their attacking side is the better side. So I'm really interested to see how they can actually bring on this attacking side, because on the other hand, you have BBL Pacific, who have played these first two maps now for 30 times. They have lost only twice. So that's once on Haven, once on Lotus. And I'm gonna be honest, BBL Pacific, they're scary in these two maps, but especially with this composition that they run on 3 different maps. BBL Pacific, they're not switching anything up, and why should they? They're so amazing.
Yeah, super strong. Comeback gets very, very scary on that Neon, where he's pulled up some of his craziest performances, and he's probably the scariest player tournament-wide as well, if in that 1v1. Daunting to play up against him, and he appears out of nowhere on your screen. Yas has got a lot on his table, on his plate to really deliver here. It is going to be a difficult one, but again, it's the hope that maybe they're able to find an escape here. They feel a little more comfortable on Lotus than they used to. Is the Fade the answer against the Sova here? Is there is there a reason why we think that could give them an edge perhaps?
I do like the Fade over the Sova. I think it's maybe easier to play. I think for Sova it's harder to find some angles, but obviously BBL Pacific, they've been through the ringer. They obviously know how to run the Sova here. I do like that in terms of Enterprise Esports, because they have the Prowlers, which kind of give more information on where comeback is going to be placed, where the operator is going to be placed, and give that denying opportunity for comeback's operator to be such a menace that it was on the first map. I mean, obviously comeback's incredible with the rifles as well, but I think there is a slight chance for Enterprise Esports to counter out this BBL Pacific defense.
Well, this is going to be a difficult match. There's no doubt about it, and this is an important one given that this is a weighted grand final. If you go here through this upper stage, upper bracket, you get yourselves 2 bans. The 2 bans are the best of 5. It is a massive advantage, and if BBL Pacific get that, it pretty much might even guarantee the win of the tournament. Let's see if Enterprise Esports have what it takes to interrupt them. We'll be finding out, tossing this over to Hazza and Kyra.
One thing Enterprise do have right now is an 8-series win streak in best of 3s and best of 5s. That goes up there with some of the names of old, the kind of rosters that dominated regionally, and they'll need to channel that here because the BBL Pacific team they play against has been walking the golden road. They haven't missed the grand final so far, and while their win streak in best of 3s and 5s, let's just say they haven't lost one yet this calendar year.
Yeah, I think what the last time would have been that Ascension Grand Final, which haunts the BBL Pacific players. to their court, and they're looking to make amends of that with, as you say, the Golden Road. Not losing a single match in an inter-regional competition is something to behold.
Right now for BBL Pacific as well. As we know, it's that streak of map wins. And with confidence at their backs, looking to take this fight through the smoke, as we know they do in grass.
Oh, damage goes either way, and there's a moment there where you think it goes Enterprise's way. Still traded out even, with both sides taking brunt of the damage and having one player healthy.
Starkey low, but running over towards the C site as quick as his legs will carry him into the trap and cam, both deleted. Spike to go down, and Killes running up behind him.
I support. Krevin still has one trap as well, so could lock a player out in main, and that's exactly where Killes is. Starkey though commits himself to the site. If cleared, would be easily dealt with, and is. He even gets the headshot. Killes trying to spam from main now, and both players want to take this fight. Killes having to commit to that, and it's the same result as what you would expect after Haven. BBL Pacific win the pistol.
That's 3 pistol rounds in a row now for BBL Pacific. Didn't drop a single one on Haven. Not going to here either. The A brawl breaking out. Enterprise sort of expecting this. I think this is what I'm talking about, that clash of styles between the IGLs. On the defender side, BBL Pacific like to get proactive on their extremities. And for Enterprise, they like to wait behind smokes and scale up slowly. A lot of freezes, a lot of stop-start. And I think that's kind of just going to play into the hands of the defenders here.
Yeah, I would 100% agree because of Pacific's ability to always be proactive, but do it so efficiently as well.
The win streak I was talking about earlier, that's 14 maps in a row now without dropping one for BBL Pacific. Spanning back to league play in Turkey. Come back, 2 kills from the Outlaw, looking for more. Just needed more bullets in the gun, really, as he gets one from the Classic. Enterprise are being dealt with here, Cairo, so it begs the question, if they are to respond, how exactly do they do it? Because Koi lost to themselves yesterday, I think, in many senses. Enterprise have played these matches before. Is the gap between maps enough to reset?
Players peeking out. It's the result that you expected. Once again, I feel as if I say that commonly throughout these rounds, just because of I've not seen Enterprise show real resistance, and then once they get a round or two, they always seem to like falter straight after. And again, it's a professional performance from Pacific.
As long as Pacific make that grand final, they will remain top of the Ascension points standings. Currently with a bit of a chasm building up between them and second place. That's Focus, of course, eliminated an hour or so ago. This one could be wrapped up in much quicker fashion. Pace change from Enterprise on A.
Oh, and they've baited out Loita as well, so an entry to be found in Enterprise. I've actually got a real bit of success here. And it's the first time that we've seen them be so dominant in a round.
Last player standing.
And Larok going down is only going to add to that. This could end flawlessly. Kreven, just the sheriff. Killes. Oh, he's checking the cam. Slides right by. Kreven removed, and yeah, it is a spotless first rifle round for them.
And not just that, the fact that Doma has also picked up his ultimate is going to be a very big piece and a way to dismantle what BBL Pacific normally have, right? And that's usually they have everything going in their favour. If they could break the buy of the defence in this round, could look pretty good for Enterprise.
Another A brawl that we're about to see, and Comeback has his sights set on that Rubble control. So do Enterprise. He has been revealed, and so Yash punishing. Doma right by his side. Rose firing blind with the Odin. Could Larok possibly have a multi-kill to keep this competitive? Kreven's done his work. It's all on the youngster. He's going to fall, though. And Kreven getting to the site first with 21 points of health has revealed himself to Enterprise. You are looking at the scoreline being tied up. And I hate to say it, Enterprise tying their round count from the previous map.
That they have. They look good doing it. They seem to have really solved the puzzle of the A fight. Players being revealed, getting caught out by utility. And I'm wondering what is going to be the change for BBL Pacific. Do they move Kreven towards A and allow the space to be taken by Enterprise since that fight has failed to pass 2 previous times? Do we see maybe a different use of utility, or perhaps again like allowing Enterprise the space but re-engage and keeping that utility in pocket? This is the adaptations that we'll be looking at Rose for. Don't think we're anywhere near timeout territory, even though Enterprise have had a good start.
Yeah, and that's the commitment that you have to be willing to make from the spawn barrier. You're only going to get the best timing if you're holding the W key, pressing your nose to the wall, and ready to go. Maybe that's not what Pacific want. Doubling down on this, though. Still 3-4 players towards the A side of the map.
Look at the confidence to buy up another rifle as well to work with.
I want to try and do something here. Loiter has been spotted in the corner. Just 1 TP that he has, and that's now gone. 1 of 3 players on Sheriffs. In terms of the rifle, it's Larok and Kreven. They are the 2 next best players towards A, but it's Pistols on the ground to deal with the push.
Looks as if they already have. Is the re-engage utility, or at least stall, is worked out. Enterprise made to stop in their tracks, and the Sheriff's doing it as well. Doma's rifle at least gets something to work with, but every single time the overdrive finds value, in fact, it's every single time. Spike down on the ground. How does Killers even get back in? It's an outlaw in hand, and 4 players to stare down. He's got comeback at least, but it's futile in the end. And BBL Pacific get around on the board what felt like a thrifty.
It did. It was majority Pistols, those 2 rifles, the rogue investments, and comebacks double through the ult at the end. Happy to throw fuel to the fire. To remind you, the reason why it's their pick, they've played it 21 times. 4-0 this stage, 10 wins in a row unbeaten. Average loss of only 6 rounds. And with Comeback having his opt out and Rose is Odin, it's a lot of early damage that Enterprise have to digest. A tough pill to swallow.
And it's always on Starkey as well, and that's a player who likes to play on the front foot as a controller, maybe similarly to that of Mystic. But as the players try to gain control of Tree, they get everything thrown back in their face. As for comeback, he's going to find out Doma. Players trying to come out of Tree. Loiter getting one of his own.
And still revealed in this position, so they're boxed in. Come back on the line with the op. Smoke is not exactly going to help him here. The spike's on the other side, still doesn't pull the trigger. Enterprise are hanging in this by a thread at this point in time. They got 2 players low on HP, below half. Feels like Pacific are just waiting to take their timing to re-engage and kill them where they stand.
That's it. Tap of the door keeps the players here.
That's what Enterprise are waiting for, to be honest. They're waiting for an overextension that they're not going to be given. The only weakness is Kreven towards B.
And he has been found, although somehow manages to escape. They are like Houdini every single time. Unpunished they go, and on top of that, Kreven's filled the space with a trap, so this is becoming a save round. And on top of that, Pacific have money to probably start hunting now.
Yeah, Loiter already starting to spam through the wall. Starkey's taking a hit. That's the breach bomb. Does get his first, but 1 player left with a Vandal, and Enterprise simply watch the time tick away as they are unable to execute. only thing to fall back on now is those ultimates. But this is the final purchase they have before it's another eco.
I think the other aspect that we're seeing that was similar to the other Lotus that Enterprise played was that they always wanted to fight for that A space continuously every single round. That's where they started. And I thought for a second that like, well, you've got the breach out, well, let's go and be direct towards C. It's probably the best site for it, just because B is so awkward. And they didn't opt for that. So I'm curious, like, what actually is Enterprise's game plan from the get-go? Because you can't just keep spamming A, surely, right?
No, it feels that way, you know? Like, those couple of rounds that they won both came from entertaining that A lobby fight towards Rubble. But BBL Pacific immediately respond and make necessary changes. I think that's the problem with facing this team. You can exploit an error, perhaps, a gap in the system, the setup, for a couple of rounds, but that will be resolved. And now having 60 seconds of their own in this timeout to think about what it is they need to do, you're just not going to be able to catch them off guard.
Go, go, go. Work good.
Back to the A fight once again. Rose has found a little bit of value. It's only a couple of bullets here or there. And Loita again playing from this position before TPing out. It's the rinse and repeat. It's the exact same round, except this time Pacific are being proactive on B main.
Yeah, those players are going to be coming through the Hobbit door. Instead, it's an execution on spot. Yash showing up to the party and putting two players down as he goes. Such a mixed bag for Enterprise so far, but the floodgates have opened. BBL Pacific are put into another retake. Kreven's got a headshot there. There is damage on these attacking players, but that kill from Starkey, I think, has pretty much closed this round for business. It might, in fact, be yet another flawless victory for them to make it a one-round game, despite the fact it's felt like anything but in some of these rounds, and that's what we get.
Yeah, it's a head-scratcher. I mean, Pacific are normally better on their defense on this map, funnily enough, than their attack. It's funny that that is the case. But yeah, it is confusing. And Pacific are the ones to time out here. And usually when this happens, Hazza, it doesn't mean good for the other team.
Absolutely not. Their timeouts have been great so far. And the preparation, unreal as well. You think back to one of the telestrators MP did yesterday in the analysis of the split map that they played against Koi Phoenix, that are decider if things get out of hand and God forbid they lose a map. Just certain ult rounds which Key had highlighted to be prepared for. One where Larok was waiting in spawn for from the shadows, a TP play, and actually looking at the ults here, that's what I want to know. Enterprise potentially going to have cooked something up that BBL Pacific are ready to read into, because we've always seen them be so good at preparing for teams. Think back to that lower final against CGN, for example.
That's it, right. It's the preparation, and I think the leadership that Key just brings to such a young roster who'll be looked at as just like a bigger brother, right? I don't want to say father figure, because I feel as if that's ever so slightly condescending, but you understand the point that I'm trying to go for.
No, absolutely. Whether it's just a little bit of micro, double stack setups against contact pieces, we've seen it from them before, and this time it looks like a trap play. Come back with the Hobbit door broken, Op behind it. Enterprise want nothing to do with this side of the map though, past that initial opening and fake of presence behind the smoke. But the ruse only lasts so long. BBL Pacific will start to reinvestigate, and with the Prowler being heard on sand, they should now know it's a C push.
I mean, that play in towards CT has worked out. Combined with a stun, it's lovely stuff from Enterprise to get into the side. And Yash now bringing out the overdrive of his own. Just not finding the value that you would perhaps hope for as the players try to come back in. They're being punished by Enterprise. This is nice heads-up play, and still the players are taking solo fights. And I think for now,
Save.
It's another save, yeah.
Has to be. Comeback was already feeling it in his bones after Yash blasted him down to 26 with the ult. And looking towards spawn, we're going to see that head-to-head come to fruition. Comeback to win it, of course.
Who else?
In terms of saving the op, I think he's going to do it as well. But look, it comes back to that timeout. It was a rehearsed execute, a set piece from Enterprise to take C site. Didn't look like BBL Pacific were actually aware of that one with the TP into spawn from Starkey. And it's exactly the kind of play that I highlighted during the freeze time.
Yeah.
So, well played from Enterprise.
I 100% agree. Now, like, I think it's just the timing of the stun as well. Just
Griffin was right on the edge.
Yeah, like literally, that could have went either way. And I think that's the way sometimes Pacific play, right on the edge. And for the first time in a long time, it feels like Enterprise maybe, BBL Pacific maybe a little bit shaky. Obviously, we usually think that and then straight away they answer back. But for now, on the A side of things, Enterprise show presence once again.
And I like that from Enterprise as well. They're a little slower to take the space. They're happy to use Yash's fast lane to break the recon dart, as it's been the standard utility coming out from BBL Pacific in this area of the map.
Bring them down.
Both players that we've seen be the A anchors once again join up through tree, while the rest of the team start to lean a little heavier on this side of the map. And there's an ever so slight opening towards C, but they're moving into comebacks up.
Two players down his throat, scoped in, and you know when he pulls that trigger his name will appear in the kill feed, but oh, not this time. Comeback is forced away. Enterprise take a small victory there, but it's not the last time they're going to see him in this round.
Oh, he's like the villain of the series. He's always going to pop up elsewhere, and that Nightfall might push him away.
Here's the comeback omnibus, back-to-back episodes, but it seems to have found a way past him again, this time through the utility. But Larok and all the rest of the supporting cast ready to send this round to the end credits. Zeke already dismissed. Loiter by the side of the Pacific players as they push back into the site. Not a single kill to go Enterprise's way until Killes is left alone. His best recovery effort will go down in vain. He's looking to end it with a big swing. And while he will remove the majority of guns, which is great economic damage, BBL Pacific have their lead back.
As I said, right, the first time that BBL begin to look a little bit shaky, they immediately come straight back in it and win it. I mean, on top of that, it's just the way in which they're so successful coming back in. You know that that plan was created from the get-go. And I can't help but feel Enterprise maybe missed a very important chance there against the opponents that never seem to bleed.
Same wall, this time aggression. Key moments slipping away from Enterprise right now. Doma said they had Pacific in their pockets before. Maybe a hole or two could do with sewing. The door slams shut. On tree, Zeke wants to give this a second go though. This is where they'll look to fight.
Seems like it.
Distraction.
Seems to be the case. Loiter though, very quick on the mark and the spike dropped. Rose now has to be careful for the next couple of players coming his way. And does so well, because that gives the advantage back to the defenders.
Two big kills from Rose. But still two players left to get past, and one of them is Killes. He's so key in these late rounds, and Yash is there as well. All on comeback.
A player who's destined to make his debut in VCT ulti in, but Yash very quick on the trade, and we're staying all even between these two teams as Enterprise like to live a little bit dangerously.
And this round for me is built on Zeke and how he sets up his team. He struggled to have as much impact for assists yesterday. Numbers dropped off by about 15% when he had the most assists per round of any player in the group stage. But yeah, he just prowls through tree side, creates a distraction, lets the rest of the team go for a pinch. Enterprise and the A site. It's a story which started on the first round of the attack and probably won't end until this half is done.
Killers with a long line of sight and 3 players on the other side of this smoke. One of the players with that pack was the breach, but rather than going through C, it's B where we look. Yash scaling up slowly. And right now, Enterprise can't find an engagement to help themselves. Finally they will, and they'll win that out.
Rose, the next one to try and stop the cross. Spike's going to come through tree though. There's nothing that Pacific can do to stop this. They've got to go into a retake, but Starkey will stop them. Enterprise taking these fights so willingly against the Pacific side, which have shown mechanical prowess throughout the tournament. This is exactly the confidence, Cairo, and it's their captain who's claimed 3.
As the IGL, the player who's been making most of these calls. And Enterprise look as if they're round by round gaining confidence. Rounds like this is exactly what you need. And again, another flawless one.
And let it be clear that this is the biggest game in these players on the Enterprise side careers since Ascension last year. This is the furthest they've been in a tournament up until that point. A chance to bag some valuable Ascension points along the way. A is where it started, A is where it will end. It's Starkey to TP out this time.
Rose ripping the Hunter's Fury, and this is not where this is going to end. Look where Starkey is. Brilliant ultimate into the back lines, but Creven's on the hunt.
Found a bit of a gap.
Cover going out.
Where does he look to place this smoke? It's on C. That's a distraction. Creven's looking the wrong way. Still worried maybe about the Omen. No! Overlooked! Starkey sending 2 kills to Enterprise's favor. Loiter's made an absolute meal of the situation. B is open for the taking. Creven trying to hold on.
No.
Oh, it's cut very fine. Come back in the limelight for what could be one of those last officials in a Pacific jersey. Does he have the clutch to tie up the score at the half?
I mean, it doesn't really have much in terms of utility to win this out either.
He has to clear these deep positions. Oh, come back. That is devious. The first flick finds, but Zeke equal to it. 7-5, and Enterprise find their lead in this series at the half.
And this is the first time in all of EMEA Challengers so far that a team has put Pacific at a disadvantage on the half. A very big performance for Enterprise, but can they convert moving into the second half? And for the first time in this tournament, Enterprise have got an advantage, and that's the only team to have done it this full tournament so far. Enterprise are in prime position to convert and actually win a map against BBL Pacific.
Much like Bodork's tweets, though, we can't get too far ahead of ourselves here. The Polaris Twitter admin, it's not done yet. 2 rounds in it, and while Enterprise are one of only 2 teams to have drawn blood from an otherwise invincible Pacific side in these EMEA tournaments, nobody has won a series.
Has been nearly exactly a month since Pacific have lost a map, which shows you just how good they can be. Into the seaside they go, and comeback already stalled out. It's only momentarily as Killers tries to pepper the players up on the way through, but this site is pretty much clear, and it's given time for Enterprise to get into position for a retake.
BBL Pacific are so restricted here too. Enterprise haven't won a pistol so far this map, but this looks like their best chance yet 5-on-5.
As Spike officially going to go down, and that's the go button press for Enterprise. That's the notification they're waiting for. The utility going through from either side, but Comeback gets the first, kill is straight back. It's just a death match on the site, but who's going to come out on top? It seems to be Pacific as they look to finish it out. Another pistol round win for the Turkey side.
It didn't look like a full capitalization there for Enterprise. Yash getting blinded by a huge counter flash from LaRock. Trades decent after that, but then the positions backside towards Bend are that much better. The pre-fire on some of those angles, incredibly sharp. And with the next round expected to go under Pacific's belt, you are looking at a tight scoreline. You said prime position to wrap it up, but look, it's just 2 rounds, and those 2 rounds are very nearly gone.
That's a short distance, especially once the pistol round doesn't go your way. Enterprise are really pushing all their chips towards that left-hand side of the map, and they've left Yash all alone.
Just the classic. In terms of what he can do with it, it's put it in his pocket, holster it, reposition towards upper, and keep this space. A big bookmark for Enterprise to play with. They're going to get some players into the same position, give themselves half a chance at this retake, but even then, very unlikely.
That's it. And again, like just how good these players are is showed time and time again. Only one player has felt the brunt of the damage. Skillers comes through and will be found almost flawless. Only one player dropped, and that was a pistol.
Yeah, and let it be no mistake, Lotus is arguably the best map in BBL Pacific's pool. It's a fan favorite in Turkey. We see it played a lot there, and as I mentioned, we've seen it 21 times from them in recent memory. Undefeated there. They played the same comp. Yeah, 21 times. That's the statistic.
That goes there. This goes here.
They just rarely ever lose with it. Into the gun round. You're looking, again, at Rose's utility being so key in how a lot of these rounds are built.
Deploying drone.
Pacific, while they're showing presence on C, they're also working through B, and this is looking like a crunch, and luckily enough, Killes had the cages, so both players are stuck in that left corner on C side.
But Pacific know it as well, right? They're trying to spam out this corner, not finding anything from it. But as I already mentioned, the drone pushes that defensive line back on C. I just got to wait for the recon to come up for them to take this A rubble control.
Yash taking point. And that's what happens. That seize was good, but unfortunately stopped bringing out the rifle. Pacific gain 2 players advantage here as they move into the execute.
It's Doma's Guardian, which they're up against, though. Doma 3 kills. This is the difference. The hope hanging on for Enterprise. Rose has 3 of his own, though. And in this 2-on-2, you're expecting him to clutch it out with Kreven by his side.
Only 2 shots in his pocket, though, and both players on Enterprise are disconnected. Starkey takes that contact. He doesn't want to.
And now they're looking for the second player. Killers revealed, but Killers claiming Rose, the hero of the round, is gone. And it's on to the newest player into the 2025 lineup. Kreven has won, but caught by his counterpart. And that way, Enterprise will get their lead back for now.
Yeah, they will. It will be short-lived, I think. I know, like, we talk a lot about economy, etc., but there's literally players on 0 credits moving in towards this next round.
I love how Rose forces the issue as well. Like, I'm talking so much about his utility. This is a player who so many times is literally just going to run around the corner, jump peek, bait for the rest of his team, because he knows he's got 4 cracked individuals behind him. Still only 21 himself. But if you think for a second he's a fragging IGL, think again. Still finding so much impact on this map though. And that has to be a problem for Enterprise.
Oh yeah, Ash up against, comebacks up. It's the same results time and time again once you go up against this player. We've seen him sweat this map, don't get me wrong. Enterprise seem to have made the right call, especially with the information coming off the back of the cam.
Into Killers' sight set up, has the cages, back full of the space, Doma in behind, but his ult goes down without a usage. Killer's still just teetering on the corner, seeing if he can find anyone on the way out. Oh, they've lined up for him. Still one more left to make their exit. That's going to be Rose. Shifting around the corner. Information late for Killers. And Larok joining up after finding the pick on B. Killers still winning fights and getting out comfortably.
It seems like Killers has been rolling back the years these past couple series. Larok sees the trap, destroys it, and is allowed time to plant here.
He has not yet shown us his capabilities in this clutch situation against Enterprise. Just 5 first deaths so far in the competition. You're always expecting him in the late round. And now finally given his chance, he steps out into both, but it's Killers to clutch yet again. His 7th this event. It just keeps on counting them up. And it keeps Enterprise in front. I think it's more than 7 at this point. It was 6 coming into the series. The guy's not stopped.
No, he hasn't. And do you know what? Like, Killers, I'm going to be honest, I'd shown disrespect to him in the past. Didn't think he's lived up to what he's capable of. But since he's been on Enterprise, he has shown it time and time again. And I think this has honestly been the form of his life. This split, talking about him playing in Northeast as well. This is different talent, different opposition, and BBL Pacific have got a different type of buy as they're on an eco once again. Well, more of a half because of the 3 stingers.
No more charges.
I know the Twitch channel has been raiding into North America a little bit, but these stingers showing us something from across the Atlantic rather than the Pacific.
Yeah, look at the trap setup though. It's to hold on to Waterfall and that back side. They know that this is going to be a half buy, and Killers is set up perfectly for it.
They found my wire.
He's ready to find these picks, but just nothing given away. And the Pacific in post 5-on-5 is a scary prospect. In fact, Rose wants to skew the odds in their favor. Move the needle, can't. Spike only just coming in now, and it's the ult for the retake.
Trying their best. One back though, and it's further delay. Spike yet to go down.
What's going on? Killers trying to retrieve the site control. It's Zeke that finally restores order. 2 players left on the Pacific side, and the Spike carrier is the last of them. Comeback still has his stinger, but Yash now with an op. It's not going to be able to find the shot at Zeke. Instead, 3 for him on the round, and just 3 away from Enterprise taking a map of Pacific in this tournament.
Yeah, play is being extended further and further, but the gap of rounds is getting more interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if BBL Pacific were made to use their second timeout. And when was the last time that you've seen this, Hazard? Probably against Enterprise.
It's crazy. It's like watching a ballroom dancer slip, make a misstep, something like that. You've paid big money for a professional performance, you're sat there front row, and You know, the orchestra's out of tune. What's going on? This doesn't feel normal. But Enterprise are doing it step by step. And something else I want to mention as well is how many times have you seen Yash pick up an operator and their form just drastically improve on these defenders' side? Versus Focus, he had 14 kills with it across the 3 maps. 9 of those were on Haven, another 3-site map. And with all of these lanes at his disposal, where does he set up?
I mean, you'd imagine towards A, it's the longest line of sight. I mean, that's where he is going to park himself up for at the moment. And it will be Zeke at his back. As for the rest of the setup, it's pretty much standardised across the board, especially with the Breach playing in Hobbit to support. But it's more Pacific that I'm wondering about, right? Because they've been pretty good at being quick and getting onto the sites, but this is looking like short, smart busts into certain lanes of the map to take control and feign pressure.
The recon is huge as well that lands to Killers because they know the Cypher's here. They know that he's solo for the most part.
That they do. I mean, Starkey was playing from Waterfall, and BBL Pacific have taken the site finally, the spike coming through. This is very direct.
But it's Zeke's ult on the retake that you have to look at for Enterprise.
Comeback coming through in towards CT, taking the forward line, does so. And you've also got a paranoia to try and take Waterfall space. Just delays though instead, nobody to follow up on it, and Comeback knows about the fade and CT. And while this is all going on, Enterprise decide this is not for us. And we're back within 2.
Yeah, they withdraw from round 18 with an operator in hand, a couple of rifles around the edges. BBL Pacific, quick pace change. All comes back to that recon. Killers get spotted. They know it's the Cypher setup. You can even see some pings on the map as further conversations are being had into the next. What worked for the attack? Is this something we can continue to exploit? They don't quite know that the op's in play yet, but I mean, it's sort of the assumption made. They saw it a few before. It wasn't on C, and it won't be here either.
Killers won't get his rifle either, so maybe like, oh, he is going to get it bought for him, apologies. I think the biggest thing coming into this round was the fact that the Nightfall was kept as well. Enterprise being a little bit more withheld. Enterprise looking to once again fight on A.
In terms of the macro from BBL Pacific, it's exactly the same as the previous. Identical. They don't catch the tag this time. Loiter fakes the TP out on A. But Enterprise have not been sold any false impressions here.
Loiter does this
instead of making the call for the execution, they're backing off this time.
Yeah, Loiter does this a few times with the fake TPs, but he will break that conditioning at one point. This op is ready, and so is Zeke.
Take flash in rubble. Rose droning out. Broken at the first time of asking, and stuns traded for a stalemate in the lobby. Less than a minute now, and we reset. Back into the A fight. Yash immediately hot under the collar. It's Comeback trying to chase him down. Who wouldn't be in that kind of a situation? Behind the attack side smoke, it will fade away, and BBL Pacific need to accelerate.
That they do, but they accelerate into the operator, and Yash finds the entry kill, and it stalls out Pacific for the time being. This is looking like a B pivot because of Kreven's position.
They've got to go off him, but there are 2 players now peeking through the link to counter. That's Killers taking out his opposite number, and all of a sudden, BBL Pacific are caught in 2 minds between 2 sites. They look to move on to A, but Zeke is there to greet them. Enterprise have 11, and through all of the chaos, they've managed to come out unscathed.
All the eyes of EMEA are currently on this game. There's no way that the gods of Tier 2 can bleed, and it certainly looks like that wound is beginning to open. The first map in a month potentially to be lost, and remember, Pacific have no more timeouts. They've used the last of it, and since then, Enterprise have been the better of the 2.
It's looked that way. When push comes to shove, it's just 2 rounds that Enterprise need to reiterate what we already knew. The only team outside of Turkey to have taken a map away from them. They were the candidate put forward. They beat Focus yesterday, a match that we still are yet to be entertained with. A rematch from the group stage of the first stage of Challengers EMEA. So onto the A fight we go again. Enterprise giving respect to BBL Pacific this time though.
That they are, as they move forward back, and the only person staying forward is Starkey, who's always so aggressive, but that paranoia will push the B pivot, and Yash having to be respectful as well. He has an operator and come back so quick on the mark, so quick every single time, and now he's got a rifle to try and move through. Doma at least gets one back though.
And Killers is playing from main. Enterprise need to constrict these site positions while Rose is still late flanking.
That's it. Phantom spam hasn't worked out. Killers walk straight into the rock, and BBL Pacific just hold the smokes that were placed. It's as easy as that, and we are still within 2. Every time Enterprise take a step forward, Pacific take a step forward in the next round. One thing that I will say though, Hazza, is that how long can this go on for? Because that will still result in an Enterprise win.
It's another round with some serious venom from BBL Pacific. And textbook entry work from Comeback as he counter-strafes round the corner towards C-Link. Through Waterfall, finds the op, and is looking to open the round in the same way that he did before. Rinse and repeat. BBL Pacific are being given sand control by Enterprise. They will take the other extremity of the map as a response. 3 rounds in a row we've seen the same beginning.
Comeback does have that overdrive though, and every time he brings it out he always gets at least 2. I've seen it so many times, and that Prowler is big information.
Yash on the line. The drone is the first point of contact. The stun is missed from the Neon player. Comeback's gonna get in for his first before that ult even hits the scene. It's him instead, and it has to be Yash on A. They want that B pivot again though. This is, you know, the 3rd round or so now that they've looked for it at the very least.
Well, they've feigned it. At the same time, they still move into Yash. Overdrive. Both players going at it. And it's Comeback once again to get 2 from the ulti.
On the rope mid-air, and he swapped it back out for the op. The guy's playing gun game. And with the rifle snatched from across him, he knows that Killers is there. That insatiable hunger, the lust for blood which Comeback has, cannot be stopped. Not unless Starkey just kills him when he isn't looking, but still it's double digits. And it's only 1 round between the teams.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but I feel as if it comes from Yash missing that relay bolt, right? Because that's been a good 2 seconds at least every time that has stalled out BBL Pacific from exploding as well as they have. And because they have that runway, it's just... right, pedal to the metal, and it's cost Enterprise not just the round, but their buy as well.
Enterprise coughing up. Last couple of spare pennies. Gonna break that piggy bank in the next round, as it is looking like maximum regulation on Lotus and another 5 versus 5 post-plant situation. Yash can make things dangerous. That Stinger is going to dictate it. Oh, Kreven dying as well. That's another rifle to recover.
But that's now all the players just on site. There's no other space that Pacific have.
They want to fight this forwards. They're going to look towards defender's spawn side, but it's from the flank where they come in. No way Zeke collects another kill. It's untraded. The ult is online. Nightfall connecting. And BBL Pacific entrenched in this site. Killer's picking up another. They're sinking into the mud. Enterprise. They will hit map point first. And it's on the half buy that they'll do it.
I can't believe it. Of all the rounds to win back through, it will be the Thrifty. And if there's any way to gain confidence in this series, it has to be this one. Both teams looking to trade each other's picks. And Lotus is such a hard map as well to try and come back on after the history that BBL Pacific have. And interestingly enough, there's one more timeout left, and that's going to be used by Enterprise.
Yeah, just the quality that we have in the server. A reminder posted by Zeke, the Champions 2021 MVP. 7 players out of the 10 here were in Ascension last year. And it was only the 4 on the side of BBL Pacific, with the exception of Creven, that made it out of that group stage. This is what Enterprise have done in this tournament. And into the playoffs now, it's the second map where they look to strike for the second time in successive best of 3s against BBL Pacific.
It would be incredible, right? And remember last time out, if you think to that series, Enterprise were in position to win it out. I mean, there was that one round that we always talk about. Was it Starkey missing his chance to convert, which was a easy couple of kills. That's the fine margins that can come between great teams. And well, we go to see Mount for the next fight.
Oh, and this time the difference is Doma's stun, trying to catch comeback on the cross. See if they can prop up this play, build a foundation off of what has typically been the hunting grounds for BBL Pacific at the start. But here he is again. Yash, the op, the drone. You've seen it all before. He's not going to miss the stun this time, but there's nobody behind it.
It's the same rehearsed play every single time on A. The same contact, right, that's when we're going to use the stun. But now look at Enterprise being proactive on A, on the flank. As Pacific start to head it into C.
Killers doesn't want anything to do with it. Waiting for the flood, waiting for the flank to come in. Yash still can get hit at quite the rate of knots, and when the spike is not planted, that just makes it even easier.
It does. It's only a neuro theft in terms of ultimates. And Yash finding Loiter. Advantage towards Enterprise. They're in position to try and send this one home, but comeback taking that extra space could be the saving grace. As now Enterprise head in. A player to the good. And Yash back on a rifle. The last 2 players try and hold on from the spike, but Enterprise come through to wipe them out. It's the first time in a long time that Pacific will lose a map.
You're welcome.
First in 14 that they fall, and on Lotus of all maps as well. Look, we said, Cairo, there's a conversation to be had about map pool here. Either team is going to be heading into a best of 5 tomorrow or the day after, and for BBL Pacific to take the hit on Lotus could be quite scary. I have to say, while that is in mind, you look at the other maps that they've lost so far this year, Split, Icebox, Pearl, they've been able to respond on every single one of them when they've come back up, but definitely food for thought as we go to the decider with a chance that Enterprise could find themselves in the grand final. We're going to pass it over to the analysts now and, well, see if they're feeling any better after that one.
Well, the gods of Tier 2 truly do bleed, and for Enterprise, MP, I feel like that's dignity restored.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the confidence that they had in that map. That was brilliant. Yash getting online with the operator as well, finding a lot of picks. But I feel like their attacking side was exactly, excuse me, what we expected from them. They couldn't quite show that well enough on the previous match, but it was incredibly good. They understood how BBL Pacific played that defensive side, but then Enterprise actually continued for the second half as well and won on that defending side as well. A lot of brilliant individual performance as well as we saw from Doma there, Killers as well popping off. So amazing performance from Enterprise.
Indeed, indeed. Confidence was truly restored, and I think that was the name of the game for them. They just had to come into this with the bravado that they needed to come into the series to begin with. It feels like it's much more like the old Enterprise of Split 1, right? At the beginning of the season, where they would struggle on the first map, on the start of a series, on the start of a map, they'd slowly warm into things. But, you know, it's safe to say now they're definitely in the server for the best and most optimal fight. And I'm absolutely for this MP for sure, 100%. Now, I do have a question for you here. You know, obviously the changes coming into the splits, into Challengers EMEA, for Lotus especially, do you think that actually made a big difference here for EP for this series? Because it definitely looked a lot more confident than we saw in the local scene in Challengers Northeast.
Yeah, and even though yesterday we thought it was a fluke that you can win 13-0 because they lost the focus, in the end it seems like their Lotus is actually really good. I was almost about to say decent, but when you win against BBL Pacific, it has to be really good, even though you lost against focus. So I really love to see this improvement. I have also a telestrator to show how they kind of improved and how they understood this BBL Pacific defensive side. Because I've talked about in these Telestrator segments that BBL Pacific, they have quite fast rotations on the defensive side. Now to preface this round, prior to this round, Enterprise, they were making a lot of fakes on that round 9. And look at what happens on the map of BBL Pacific. Usually you see from this initial contact, already people starting to move from here to rotate towards the positions, but no movements is happening. Comeback going forward. Now Kraven finally starts to make that movement. Larok still slowly creeping towards that A side. Individual fights are happening, and BBL Pacific, they're actually winning in those individual fights. But in the end, the rotations came so late that Jazz right here is able to almost isolate this duel, but then bring the duel back with Keyless. Find that equalizer. Then another pick as well. BBL Pacific not being as cohesive as they were on the first map, going solo here, back and forth, comeback, obviously trying his best, but in the end it's not quite enough, even though he got 28 kills, 8 entries and only 1 first death. I think Enterprise, they understood the composition and the game plan, and they executed it really well.
Indeed. You can't help but feel maybe you get a little bit overzealous if you're BBL Pacific as well, having such an easy game on the first map on Haven, 13-2 being the score, and you do, you know, continue to play in a similar way where you start making mistakes, and obviously, you know, you were able to get out of jail a lot of times due to the individuals, but, you know, Enterprise themselves, they've got a lot of strong shooters there, and they showed it. They can go toe-to-toe with BBL Pacific when it comes to those gunfights. So whatever the gameplay BBL Pacific are going to be bringing in and split has to be a lot cleaner than this, and let's see who will be coming out on top on this one. It is a spot for the grand finals, the ticket that will grant a team 2 bans in a best of 5 that could potentially net them the whole Challengers EMEA split 2 win. We'll be finding out soon how that goes, folks. Don't go anywhere, don't you miss it.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing.
Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers EMEA. Split is the map between BBL Pacific and Enterprise that will decide which one will be making it into the grand final first. And this split is the map that both teams got to play yesterday in their respective matches in playoffs. Now, both may have won MP. Enterprise had a thrillingly close 13-11, but things went a little bit differently for Pacific, no?
Oh yeah, Pacific were incredible against that Koi Phoenix roster. They were handling every duel perfectly. They always, when they were fighting those individual duels, they usually had layers on that. And that layer would have been another player to play off of that first initial contact. And that was a scary BPL Pacific because they were playing down to the fundamentals. There was no mistakes to be made like they kind of had on that Lotus. I think the confidence was through the roof. But on the other side, I think EP, they will have a strength. They are starting on the defensive side, which is notoriously known as the better side of Split, especially with this composition that they're kind of running this. I think Enterprise, they had kind of beautiful plays against Focus yesterday, but they did quite a lot of the times fall for the aggressive, fast plays of Focus. They cannot make those mistakes now.
No, and BBL Pacific are going to bring a lot of aggressive plays, right? Yes. A lot of, you know, in-your-face plays overall, and it's hard not to do that. I mean, look, it's basically a mirror composition of the two, but the biggest difference is the Omen versus the Astra, right? That is the only difference, actually, which I don't know if you'd agree, MP, but Omen does allow for a little bit more explosive in-your-face gameplay, no?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that from Focus. Mystic, beautiful playing with the Teho and Breach, with the Shrouded Step, absolutely catching Enterprise Esports all the time off guard. But I also love Omen in this map because you have the paranoia, but not only that, you have the elevation gain that Astra doesn't have. With the Shrouded Step, you can TP on multiple different elevations, you can have some early round crosses in Garage, a lot of different situations that you cannot really have with Astra. On the other side, Astra does provide another layer, especially on this defensive side, with the pull, the gravity well, and the stun as well.
So what would you consider a good amount of rounds for Enterprise to get on this defensive side then to give them the best chance to win this series? Is there kind of a number you'd give them to, you know, be comfortable to close out the game, given that, you know, like you said, it is a little bit more of a more confident situation to begin on that side?
I'm gonna shoot high, and even though Enterprise, they had a decent attack yesterday against Focus, they won 6th round. I think against BPL Pacific, they have to find 8-9 rounds on the defensive side, and then maybe even win the pistol. That much weight I'm gonna put on the BPL Pacific defensive side, especially with this double controller. It's almost impossible to play against, and if you ask from Koi Phoenix, I think they would agree, since they only won 1 round against that BPL Pacific defensive side.
Indeed. Well, no neons to dance around this map, folks, but it is going to be a close one. Who will take it home? Hazza and Cairo, take it away.
Another one of those maps that heading into the best of 5 environment in the coming days, you have to be keeping tabs on, especially for Pacific. It's one which we did see go into the workshop for them. They lost it to Fenerbahce back at home, but they have changed comps and coming into this event already showed that they can win it. The difference for Enterprise is it's another map which remains undefeated, and along the way, the teams that they've beaten, including Zero Tenacity and Focus, show that they are no mugs, and we're heading into territory where they feel comfortable.
Yeah, comparing it to the last series that these two played against one another in the last split, we ended up getting a 13-10 banger of a series where everyone felt Enterprise should have finished their dinner and they couldn't. They allowed Pacific back into the game. Well, will it be more of the same? Who will come out on top? That's the question. Double duelist into double controller.
Enterprise looking to threaten that streak of BBL Pacific Grand Finals to which they've attended. The poker face that we were talking about for the Turkish team has already shown a twitch of the lip as that Lotus loss could seriously sting. Enterprise starting to work down mid on the defense. They've not won a pistol so far in this series, but they have a flank on Garage and it's absolutely mega.
That it is, but there's one player standing up to it. It's come back, but the timing's insane. And while Rose goes down, it will be traded even. Still the players go forward, and there's still an advantage to Enterprise. A great start to the pistol round.
Killers has maintained it and got out, but now look at Larok into the vents, and Killers shouldn't expect this. Oh, he's got him anyway!
Lights out, Killers! He's turned up time and time again. A real difference maker. As for Kreven and Loiter, two of some of the most clutch players you could possibly rely on. Where do they go?
Looks like they do want to split up a little bit, perhaps. No, regrouped towards Vent. Spike on Loiter's back. A, the intended destination, and they will be given a free path to walk. They pass go, they collect 200, they are in.
Yeah, the fact that Loiter still has the paranoia here is going to be big for the post plan. And I feel as if I'm having a little bit of deja vu because this is a situation where Pacific were able to win from before.
Cover going out.
Loiter bailed BBL Pacific out of that last series against Enterprise. They could have been done in groups, but it went right down to the wire. He needs to be one of two to step up here. Kreven is in the cubby, away from his teammate on site. All of Enterprise pathing through screens.
Crossfire established. It's a little bit broken, especially with that C's coming through. Loiter doesn't get a clean fight. In fact, he won't get one at all because it's Enterprise to bulldoze their way through the pistol round, only losing one player, and they get the split defense started off the best it can.
Killers almost already halfway towards having the Viper's pit up. Could be so important on this defense. Yash pulls the pin, was looking for a little bit more, but this is just fantastic from Killers. He came into the game yesterday with just one first death to his name. Gave away 7 more, you know, in the last 24 hours. So starting to get tested a little bit more heavily by better teams, I think it's fair to say. But how he's grown into this series against Pacific, especially after that first map where Enterprise went down 13-2, is admirable.
Recovering it.
Starkey feeling the pressure, but still wanting to stand up. Pulled one of the stars back, but popped the smoke. This is going to be explosive from Pacific. Can Starkey stand up to the task? It looks like it, but tries to switch to a pistol. And Josh there to support. Spike down in no man's land. How do you even get that one back? The answer is you don't. Come back with a Spectre has done some damage, but it's not a lot. And still the BM continues.
I wouldn't have it any other way. I said it at the start of this series, I'll say it again. This game deserves a LAN meeting later down the line. And right now, both teams in the top 3 for Ascension points. Enterprise can only find a way to overtake Focus in second by winning that grand final. Every match in playoffs counting for just the 1 point. That victory for 4. Coming into their bonus, they do have this Outlaw, but every single player on BBL Pacific is heavy shielded.
No player within 1 shot distance, but still wanting to play on that front line. Killa is playing around his Viper orb. That Toxin won't last for long, but easily supported by Starkey. This is nice utility. That's a fake out.
And again, the reason why I highlighted Killes earlier, he had a lot of first deaths against Focus. They were trying to purposefully open up rounds through mid onto him, but Pacific's comp doesn't have the breach Teho, so it's a bit more of an uphill struggle, and Enterprise have reinforced that. It does leave A open though, and that's exactly where the attack is headed.
Looks like the site is pretty much clear. What is that? Zeke out of nowhere! That's massive! 2 players lost, and Enterprise find themselves at an advantage, and that could be a key play in converting this bonus.
It's a valiant death, and it does make numbers equal on the site. Longer rotation for Doma to make on this Yoru. Only the second time we've ever seen it in his career. But it's the push in main and the clearance of Rose that has to be everything right now.
It does. That wall a little awkward for Rose to fight through, and it's actually his own one that he's fighting in. Enterprise still taking their time coming through. As you can see, Doma a little bit worried about that CT space, and Comeback decides to dismantle this take from main. And now Doma in from heaven. This is looking like it's just got to be damage control for Pacific as Doma looks to do as much as he can. That's 3 rifles lost, majority of that. Doma can hear the steps, and he's done damage to Comeback. If he wants to chase this down, he can.
Yeah, it's a rough position. Doma does choose to die to the spike. He had options there. He still had light shields, so it was a cheap upgrade to the heavy if he wanted it, but thinks better of it. This from Zeke. Give me this. Inject it to my veins. It's plays like this that will actually win you maps against BBL Pacific, believe it or not, because it's just not what they expect. It's a page out of their own book. They'll make individual plays. Go ahead and make some of your own.
100%. Players on light shields though, won't put them in the best of spots, and Yash does brilliantly. Comeback gone. And there's not many times that we see first deaths like this for a player as good as Comeback.
Absolutely not. He was just as successful in opening up rounds as Zus coming into playoffs, both of them, quarter of them. That actually dropped off after yesterday. Wasn't as reliant on him, BBL Pacific, against Koi Phoenix. And they're without him here.
Oh, Zeke manages just to escape, and that Viper's Orb is also allowing them to fortify this position.
Final Prowler released. Letting the cats out as BBL Pacific are now in the tower. Time ticking away, and Enterprise in position. Yash's Outlaw gets another.
So
Starkey's right behind it.
Done well. And now the ult has made Loiter run for the hills. I've never seen a start like this for BBL Pacific in my entirety of casting them. This is insane.
Okay, I would agree. I've never seen this from BBL Pacific unless it's a grand final. There is a slight asterisk to be made. They've sort of gotten over their BO5 curse, I think, which they had coming into stage 1, that they did look a little bit vulnerable there. But this is just further signs of weakness, honestly. Enterprise building up a defensive lead. MP was talking about it on the desk. How many rounds do we need to see picked up? Enterprise are doing a great job right now.
Yeah, and not only that, it's the damage they're doing round to round. We do have Comeback's ulti, but even though it's a thrifty round for Pacific, we never count them out of these, has it?
No, we don't, but we need to see a few of those players get on the score sheet. It was a conversation in the group stage when they missed out narrowly, I say missed out, were nearly defeated by CGN, 13-11, 13-11. Wolfen dropping, nearly 60 kills has come back. It's the first rifle forward here.
What? The Six just sent it. Gets the kill, but that's still a rifle back in the hands of Kreven.
And so we look to this round being a real possibility for BBL Pacific now. Just the 1A anchor, that is Doma. And even if he calls for support here, Kreven is cutting off the lifeblood. Any rotations made through spawn side won't go unchecked by him. It's a super long flank for Starkey if he chooses for it, but he's so far out of play. It's a 3 versus 1 on the A site.
There is. There's no TP for Doma, so he's committed. First one found. It's another pistol to face against him first, and that is Rose up close, hiding in the corner. And well, it's up to Kreven's rifle, but he's looking elsewhere. Enterprise get through that what is troubled waters.
Yeah. And to sort of follow on from what it was that I was saying before there as well, for BBL Pacific, it's in crunch time where sometimes you see them get a little bit complacent, and it looks like Enterprise are so high on momentum right now. First pistol round starts off the defense, 4 out of 5, but the next gun round coming up. Kreven the only player closest to an ult. It looks like a pace change.
Does look like that. Doma's up, though misses out, and that could be big. Repositions, and the player's trying to get through main. Actually hemorrhage one. Kelly's on the other side of the wall, misses his timing, but still gets one himself. Yash, same to do. And now comeback, he's escaped into CT. It is carnage on the A side, and Enterprise are thriving. A chance to escape, but doesn't have the spike comeback. Where does he go?
He wants to try and find this first duel. He knows that Doma was towards screens through the fake out, but has to cross the window if he wants to take the spike, and he's going to invest the TP to do it, or at least fake that. While all of this is happening, Yash is wrapping behind him.
Yeah, but that could allow a chance to go through vents. There is time for comeback, and you can see his brain working through where could players be. Has to face check it because he has no flashes, and Zeke is low, remember, but has to face up against Doma's up, and that will take him out. Enterprise started this out perfectly.
This is a 4-round lead now, which they have. Zeke popping up with ridiculous moments. Something we haven't said is that, you need a little bit of luck at times. You have to have that go your way against teams like BBL Pacific if you want a chance to win. But in terms of what is being executed very well, I have to say, Enterprise are doing a lot of the same things we saw Pacific do to Koi Phoenix yesterday, where one player is taking contact and then you've got that peak coming right off the back of it. MP was talking of this on the desk, and in fact, it's something which Enterprise have been doing ever since they started as a team. That's what their micro is built on, these fantastic defensive halves, which we've come to know and love since they've existed as a roster ultimately. That was never a problem that they had. It's always been their strong suit.
Yeah, the other thing is when is the last time you've seen 3 players on owns? 0-5 for Rose, 0-6 for Larocque, and 0-5 for Loiter. Every single time, like maybe you'd have one that is getting found out, like maybe on 2 or 3 kills, but typically they've all chipped in, and right now it's only comeback that is positive.
Yeah. I mean, Cairo, that's it. It's the perfect storm for Enterprise at the start of this game, and they just want to ride that wave as long as they possibly can. Now, this is an eco, but Kreven has the Viper's Pit. The one thing you can't afford to do here is allow BBL Pacific to move into a post plant. That is where things can get scary, so Starkey has to hold the line.
That he has come back forward on the line. Starkey is the one that finds him, although these sheriffs do get to work, so do the rifles, and still an advantage for Enterprise. We know BBL Pacific are good at bringing this back in their favour, and Zeke actually going to be late on this rotate because he's still worried about A.
Made in from Yash to maybe deny the plant, but he has spotted Kreven.
He has. Going towards backside, actually finds himself on a rifle. So something in which to work with. Enterprise taking their time, coming back in, and they have utility to do it. One of which would be the flashes, and that Viper's pick goes down. Makes this a really difficult situation, but now you can flood in, overwhelm the last player of Kreven, but he does have a Phantom, and that's the worrying aspect to it. Sits in his own Viper's orb, and the Prowler has missed him. It's even worse for Enterprise than they realise as they move through the Viper's pit. Kreven looking to be aware. The players get on towards the spike position but don't account for the Viper. As Kreven looks to clutch up, he's low. On the spike they go, and he needs to deny. Kreven's got a chance, but Yash denies himself the thrifty round. And Enterprise again managed to get manoeuvred through troubled waters.
And it's through Kreven's fumes this time. That was such a scary prospect. Coming into the side, picked up from their bitter rivals in Turkey, Howl, and delivering a 10% increase to overall matches won since joining this 2025 campaign. It's why they look so scary. He's one of the names right now active in the server, but we've said it a few times. We need to see that step up from the rest of the team. Things are getting out of hand. Enterprise have the Midas touch, and Killer's his own pit to completely constrict middle.
It's got to be another straight take, and Pacific going straight towards B, where Doma's up lies, spammed up. Does he get out? I don't think he does, and on top of that, Starkey's gone as well. So this is probably the best start to a round we've seen from a Pacific team so far.
Yep, and they're just going to roll with the punches. Loiter locking in the next. I would have to say, if you are Enterprise in this position, you wouldn't want to attempt it. Yeah, there's money here to play around with, but I'm looking at ults. Laurik already has his. Comeback and Rose both one away. Same could be said for Yash though, and that makes up a full house for Enterprise, so he's going to give it a go.
That he will. Yash gets found out by Comeback, so it'll be the Dimensional Drift up online rather than Rose's Nightfall, and an answer back in flawless fashion. So this is a foundation in which to work with for Pacific.
And what is going to look like another very chaotic round. The kind of rounds that BBL Pacific like to set up, where their individual skill can be shown, put on display. In moments of stress, they seem to excel. And with 3 ults of their own, the A site looks under threat.
As the showstopper to start things off, and Larocque fires his. Yash misses his own.
Yeah, you're seeing Enterprise still with 3 ults to fall back on, or 2 I should say in this instance, as Doma is down. The TP was a fake, but it's caught the interest of Yash, still very tentative in how he reapproaches the B-hold.
Just to draw your eyes back for a moment, Hazard, to the last time these two played, Enterprise started Haven with a 9-3 half on the final map. It's looking like it could be a similar start, but BBL Pacific answered right back, so everything not as clear-cut as it seems.
And they're moving closer to a 3rd round here as well. They've got the player advantage. It's actually Enterprise's ult committed towards this side of the map. Yash playing behind it, receiving 2 players. His rifle gets 2 kills. Loiter the same. Zeke left alone. And yeah, it is a 3rd round on the horizon, sparring any further heroics from this judge.
That's a rifle now, upgraded.
But comeback is there. And so there you have it. BBL Pacific finding 3 rounds. And Enterprise caught in a difficult situation. That's 2 in a row now after what felt like the perfect start. It can also quickly slip away.
That it can. And that's the kind of ebb and flow of Valorant, right? Like, sometimes you feel yourself like having a great half, and I think this is a good time to take a timeout. You want to make the most of the advantage that you have, or even in Enterprise's case, actually get an advantage on the next half.
Yeah, I mean, for Enterprise, even as an organization, this being a debut inter-regional tournament for this roster, the second in the club's history, and a first win recorded yesterday to that effect. This goes one step beyond. It completely subverts expectation. BBL Pacific have looked untouchable, invincible at times in so many different ways. Those 4 pistols at the start of this series, Enterprise getting a good start of their own. But now into the timeout, look at the money, Cairo. Yeah, there are a couple scary ults in there, but that gap is down to 2 before you get a real chance. I do like at least seeing a couple of rifles though for this defender side, and another A stack ready for what is going to be another very quick push from BBL Pacific.
They have the Nightfall if they want to execute in for both sides, so it would be interesting to see how it falls after that case. It seems if Pacific begin their case towards Heaven. That nade did hit and get a fair bit of chip damage, but Heaven has been given up. Enterprise are happy to let go of this space.
BBL Pacific know who's here now though, both the Fade and the Raze. Doma's also slipped into position, bit of damage, and that's now information on 3 different players towards this side of the map. BBL Pacific pausing and just waiting to see if they can find an overextension. I have to say though, Enterprise have not often given those away.
They haven't, and at the same time got themselves into a position to deny any exits from BBL Pacific. Look at Starkey, Killers, who's on the flank.
And Zeke in the corner, quick trades. What are the positions? Doma holding on from screens, finding 2, and Starkey right behind him. Trading out, numbers in Enterprise's favor, and that flank from Killers to constrict even further. Doma maybe selling his teammate down the river, but instead it's information. Killers played in with a flash, and he will confirm the advantage on the half in thrifty fashion, may I add. Enterprise right back on course.
Game on between these two, and yeah, the money's not looking too bad for Pacific. Imagine with the economy that they have, they'll be able to finish this out pretty successfully. And on top of that, the other aspect to this, Enterprise only used one of their ultimates, so that Nightfall still in their back pocket is going to be a nice trump card to play over Pacific.
Wanting to go for the A play again. Viper Wall up early. The threat of the op remains in play, but it's Yash with a rifle in his hands here instead. Nightfall cutting sound. He looks to disrespect it. Only one. Zeke stuck in the backside. In this position, he'll get his first. Decade was Loiter, dead he is now. Killers continuing the flank, but Zeke able to hold down the site instead. And with Starkey here as well, the round is all but done. Kreven 1v3, position revealed, and Spike in no man's land.
This is somewhat doable though, Haz. I don't cut out Kreven just yet. As he goes up against Doma, Doma misses the shot.
And has to get out of position. If he was to round the corner, he would have spotted Zeke, but now main is the position taken up by the second in command. As Kreven, the super sentinel into the side, is doing it again. 3 kills, another clutch attempt, only one more player to find. Can he do it this time? There's time to play around with. The site is open for the taking, and he now has the spike.
Domo doesn't realise it, but he had a chance to pick up Kreven there. We'll hear the spike plant come down, and he activates. Look at the utility belt that he has in pocket.
Doma. Last time we saw him in Challengers before this, he was playing in Turkey. That didn't end well. But with the nickname now as the Mechanic, can he try and fix things in yet another clutch situation? Kreven yet to win one. He sticks the TP to the left side, a deep clear in the corner, and with the knife out, it's all Crevens. A quad kill clutch, which will put Pacific up to 4.
Pacific will be licking their lips after being able to win that one out. Has a disaster of a round from Enterprise, and after all the compliments you give it, they let it slip and allow Pacific back into this game. Creven has done God's work, because with 4 rounds, you feel like Pacific on the defense have a real chance to make a comeback. One more, and hey, it is game on for the Turkish side.
It feels like everything's falling apart here for Enterprise as well. The money doesn't look as good. There's no op in this defense anymore. And back to mid they go. We saw how much of a pressure point this was before for Killers to contain. Creven's the other Viper solo, isolated, but look at the damage output.
It's absolutely insane. Creven being pushed back further by the utility, but at the same time, look at this. Pacific ready to pop into heaven.
Killers doesn't want anything to do with it. It's onto Yash, and they switch positions.
Poison's off.
Boombot in, recollecting information, but a big gap opening up through middle, and that's where comeback strikes. In from the tower, Starkey ejected. Doma still in the garage, and yet to be cleared.
He's got his chance to deny the spike and takes it, but the trades at the same time are so good. Pacific, when they have the chance to play off one another, do so well, and well, it is game on. It's 7-5.
7 rounds is all that Enterprise can settle for despite their best efforts. 6-1 the half started on Split. An undefeated map for them so far this stage. But if you want to beat BBL Pacific, they'll have to do it yet again. 2 rounds the gap as it was before. Is it their chance to shine? At the end of tonight, someone's going to be left unhappy, whether it's Enterprise not making the most of the situation that has been presented to them on Split, or a Koi Phoenix, which has to go up against BBL Pacific for the 2nd time, but in the lower bracket. Just 2 rounds the difference right now. Enterprise with their first pistol of the series to kick off this map. Could they go one step further and find a 2nd to extend that lead?
The unthinkable is on the cards. Look at Pacific creating a trap play, and already it seems as if Pacific are back to winning ways after getting that entry.
But still a trap in mid. 4 players here. Killers could be caught in 2 mines. He dips away, and yeah, the util just isn't there.
Oh, comeback with 2 lovely kills. The Sheriff working as good as it can, but they catch out Rose and Larocque forced back. A TP to join up with his teammates. Comeback wants to keep trying his luck. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. And this is a really hard crossfire to try and break. Comeback baited out, trying to work through the Viper's orb. And Zeke with 10 points of health. The unthinkable is winning the map. The unbelievable would be Zeke to clutch this out.
And he's been read like a book. He's walking into 2 here, Cairo.
That he is. And Larocque is the one to finish it out. BBL Pacific will answer back with a pistol of their own. We will be going back to 7-7. But Hazza, I hate to see it, I am having deja vu from Lotus.
Absolutely. 5-1 in terms of pistol round wins for BBL Pacific in this series. It has been an absolute sight to behold. And just the layers in the defensive strategy there. Loiter lucky to find one on the lurk, but 4 players still stationed in mid, ready to pull the pin on that trap play. Enterprise wanted to sneak behind the wall, but that's already been revealed.
Now listen to that spam, it's insane. The Spectre, the one to fire off, but notification probably through the boom bot. In fact, it's actually got a kill from Killers and a nade kill as well. Spike will at least be able to go down, but Pacific have already won this round.
Do I need to tap the shooting matters sign, or are we good without it?
Yeah, let's go without it for this round. Because the Pacific are making
shoot. What, man, those classics were hitting. Those classics were hitting.
Yeah, you say shooting doesn't matter, and then the Pacific go and do that. So that's all I'm gonna say.
No, it's true. And the same can be said for Enterprise. Bit of damage, spike plant in, 7 rounds each way. Now it gets to crunch time. Enterprise had BBL Pacific breathing down their neck the entire latter end of that first half, and yeah, it is just ridiculous. But you cast that to the back of your mind into the next round, up against the bonus.
Anyone
It's
feeling
3
generous?
rifles and looking like 2 pistols. Enterprise need this desperately.
That they do. It's a big important round. It's the starter, and now we're into the main course. Well, it's like just before a main course, right? Would you call that like second starter, third starter? I don't know.
Don't know, mate.
Not worry about.
I'm not eating at places with that many courses.
Yeah, you know me. I'm definitely not.
Looking at this though, Enterprise on the attack side in a deciding map against BBL Pacific to do what their stage 1 selves couldn't. Killer's heavy shields, come back, missed his shot, goes back for a second, and that's something we've seen a few times. A slight overheat, it gets punished. That could be the chance for Enterprise to strike.
Yeah, and it denies one of the big components of the arsenal that Pacific have at the moment. The other aspect of that is Larocque's Guardian, which is still watching over A main.
And his full belt of utility seemed to be quite bountiful in the previous round. The paint shells, no damage as of just yet. He's going to use his own satchel to get out. Oh my god, Enterprise just trying to fully condemn his position, but still, the kid able to claim some space, get out. Some control as BBL Pacific want this quick retake.
That they do. Players
They're
trying to
immediately
fight.
here.
Yeah, they're fighting their way through Hazard. Enterprise at the same time. I still find themselves an advantage in continuing to fight. And the last player does have a Guardian, but he is very, very low.
First one to be tested, last one to be shown the door. Could he stand and tell that tale? Larocque knows about the first, but it's the second which will catch him off guard. That was how Enterprise built a lot of their defensive rounds, a 1-2 punch. They have responded against the BBL Pacific bonus though, and the lead is theirs again. It is a 1-round game. There's barely anything in it.
As we all, listen, this is what we wanted, right? A bit of drama, a bit of action, stakes on the line, and Pacific not going straight to a grand final. It's just crazy. Comeback has gone for the glass cannon op though, and that's something to note. He's gonna die from like 2-3 body shots.
Seeing how much work he can get done with it here. Currently kill leader for BBL Pacific. Hating to be the bearer of bad news is, oh, good. Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second. It is that guy exactly who started off the round. numbers for Rose to play around with. I was about to say, he hasn't had the best map so far. What can he do with 4 players at his side?
Kevin, Molly in, creates a delay. Enterprise, though, know that they can't go out here, so that's why we're seeing Yash beginning to explore towards vents and maybe just hold on to that backfill of space.
Kreven just trying to shape this site hold. Paranoia to play him back through. Enterprise don't want to allow BBL Pacific to just take this space. They will re-clear it a second time just to make sure. The spike should be heading A though. That's where 2 players are waiting for it.
Yash is holding on to the flank though. Oh, sorry, the rotate, but he looks away at the wrong time.
Rose in the corner, and finally the captain is on the board, breaking the ice and nearly doing it a second time. That's 1.5 from him here, and more than enough for the rest of Pacific to confirm what we already expected once Comeback had got things started. 3 picked up from him on the round. It's all square again.
I wonder, when will we see the first timeout in the second half? Because at 8-8, doesn't seem like too much, and has I get my answer?
Yeah. And so like I was saying, you never expected Rose to be a heavy fragging IGL. He had all of that impact on Lotus. But he enables the team around him to perform the same way that Key does, and into this timeout, going to be able to say his piece as well, as Enterprise are investing their second. Alex R to try and get something out of the individuals in front of him. Because one thing that they have to be thinking about in terms of future planning are those ultimates. This round, no guns, but the next couple, huge pieces. It's that next cycle, Cairo, that we always stress. And at this stage in the game, it will decide who wins this series.
100% true. And with the attackers finding themselves on another eco round, well, we have seen Enterprise do this before. I don't want to totally discount them, but you are asking a lot of these players.
Absolutely. I mean, what does it look like the plan is here? They want to try and take some mid control. Pacific have put 2 players in vent. I'm seeing a fade and a raise, and you know what that means.
Seems as if they've guessed right. That Prowler maybe gives that away as the players move through. The Stinger trying to close the gap. They're going straight. Oh, I thought they were going straight through the Viper's pit, but the Seas has hit.
But little damage from the utility combo. Enterprise up against the double controller do need to disrespect these smokes at a point in time. Through Zeke with the fade. Fortunately, you do have tools to clear out this space, and they will finally gain accession to the vent system.
Got to keep a note on Killers and his timing when he activates his luck through A if he goes for it. The players trying to force through B Heaven, and well, as quick as they go in, as quick as they go out.
And baiting out the same utility from the previous round. Same protocols for BBL Pacific. It's Lotus Paranoia to set up Kreven. Now they're heading A, and it is a 4 versus 2 in the heavens.
Yeah, you can already see LaRox looking to try and dip out, play from a more passive angle, invites the showstopper in. Zeke at least got the trade out, right? So we're still 3 versus 4, but remember, it's Rose's rifle, but the players have been seen. This is a nice molly out. And realistically, when you think you can get excited, Doma is left with it all to do.
He gets you excited though. Spike on his back, TP, taken to the site, you missed it, mate. Oh, he's forgotten his keys and been locked out of the house. It's a frustrating way to see the round slip from their fingertips. It was half a chance for Enterprise, but not really the kind of context that you want to see for it to go.
Not at all. At least he gets a rifle into the next round, so that's an easy concession to make. LaRock's ultimate probably does most of the damage because it made Enterprise panic. That's insane.
So
maybe panicking
so
with the time as well, Doma.
Yeah. But it's these fine margins, again, really, the tightest of which can make all of the difference. The upper echelons of Challengers EMEA play. As we know, champions, winners, Ascension grand finalists, they're all in this one, looking to try and plot their course back to the big time. Enterprise want mid again. Come back up. Oh, what a flick! That's disgusting. And with Killes gone, all focus turns towards the B site.
Players trying to make their way into B heaven though. A stop by Kreven, and again it's that same passage of play that you've spoken about. This time though, the Nightfall's invested along with the showstopper, and unfortunately Yash can't pull the trigger.
Can't get his off the same way that Larok was able to find a double, a 2-for-1, a 2-round lead. BBL Pacific in flawless fashion start to make some authoritative steps in the right direction.
I mean, coming into the second half, it was going to be so important once we got into the rifle rounds, especially when we saw the answer back from comeback. I would come back from, sorry, just because I was watching that replay, when we start to see the reply in terms of buys from Pacific. So with that being said, Enterprise haven't shown as much when we've got to the buy rounds, and these are the most important.
This round itself might be. It's an ult invested, few players with donuts, no money left in the pocket. Comeback site that they're hitting, the only player in the tournament averaging at least 1 kill a round, and as he stands alive for the time being, that's the concern.
As players though from Pacific are ready to flood back in, and it's carnage on the side. Doma forced away, but remember this pit still stands, and that's going to be massive. Zeke the first one to fall in this round, and Yash has repositioned himself towards heaven. As they come through the smoke, they get killers, and they get the players that were on the side. Doma doing well, but not well enough. As Pacific now grab their 11th, and they're getting closer and closer to map and series point.
Grand final point, Cairo. And for BBL Pacific, I believe that would be 7 in a row since their promotion through Premier. This round feels like the nail in the coffin. Enterprise hitting the site with pace, but dealt with in their post-plant. Killer's ult just saving face, and look at the purchase. They're down to the last few credits. This is literally to stop BBL Pacific from taking 12.
I mean, as things change, they still say the same. The last time these two played, just to give you notification, Enterprise were only able to win 1 attacking round. That's how Pacific made their comeback in the third and final map.
They only have 1 to show for here as well. As I put, comeback is the constant. With this op in hand, it's been a pleasure to watch him play every time he hits the server. He is one of the Pacific players in that gold and blue jersey, ready to fight this B site. As Enterprise go flooding in, there are numbers here to defend it.
Yeah, it's just a bloodbath coming out of that choke. Killes is the only one to get something. And with 45 seconds remaining, you can imagine Pacific will be looking for blood, revenge for the fallen comrade, as Killes holds on to B main. He'll get at least 1 more. But there you have it. Map, series, grand final point, as you put it. It is 12 for Pacific, and it feels as if, as they've moved on to the second half, they've not been made to sweat.
Enterprise finding 1 round, let alone 4, feels like a tough ask here. As BBL Pacific are closing in on a grand final, which guarantees that they remain top of the Ascension point standings coming out of Challengers EMEA Stage 2. A slower look to this from the attack. Every last penny spent, except for the 100 credits on Zeke. The spike on his back. Big calls to be made.
That there is.
He missed it!
He did. And that's the first time I've seen that this half. Now Enterprise are actually being chased down. That's, oh no, Rose, that's insane. Nightfall put in to gain information, and it's found 3 players.
The Terra Trails chasing Enterprise into the corner of the map. Where do they go? The op taken from play. Loiter maybe even considering the backstab. But it's a 4-on-4, Cairo. There's still a chance for Enterprise. The next kill in this round almost decides it.
100%. Craven, a player who...
In that duel.
Every time and time again, stands up tall, up above everyone, drops the Viper's pit as well, as Pacific now look to send it home and settle any doubters that could possibly think about someone taking their crown. Yeah, sure, they lost one map. Sure, they were at a deficit at the half, but are you really thinking that they could lose a series? That was never going to be the case.
Enterprise may not be the giant killers, but they've taken Pacific down a peg. An admirable effort, cut short. Death, taxes, and Pacific in grand finals. We're going to be seeing it again here. They will remain top of the pile. Although there are positives to take away from the East representatives, there was only one result. It didn't necessarily feel like a guarantee, but there you go. We get it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long week for these players. Let's not make it any other way. One team, you only get one day's break in the group stage, and then the rest is just straight running all the way to that grand final. There's only 1 day's break, and that's if you win the upper bracket final, which we have seen from Pacific, and they'll be looking forward to a well-needed rest.
Yeah, Enterprise have already played a couple of best of fives this year. The one that they will be looking forward to, though, is unfortunately tomorrow. It comes quicker than they would have liked. There was a serious chance they went to that grand final, but it's Pacific that punched their ticket instead. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk now to break down what has been a fantastic day of action. Cairo, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast more Challengers EMEA with you, mate. But that's all from us for now. We will head it over to the safest pair of hands. It's Pavlos and MP.
Thank you, lads. Great casting for you, of course, and that was a great series to watch. This is the 6th consecutive grand final made in an official Challengers event setting for BBL Pacific. That is an incredible statistic to hold, right? Being able to, every event you've competed in, make it into the top 2 of it. And sure, most of the times they come out on top. Not in the Ascension, which is what they optimally would have liked last time around. Apex took that title from them, but they damn seem like they'll be making it again here. But obviously, step by step, let's talk about this series, MP. It got close by Enterprise. They got a good start, but it felt like defensive side was king for BBL Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, defensive side was king for both of these teams. Enterprise, they started hot on the defensive side, finding a lot of success, whether it was really ambitious, ranked-esque plays from Zeke, individual prowess from the duelists, or keyless, or just team synergy coming through. But there is something that you cannot break, and that is BBL Pacific's defensive side of split, and that is their mental. An incredible performance from BBL Pacific once again.
Indeed, indeed. It looks like we have the interview very much ready to go here, and we will have Loiter joining us on broadcast. So first up, Loiter, congrats on your match, congrats on the victory, but I'd also like to hear it from your perspective. How did that series go? How did it feel?
Thanks, first of all. The series goes well. We could have finished it on the second map, but we slipped a bit. Like, our reactions was so slow. And then we gave it away. They didn't take it, we gave it. And the third map, we started bad, but after the pause, like, we regathered it and we played well, I guess, in the defensive side.
Yeah, that you did play well there. Enterprise, once again, they were able to push you to your limits. What do you think it is about them that pushes you more to the limits than other teams?
I think it's because of they are playing so bad and we cannot understand their game. And they are, yeah, because of that they are very hard.
I love that response. I really do love that response. That's a comeback to Doma as well. I don't know if you saw the interview he had yesterday on broadcast, but he was also bringing in that banter as well. But okay, talk to me a little bit more about your teammates here, Loita. Is there anyone that is responsible to kind of bringing that energy for BBL Pacific? Because I feel there's a lot of energetic play that comes from that, and it's not natural. You don't see that from everyone. So is there one individual or a couple of players within this roster that is that amp up for the team?
I think it's Larok, because he's our like hyper. He's all the time screaming, and I'm like, my sound is gone right now. I cannot talk. But yeah, I think we are hyping the team too. But all the team is hyping. Like, we don't need to do something. They are all screaming, but we are the main hypers.
I mean, no wonder it's the youngsters that are the hypers. Obviously, you have a young team, but you seem so mature on the server in terms of the decision making and executing the fundamentals. How have you been able to achieve that? Is that work from Key, maybe someone else, or have you always kind of had that?
It's work of Key. When we like first playing this game in the Turkish league, we were so bad. We cannot react to anything. We don't know any game. We are just full aim, no game sense. And after we take K, our coach, he like, I don't know, he teach us the game. He teach us the game, and we finally played well.
Well, I'm not going to take much of your time, Loita. I'll let you rest up because obviously in a couple of days you've got a very important match. So yeah, again, congratulations on your win, and thank you for joining us on the broadcast. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thanks. No problem. Goodbye.
Great insight there, honestly, and it makes sense that everybody is screaming. I wish we could have had their webcams as well to see their reactions, because it sounds like it would have been an epic time. I can't wait to see these guys on stage again.
Yeah, and I think Kaza and Cairo kind of highlighted that we would love to see these players on LAN, like you just said, especially these two teams, because it seems like we might have the rivalry going on. You highlighted that on the pre-show, that this is maybe a rivalry that hasn't really quite started quite yet, but maybe it is. Maybe it has. Could this be the rivalry of the Challengers EMEA? I mean, I guess that could be seen on the grand final, maybe.
Yeah, and we do love clipping our interviews on this broadcast, and I definitely know what will be clipped from that one as well. We struggled because they were just so bad. We didn't know what they were doing. But honestly, I think that was a tactic for Enterprise. They tried to play normal fundamentally, some normal fundamental Valorant at the start of the game, right? At the start of the series. And that wasn't working out for them. They just needed to give BBL Pacific a taste of their own medicine. And I feel that's only when they were able to get things across, right? Get yourself outside of smokes, unprecedentedly flashed, dry peaks, explosive pushes. That's basically what worked for Enterprise the most.
Absolutely. I even have in my notes Enterprise daring to make stupid plays, which to me it gave them multiple rounds. Zeke in that bonus round, I think was exactly round 3, jumping through a smoke with C's in hand and Judge in the back pocket and finding 2 kills there, granted them that round as well. Those kind of plays were what BBL Pacific, they weren't able to react on those.
Well, you heard it here, folks. You just have to throw your playbook out the window to deal with BBL Pacific if you want to have a chance in the series against them. That is daunting, bro. That is daunting. All right, let's talk about what happened today. If you've missed the action, don't worry. The VODs exist. They exist. You can see them all over again, but we'll get you through the nitty-gritty, the details, if you will, the match results. We did say goodbye to one of our teams. Focus find the same fate they did in the previous split and leave us in the top 4 position. 4th is the max they'll get for now, and hope that we'll be able to improve later on. But this time it wasn't mandatory to take them down. It was a Spanish representative, the academy team of Koi, and look, they look promising, they look strong, and obviously we also had our upper brackets match between BBL Pacific and Enterprise, which sees BBL Pacific go into the grand finals in that first seed, right?
Yeah.
And for that reason, they have that weighted advantage, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They obviously get 2 map bans, which is huge because they can be like, okay, Lotus was a bit weird. Maybe we don't want to play against Enterprise Esports. They can just target ban anything that they want. But I'm really looking at my sights on Enterprise Esports versus Koi Phoenix because that's going to be best of 5 in a new matchup that we haven't quite seen in this tournament yet. So it's going to be really interesting to see because Koi Phoenix, they couldn't quite do anything against BBL Pacific. Can they actually have something against this Enterprise Esports roster? What is the level that they can actually push their I would say prowess to, because they already took down Focus. That is insane. Can they do the same to Enterprise?
That is a big question. That is indeed a big question. And I don't know if you've realized this, folks, but we've left best of 3 territory. It's all down to best of 5s now. There's a lower bracket final on the line and a grand final as well on Sunday. This weekend is going to be action-packed with amazing Valorant, and I hope you guys will be tuning into that. But as of today, as of now, we are done. Have a great evening, folks. Have a good night's sleep, and hope to see you all again tomorrow.
Till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore.